All right, what is up, my friends? Welcome to the $1,000 MTG Arena Standard Monthly, brought to you by Community Gaming. I am Jim Davis.
I'm Nicole Callahan, also known as Lady of the Crease.
Yep, and we're going to be bringing you 7 rounds of single limb standard action today, as we have a $1,000 prize pool, maybe some gems and stuff too. We have a lot of great stuff to give out. Nice tournament. Single limb's cool. Just going to battle it out. If you win, you're in. If you lose, you're out. About the simplest tournament structure there is. Why don't you tell us a little about about community gaming?
Right, keeping things nice and clean here, Fast and Furious. Single limb. This is a $1,000 arena tournament. Happens monthly. They provide tournament platforms for all sorts of games: Valorant, Smash Brothers, Hearthstone, and obviously Magic. They support a wide variety of grassroots tournaments, offering tools and guidance to organizers to help supercharge their events. Head to communitygaming.io to learn more, or follow them on Twitter at Community Gaming. Nice and simple. They keep everything nice, simple, and clean.
That's a good at.
Yeah,
That's
I like it.
No extra characters like that. Just at Community Gaming. It's perfect. I had to add MTG.
Right.
There's a few other Jim Davises out there. I don't really know about them. But so we're hopping over to take a look at our deck lists here. Who are our first 2 players we got?
Yeah, we are ready to get right into it. Our first player is Malevolent. We're starting with Malevolent on Jeskai Delver. Now, this is quite a list. Delver Secrets. Now, I know in the past you've kind of been like a naysayer on Delver in Standard. This list looks pretty clean to me. The only other creatures in the list, Bloodthirsty Adversary and Spectral Adversary. What are your first thoughts?
It's kind of cool, honestly. There's 4 copies of Seismic Wave here is a pretty big statement, saying that I want to kill creatures, and I think there's a lot of little 1/1s to kill of various varieties. So a huge statement there in the main deck. 4 copies of Seismic Wave. We see Starnheim Unleash, which is kind of cool as both a threat and a creature, which is kind of cool as a way to keep your spell count high, which is always a challenge with these Delver decks. You know, how many spells can you afford to play? The dual spell lands help that. Smashing, Disruption. You know, Iteration's great, Adversary's great, and gonna want to try and get out under people. Of course, Spell Pierce is pretty cool as well.
Oh, I can always get behind a good Spell Pierce.
I don't know if I don't have a soundboard up. We'll see. Maybe we'll get a good get off my plane. So what are we facing off against?
So on the other side, we have Thade Sobin on Grixis Fable. Now, on the flip side of Delver, Fable of the Mirror Breaker, a card that I know you've been hot on in more than just Standard, but here it is in a Standard shell. There are a couple of newcomers. Now, see, Overcharged Amalgam, not a card we've seen very often in a Standard shell. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, this looks a lot like the list that my team played at the Set Championship, but of course that was an Alchemy. You know, an Alchemy gives, most importantly, Stalker Connoisseur, an unbelievably good 4-drop, an unbelievably good card to copy off of the backside of Fable, setting up this sort of pseudo soft lock where they're just discarding a card every turn. Don't have that in Standard. So you can see here Overcharged Amalgam kind of stepping in as a similar sort of lock. So the Amalgam has the exploitability. You can exploit a creature and counter a spell, and it can exploit itself. So you can make a copy with the reflections of Hiki-Jiki, counter their spell, and do this every turn. This is a very, very similar list. This is basically just my Set Championship list ported over to Standard. So similar idea, a mid-range deck, a lot of good value. Kaido is really, really good. Bloodtithe Harvester, Bloods, few counter spells. Looks pretty sweet.
Yeah, and it sounds like our players are ready to go down in the feature match area, so why don't we pop over there and see what's going on. Again, we have Malevolent on Jeskai Delver versus Thade Sobin on Grixis Fable. On the bottom of your screen, you will see that we have the Jeskai Delver deck. So that is Malevolent on the bottom and Thade Sobin on the top. Now, I see
somewhat ugly hands here.
Awkward openers on both sides. We see a double mulligan down to 5 for Thade there on the top, but a keep on 5. It looks like 3 lands, Kaido and I Twitch.
That's a pretty good 5. If we're going to keep 5 cards, you have a 1-drop and a Kaido to start drawing cards, get things going here. That's going to be huge. These Spell Pierces are going to probably spell Doom for Kaido.
Right, and we see Thade with another awkward draw of another Spikefield Hazard. So has the lands in hand, but they're mostly coming down as awkward tap lands. And we see Spikefield Hazard going to dispatch that Eye Twitch very quickly and moving on to a Soul Transfer draw on Malevolent side.
Yeah, pretty all in on this Kaido here, and of course Spell Pierce, Disruption. I guess not going to take that out. So we see the awkwardness of these tap lands here. So Kaido's going to sneak in.
Kaido can come down here safely, and it looks like that will be the play from Malevolent. Not too much Thade can do at this moment, and it looks like Kaido still choosing to go down. So opening up the option of Spikefield Hazard here.
Yeah, so we see Hazard, Seismic Wave. enough things to kind of keep Kaido out of it. And the Hats is going to go for the Kaido itself before it can Ninja Vanish. So kind of cool, kind of a cool thing. Usually Kaido is protecting the turn you play it, but not this time.
Yes. Now Thade coming down with a Bloodthirsty Adversary. Just wanted to establish on the board, get across, knowing Malevolent has 2 cards in hand, and another Kaido, the draw for turn. But Spell Pierce open this time.
I do love me a good Spell Pierce, and really, really clutch here. Again, Malevolent's so low on cards that needs to get some sort of an engine going here, and Spell Pierce is not going to allow it.
So what is Malevolent looking for here to kind of just get back in this game right now?
It's funny because the Kaido was kind of there, just some way to kind of draw cards, get an engine going. Was missing colors, now has the red, but that was kind of the problem where Malevolent needs to draw colors to cast the red spells as well, some sort of engine, and also needs to defend a little bit too. Adversary is not a huge clock, but it's something. And the good news is that this game is poised to go a little bit longer here. So unless you want to see a Disruption and a Spell Pierce to save this 2/2, a lot of time to draw out of this.
Yeah, it looks like they thinking about it. Not much else going on in their hand as far as threats, and it looks like Spell Pierce might come out.
This is aggressive. This is a huge aggressive play from Thade here, saying I want this 2/2. It's only a 2/2. This is not protecting a Baneslayer into or some big threat. This is just saying that you've got nothing. I want to keep the pressure up. I have Seismic Wave. I can kill your next creature. So, big statement by Thade.
Yeah, and Spectral Adversary, though, the draw on Thade's side. So, able to play that and pump it. But Meathook Massacre on the side of Malevolent. Now, is this game going to go long enough that Meathook Massacre, even on 0, the gain, the drain, could that matter?
This is interesting here. So, we're going to see the cast that to kill things. This is Malevolent saying, I want this game to go long. Which makes sense, honestly. With a deck full of Spell Pierces, Disruptions, and cheap, burn spells. The raw power level has always been a problem for these Delver decks, and in formats like Legacy, we see cards like Brainstorm and Daze and Wasteland that allow them to keep it in the early stages of the game. But in Standard, the card's so powerful, there's enough time to get there to those bigger effects. We see a 2/1 flyer down here for Adversary, but going to be a 3/2. But still, plenty of time for Malevolent.
All right, as that Spectral Adversary gets into the red zone, bringing Malevolent down to 12, and we see a second copy of Meathook Massacre. Are we going to see a repeat of the last turn is the question. Not too many options here.
Looks like meat's back on the menu, boys. So, last turn Malevolent was willing to kill a 2/2 and their own 1/1. But now going to hold back, and now as we see a negate drawn by Thade, going to get a little punished here.
And unfortunately, a deadly dispute being drawn as there are no creatures or artifacts in play on the side of Malevolent. So going to attempt the Meathook Massacre this turn might not work out too well for them.
Yeah, if Thade was willing to burn a Spell Pierce and a Disruption to save a 2/2, I'd imagine one negate to save a 3/2 flyer is well worth it.
Right, and now Malevolent on a 2-turn clock. Negate would have looked better perhaps last turn, but not so much here.
Yeah, definitely. Malevolent has been on the most awkward possible draw of this game. On the mulligan to 5, kind of drawing all the wrong cards in all the wrong spots. Disputes, nothing to do. Negates, nothing to do. And currently dead on board.
Yes, that mulligan to 5, although Thade, stumbling a bit at first with the awkward spell lands coming in tapped, was able to stabilize and take down game number 1. So we have Thade Soin on Grixis Fable taking game 1 over Malevolent on Jeskai Devil. Let's move to sideboards. It looks like taking a look at the battlefield here. We have some Fading Hopes, Spell Pierce, Disdainful Stroke, Negates, Reject, more of the Spectral Adversaries. Any thoughts on what this Jeskai Delver player wants to bring in?
So mid-range decks are usually pretty good at killing creatures, so you can try and Spell Pierce them in the early game, but the problem is mid-range decks want the game to go long, meaning cards like Spell Pierce, like Fading Hope, these sort of really temporary answers. They're efficient, but they're efficient in the early game, and the mid-range deck can kind of expand the game a little bit, making them weaker. So might want to be looking for some more aggressive cards here, but it's tough. It's tough.
Does Reckless Stormseeker fall into that more aggressive cards category?
Yeah, it's aggressive, and it's also individually powerful too, which is pretty good. So it's a hard balance to keep, and it's kind of why Delver of Secrets, tends to struggle a bit in Standard, because you need to keep these kind of cheap interactive pieces, but you want more powerful cards as well.
And we see a couple of rejects coming in, as well as the full set of Spell Pierce.
Yeah, so looks like going to lean on the early game here. Still, even on the draw, it's definitely a question of like Spell Pierce in the play, Spell Pierce in the draw. How aggressive do you want to be on the play versus on the draw? It's an interesting kind of like back and forth. For example, Kaido also a good card on the play, not as good of a draw. There's a lot of things like that in both decks almost.
Yes, we see some of the one-for-one removal coming out, such as Demon Bolt, taking a long look at those Prismari commands and thinking about shaving those as well. These Test of Talents seem to be staying in the side, but look like, an interest in things like Negate and Spell Pierce. Is there any reason for things like Disdainful Stroke, Test of Talents not coming in?
There's a lot of Planeswalkers and enchantments and stuff in the Grixis deck, stopping things like Kaido or Fable the Mirror Breaker. Those are your kind of engine cards for sure. Test of Talents, I think you can't really afford. There's a limit on how many narrow cards you can have. How many Spell Piercers can I afford to put in my deck? How many Test of Talents can I afford to put in my deck? And it's a limit. You can only have so many because the diminishing returns are pretty high.
I like it that Malevolent is bouncing back and forth, trying to decide about these Reckless Stormseekers. Decides in the end, you know what? Better off without. Gonna go on here to game number 2, and Malevolent, we can only imagine, would be on the play. It looks like Thade on the play here.
I think we're flipped. There we go.
There we go. Oh, no, we are. Okay, we were flipped. Apologies. So, both players able to keep 7 this time around, though, so refreshing. And we'll see a turn 1 Delver of Secrets.
I think we're actually going to flip this a little choppy here, so we're going to flip that over. So now both players have full hands, though. So last game, of course, was a pretty resource-light game. Now the players are going to have their full plans online, and both players have pretty good hands here.
Yes, although I do notice that it looks like an absence of blue on the side of Malevolent for the Kaido, the Test of Talents, as well.
Yep, absolutely. And there's also, now there's a dispute, though. And then Soul Transfer and Meat Massacre are both playable as well, so.
All right, that Blood Tithe Harvester, feeling frisky, getting into the red zone, coming across. Delver will not block, so Thade will take 3, going down to 17. But like you said, both players here, full grips, many choices to make. Thinking about that Deadly Dispute, perhaps sacking that blood token to see if... But no land drop to be missed here.
This is rough because you don't want to cast Deadly Dispute and get it countered. Of course, we saw disruptions, we saw Spell Pierce, we saw all sorts of stuff in that first game. So that would be a pretty big loss of resources. So gonna spend the old sorcery speed murder on the Delver.
As we see a Spectral Adversary flashed in at the end of turn, just a 2/1 flyer. Nothing else going on, and a Bloodthirsty Adversary drawn for turn, as we see the famous turn 3 expressive iteration, digging for a land. Most likely, what do we got? 3 lands, actually.
Pick your poison here. Pick your poison.
It looks like the Sokenzin, the channel land, would go to hand, and one of the pathways to exile the other one to the bottom of the library.
So, makes sense. Channel Land obviously has some value in hand. We see 2 Channel Lands now, so a bit flooded for Thade, but has the resources. Has a bad bounce spell and a bad raise the alarm, but it's still fine, better than lands.
Yes, they're, kind of like a quarter of a spell rather than a land, I suppose.
For sure.
And I twitch the draw here on Malevolent's side. Blood Tithe Harvester looking to get in again, offering up the trade with Spectral Adversary, and it looks like Thade happy to take that trade.
Yeah, pretty interesting because you would think the Grixis deck would definitely be the long game deck here. The Delver of Secrets Spell Pierce deck tends to want to end the game quickly. So Malevolent offers the trade there and Thade takes it, which is kind of interesting. Definitely Thade saying I'm okay playing a longer game here.
Now, this is also interesting to me. Off of that treasure made from the Deadly Dispute, looks like Malevolent considering Fable of the Mirror Breaker over a Kaido, but ending up going with Eye Twitch in the end, saving the treasure, saving sort of the resources here. Yeah, what are your thoughts?
Keeping the blue for Test of Talents up this turn and possibly Kaido next turn. If you jam the Fable there and it gets countered, you don't have any blue for your future spells later. So just being kind of conservative, which I think is totally reasonable. 20 life. Again, this game has been taking a very slow pace, which is a little strange on both sides.
Yes. We see a second Bloodthirsty Adversary having been drawn on the side of Thade, but I suppose wanting to keep open the option of Reject, and only being able to play the Bloodthirsty Adversary as like a 2/2 haster. There's not really too much value in the graveyard at the moment.
Yeah, and the Adversary is the one card that can go big in this Jeskai deck. It has the ability to scale up as the game goes on and provide card advantage, unlike a lot of the other cards. So it's one of the cards of a deck that says, I don't need the game to end quickly because I have this card. But with a second copy in hand, just kind of playing it, now I can play another one and flash it back. But now we're getting to that slugfest of like raw power. We see Kaido, Meathook Massacre, and pretty healthy life totals on both sides. So this is gonna be tough for Thade.
Right, and we see that Fable of the Mirror Breaker active on the battlefield here, ready to curate Malevolent's hand even further if need be, and then eventually flip to that powerful Reflections of Kiki-Jiki.
Yeah, I think that S Talents and Meathook Massacre might not be long for the world here. Massacre kind of already ahead on board here, and the Test Talents it is really, really narrow. It's a card that, if you can see right now, hasn't really done anything yet, despite being up for a few turns.
We see now this Bloodthirsty Adversary coming down, kicking for Expressive Iteration, but Test of Talents going to take care of that.
Interesting. So, gonna counter the iteration. It was only an iteration for one, so land was already played. So it was just gonna be an impulse draw card. But willing to sacrifice the blue treasure for now. But of course, we see with the Kiki token in play, we can see some more blue as well.
Now, how valuable is the That's an attack though for 5. Malevolent at 18, not willing to block with the Goblin Shaman, so valuing that treasure. And now comes the question: do we discard?
Yeah, and Soul Transfer is actually amazing here because the Goblin Mega Treasure was already an enchantment in play. Wow, I'm gonna discard the Soul Transfer. That's very surprising to me. There was a full value Soul Transfer there, even just returning an eye touch is great. But we can see Massacre here too. Sure.
I think that was the end goal here, was to Meathook Massacre for 3, clear out the board, leaving themselves with a Meathook Massacre and a Fable of the Mirror Breaker in play, and being able to learn and quite a few lessons here on the sideboard.
Yeah, that's a lot of lessons. Going to school here. And Sciences, of course, can find that blue. So this kind of makes sense. Wanting to Massacre before the Mirror Breaker flips over. So the Mirror Breaker is still available too. It's almost like being able to cast a Wrath effect with a creature still in play, which is kind of nice.
Now, it looks like valuing the life total of pest summoning, besides the life gain on the pests themselves, when and if they die, also gaining off of the Meathook Massacre, or draining.
Yeah, I think this is also a saying that I want to cast Dispute as well. So I want food from my Dispute, I want a few tokens in play, and you're right, there's a lot of chip shot damage happening here. Thade's already at 11. So a lot going on here. We see the Seismic Wave in hand for Thade, though. That's a nice one.
That is a good one. And a question is, when do we think it's going to come down? As Thade decides to make a couple of 1/1s with the Sekenzan that had been in hand. Shatter Skull Smashing. There are 2 copies of Shatter Skull Smashing in Thade's hand as well.
Smashing can't take out the Reflections. Reflections is weird because it is a very, very powerful card. You can't really let it sit there and gain value. At present, though, there isn't much to do with it.
And that Seismic Wave will be deployed here. That will be responded to with a Deadly Dispute, being able to draw 2. There's that blue source and the copy of Valky in the deck.
That's pretty big, actually. This game has gone slow enough now where Tybalt could definitely factor into this game.
Yeah, and Malevolent still at a very healthy life total, even after that attack. At 15 life, Thade down to 8. So, how are we looking? Do you think this is, going to shore up the game? Are we going to be looking at a game number 3 here? Is Valky strong enough, or Tybalt?
Well, the thing is, Reject is there, and Reject can counter, I believe, creatures or planeswalkers, I think. So, and it is face up. So we get to see maybe Kaido come down here, Shambling Ghast. Yeah, that's 3. Count by 3, sure. So now we get to see Kaido and a Ghast come down. Ghast can kill both tokens. Kaido can even loot. It can just make a token. We're going to go for a loot here. And it's a really good spot. 15 life, a lot of resources, and of course that Tybalt hanging out, waiting to come down as well.
Yes, and Malevolent drawing a land, happy to loot away the extra land, and actually going to sack a treasure to play the Shambling Ghast.
Yeah, I like it. I like it a lot. Got 7 mana next turn for Valky, or Tybalt, I mean. Ghast can kill both tokens. Kaido's there, currently protected. This is great.
Yeah, at the moment, Shatter Skull Smashing in hand, but the only option is to kill the Shambling Ghast itself, as Kaido has phased out for the turn. So in will come the 2 1/1 Spirit tokens. It'll be interesting to see if Malevolent decides to block here.
This is interesting on both sides, because the Ghast can take out both of these tokens, but Malevolent also kind of wants a creature in play to attack with for Kaido. And at 15 life, just take it. Just take it 2.
Right, taking 2, going down to 13. So Thade's still at 8, Malevolent at 13, and Overcharged Amalgam the draw.
It's kind of a cool one. So, interesting spot here. Obviously, 7 mana for Tybalt ready to rock and roll, but against the Spell Pierce, Disruption, million counterspell, that can be a little rough.
Yeah, and it looks like Thade for a second there, considering the Otawara Soaring City before attacks, but going to let this happen. So dropping down to 7, Kaido able to draw, and it'll be interesting to see a Deadly Dispute.
Yeah, this is pretty interesting to the point where I could see Malevolent wanting to just play Valky as Valky and just saying a 2-1's good enough right now. The 2-1, let me see your hand. I have Amalgam up, I have Dispute up, I have a Hive of the Eye Tyrant. I don't really need to tap 7 mana for Tybalt, and if I do and get counter, it's going to suck.
Yes. But leaving Overcharge Amalgam open is a pretty good consolation here.
Yeah, Amalgam's open, Dispute's open. Holding Valky's also, I think, reasonable too. But we see Spell Pierce in hand, Disruption. I think with two elements in play, it's also like maybe you just don't even want to bother. But now they can safely attack Kaido. It's interesting.
Yes, there is a Hive of the Eye Tyrant in play on the side of Malevolent as well, and they does have to mind their low life total at 7. And Kaido does survive the attack. It's just kind of a little poke. So
yeah, and the Amalgam also, aside from being an exploiter, it's just a 3/3 flyer for 4. It could have come down and blocked there. It can come down just to be an attacker. Like, this is just lethal here, actually. So
yes, and we see Overcharge Amalgam will exploit to protect the Kaido, take care of that Shatter Skull smashing. The drain will happen off of the Meat Hook Massacre. A treasure will be made, and like you said, Thade entirely tapped out here, and with the Hive of the Eye Tyrant and the Amalgam, it looks like this might be game.
That's it. And just fire it up and let it in. This is, part of the power of Meat Hook Massacre. Just all these little chip shots here and there. All right, gotta go big. Gotta go big instead. We got lethal, but
we're here to have fun. If you could cast Tybalt, this was the goal.
Yeah, Tybalt is pretty sweet.
Tybalt has been cast.
So
I'm a fan.
Down to 3, and one way or another, I think Malevolent's in good shape here.
Yeah, I don't know that there is a series of draws here that could get Thade out of this game. Blood Tithe Harvester to follow up, or considering leaving open a known Jawari disruption?
Yeah, I think you just got to add to the board here. So, all right, so looking pretty good. Got it on all fronts here, and that's kind of the issue with these Delvery decks is that Spell Pierce, not really a good comeback card. It's a good when I'm ahead card, but not necessarily so good when you're behind.
All right, and we see now the Otawara being considered, but Thade saying, you know what, that's enough. Let's head back to Sideboards, back to the drawing board, and get ready for game number 3. Now, don't forget, this is a single elimination tournament, so everything's on the line here.
Every round,
you go home.
Every round, the knife
Every
is to your neck.
round.
Yep, that's awesome. That's great. The most exciting matches in coverage are the matches where a player is on the brink of elimination, and that's every player, every round in this tournament, which is awesome.
Right, and we will look here, taking a quick look at the Reckless Stormseekers, and it looks like they will come in this time around. All 3 of them.
Yes, and we see, going down Spell Pierce a little bit. It's interesting, though, because now with the Delver deck on the play, you almost want the Spell Pierces more, because you can press that advantage. So, interesting to see the changes here on play versus draw.
Right, less interest in Bloodthirsty Adversary, as we see one of those come out as well. And considering a bit more of the 1-for-1 removal, as Play with Fire also is shaved.
Yeah, definitely a lot of shaving here, but those seismic waves, 4 seismic waves in there, and I like it. I like it a lot.
And now we'll head into game number 3. Again, we have Malevolent on Jeskai Delver versus Thade Soben on Grixis Fable. And we'll see our Delver player on the play here this time. That was a quick mulligan to 6. Take a look at that. It's a little bit awkward, again, with the tap lands, spell lands coming in.
Yeah, that's tough too, because you want to play the spell lands for Delver, but you don't want to play tap lands. Yeah, it's tough. It's definitely a lot of tough spots.
Yeah, so we have seen the card at Spikefield Hazard do a little bit of work taking care of Eye Twitches and Shambling Ghasts, but that has to be the first land drop from the side of Thade, as Malevolent keeps their 7 and plays a land, passes the turn. Now on the side of Malevolent, we see a good amount of pressure and some reactive spells, card draw spells. It looks like they've got it all.
Yeah, great hand. I mean, you got 2-drop, got your engines, got your Dispute, Amalgam. Again, Test of Talent's looking a little awkward, but the thing is that Thade needs to get off to a good start. These sort of Delvery tempo decks, they have to get things going, so cards like Spell Pierce are good. You need to put your opponent in a spot where they have to play into Spell Pierce. That's when Spell Pierce is really, really good. But again, we see Malevolent getting on the board first here. There's a play with fire, but these exchanges are great. Malevolent says, I would love to trade my card for your card for the first 4 turns and go into turn 5, where now my powerful cards can take over the game, even though I'm still at 20.
Now, one thing we will see is that Malevolent does have all of their colors this time around, but that Reckless Stormseeker, now that it's on the battlefield, no real answer to it from the side of Malevolent. So will this prove to be a problem?
Yeah, and this is what I was saying, where, now Thea's got a thing in play. Now Viscera Pierce looks good. Now the Seismic Wave looks a little better, because now there's something happening every turn. This thing outsizes, it gets in, plays all with the counter spells too. You could say go to Knight, which is kind of cool. So now Thade has a little bit of advantage. How hard can Thade press it?
All right, and we'll see that Stormseeker coming across for 3. So Malevolent already down to 14 here on turn number 4, and it goes to Knight. That a Reckless Stormseeker going to get a little bit bigger, becoming a Storm Charge Stalker, and a 3/4 pumping up to +2/+0 before combat. And it looks like Kaido will be... Where's that Thoughtseize bug?
Yeah.
Kaido looted away along with a land to draw a second Amalgam and another copy of Kaido.
So this hand's starting to look a little awkward. Like we were saying, now that Thade is a threat in play, and a pretty good one at that. Pressure on Malevolent to kind of find a way to get back into this game. We see Seismic Wave here. This is a fun battle.
Yes, and we see a Test of Talents to try to take care of the Seismic Wave. Spell Pierce on the Test of Talents. And that's going to be paid for seeing that there's just a Den of the Bugbear left in hand, being able to eat the rest of the Seismic Waves in the library and the graveyard. This 2/2 maybe looking to get in, make a treasure, but that kind of just opens Malevolent up to taking 5 again next turn.
I mean, you ain't blocking. And getting more mana is very important, because also there's only single blue right now for these Amalgams too. So more mana to cast these Amalgams, more mana for Deadly Dispute. This is a big turn for Thade, and unfortunately there isn't really a good follow-up.
Yes, definitely. Malevolent would love to double spell and be able to turn things back to daytime, at least, to kind of quell the damage that is coming across. But another land drawn on the side of Thade, so not much action happening on there. Malevolent, 5 cards in hand, but needs to deploy them.
Yeah, but now I think we're good to go. That turn, it's interesting that Spell Pierce play might actually been designed to keep Malevolent off of playing a second spell, which actually works really, really well. And now, I mean, Thade's all in right now. It's all about this Stitch Slasher. There's also a Bugbear, but there isn't really much else. So it just comes down to, can Malevolent put things in play and survive his next turn or two, and deal with a single threat, or can Thade protect it and close the game out in 2 turns?
Now, it looks like Malevolent does have the option to double spell here. A Deadly Dispute, sacking that blood, and then still having the 6 mana open. So,
Yo, bro. I heard you like to overcharge the Amalgams.
And plenty of them. Now, is Malevolent priced into just casting this Kaido to double spell, turn things back to day, kind of try to take this game over again? Do they want to try to push out this Amalgam on the next turn and say, you know what, it's fine, it's nighttime, I'll deal with it?
I almost think I would like playing the Amalgam now. Just play it as a 3/3, which, and Malevolent agrees. I like this play a lot. Does it suck to play your flash tricky exploit card as a sorcery? Yeah. But recognizing what's important in the game right now. What's important is that it goes to day. Another blocker for this board. Just stay alive. That's all that matters.
So Prismari Command, the draw here on Thade's side. So a potential answer for the Reflection of Kiki-Jiki. Overcharged Amalgam can block the Stormseeker. If Prismari Command comes down here, there is no Den of the Bugbear activation for Malevolent to worry about at the low life total of 9. And it looks like Prismari Command will be cast, killing the Reflection and looting 2 cards.
Yeah, this is it. This is now the tide is starting to turn here. Now Thade can't safely attack anymore. And if Malevolent gets to untap, we see double Amalgam, Kaido, all these big advantages. So pressure is really on Thade to be able to close this game quickly, or it's going to spiral wildly out of control.
And we'll see here if Thade feels comfortable enough to attack with the 3/3, offering up a trade for this Amalgam. Bloodthirsty Adversary was the card kept off the Prismari Command loot. 5 lands in play, allows for a single kick to happen, bringing back something like a Prismari Command next turn. And we'll see how highly that is valued on Thade's side as they decide not to attack and offer up the trade.
Yeah, now things are getting pretty nasty though for Thade, because now the amalgams are up. There's enough mana to play Kaido and leave amalgam up. So you can see, and we can see Malevolent, kind of realizing that I'm just going to attack with the amalgam and get it in. So play Kaido, draw a card, have amalgam up. Amalgam answers the 5 mana adversary, and this game is quickly slipping away for Thade.
Yes, we see Kaido coming down, getting the value that Kaido gets. Looks like considering making a 1/1 just to kind of muck up the battlefield a little bit further. Maybe make a chump blocker or 2.
It's also fodder for the amalgam too, so seems reasonable.
And Shatterskull smashing the draw on Thade's side, so has the choice of being able to clear out the battlefield, the 2 toughness and the 1 toughness tokens, not knowing about the overcharged amalgam waiting in the wings.
Yeah, and that was actually would have been a pretty good draw if it wasn't for the amalgam. Clear the board, get in for 3 with the Stormseeker, get Malevolent down to 6. But with 2 amalgams in hand, I think this game is almost already locked up for Malevolent as long as Malevolent plays carefully.
Yes, and we see that Shatterskull smashing for 3, but amalgam quickly going to be cast here. Not going to allow that to happen, exploiting the 1/1, and Shatterskull smashing is no more. So that Reckless Stormseeker up to a 3/3, and it looks like thought about offering the trade.
You can't attack there though, because the problem is once you attack, Malevolent happily trades, and now you have nothing. So if there's any hope for Thade to win this game, it's going to be on probably some sort of an error on Malevolent's side, and then some really good draw that can push the Stormseeker through. But playing very, very conservatively here with Malevolent, very smart. Just act for 3, keep the cards coming, and ride to the victory.
Yes, and it looks like that will be a very conservative attack as just one of the amalgams gets in the air. Shambling Gas will be played. And of course, we know about the 3rd amalgam waiting in hand, as well as a Deadly Dispute if anything were to go terribly wrong for Malevolent. So Thade drawing an expressive iteration, and take a look at the top 3, see if there's any hope in these top 3 cards. And Malevolent thinking about disputing in response.
I would have liked that, I think, just to kind of get more information. But I agree with not counting the iteration here. Just counter everything that they get off of it. If there's some good second spell here, you want to counter that. The game is mostly locked up, and you aren't losing the game to iteration. Just counter the thing they get.
It looks like a second Bloodthirsty adversary to hand, a land to exile, and a land back to the library. So able to cast both Bloodthirsty adversaries as 2/2s. Kind of unexciting this turn.
This isn't really their way through. There was a good kind of start from Thade, got things down, but that's really the MO of these Delvery decks, is that kind of get on the board, get in there quick, but there isn't necessarily enough stuff to keep your opponent from doing their thing, and once they do, your cards aren't powerful enough.
Yes, and it looks like this Bloodthirsty adversary enough to draw out the Deadly Dispute from Malevolent, sacking the Shambling Gas to make another treasure token, and Soul Transfer and Meathook Massacres the draw, and I believe that just about puts the writing on the wall.
Yeah, I mean, don't even need to cast the amalgam here. You probably might just cast it as a 3/3. We'll see how the turn ends up, but now with Thade at 10, now the Massacre's lethal as well. So
yes, so we'll see. Thade deciding, can't get in, not safe enough. So we just got a flash 3/3 for 4 being cast. Not going to exploit everything. That's 9 power in the air. Meathook Massacre should be able to finish off anything that is left behind.
Yeah, and a very well played game by Malevolent here. I think did a really good job of kind of pacing, making sure you don't fall behind. When you're starting to get ahead, make sure you stay there, and then close the game out on your more powerful cards. Recognizing that these cards are more powerful, so
I like this. Making sure, drawing off of Kaido to see if there are any better options before deploying, because Thade is not tapped out right now. So check, double check, and that Meathook Massacre comes down, no problems. Malevolent takes this one down, 2 games to 1.
All right, so pretty good looking first match there. Kind of a classic battle between kind of synergy and tempo versus a more powerful mid-range deck, and mid-range deck takes it down.
Don't you mean Delverless Delver? I think we saw one Delver. And
there weren't many Delvers, it's true. Definitely, I think that was a bit of the problem for Thade, was that they couldn't really get on the board fast enough. I couldn't really get things going. And let's see if we can't get our next match up here.
Let's do it.
Let's see. Give me 1 second. We're going to go to a quick, 20-second break. And we'll get these matches up and be ready to rock and roll. See you guys in just a second. All right, we're hopping right back into our next match here. I believe we're still in round number 1 here. And looks like the players are still setting up. So you can go back to our beautiful faces here and take a little look. And, yeah, standards are pretty exciting, honestly. It's been pretty, I know standards have been a little rough for the last few years now. But the last few events have been pretty awesome. Last few rotations. Kamigawa is a great set. I know you've been doing a lot of coverage within the VML, of course, for Standard. How's it been looking?
Standard's definitely very interesting because I feel like there's a general consensus that the most powerful card in Standard, what would you say it is? In your opinion, some people say Meat Hook Massacre, but I think a lot of people say Goldspan Dragon is just the most powerful card in Standard at the moment, but nobody play it. It's only played in those the Goldspan Dragon combo decks, and that's it. And I feel like that's such a funny thing. There's an argument maybe Lear is the most powerful card, or that Hullbreaker Horror is the most powerful card. These are cards that have to be nerfed in other formats.
Yeah,
and these are cards that are all played in the same deck, but it's still not the most popular deck, the most played deck, or the most successful deck.
Yeah, it's funny because I've been playing a lot of Alchemy, so it's hard to, the cards have been, of course, eroded for Alchemy. Some cards are banned, some cards are not banned. And Goldspan Dragon's lost a lot of friends.
Right.
I would not want to be friends with Goldspan Dragon.
In Alchemy.
What's it?
In Alchemy?
In Standard.
In Standard.
The bannings.
Oh, I mean,
I'm saying
you mean Divide by Zero?
Correct. Yeah. So
All Runs Epiphany?
if you hung out with Goldspan Dragon, there's a decent chance you get banned. So I'm just saying, being friends with Goldspan Dragon is not necessarily a great idea.
Unexpected Windfall. Watch your back.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. If I Windfall, I'm like, hey Goldie, where'd Divide go? I haven't seen him around in a while. Is everything okay? So yeah, Goldspan Dragon, very, very powerful, of course, and definitely good at getting his friends into trouble.
But the thing is, it's still the general consensus. Like I said, it's just the most powerful card in Standard right now is Goldspan Dragon. Obviously all opinions, but the fact that it's considered the most powerful and people don't like it, but it's just not being played in anything. It couldn't find a different shell to play in besides these Jeskai Dragon Show of Confidence decks and things like that.
It's a good statement to the fact that it doesn't matter how good a card is in a vacuum, it needs help. There needs to be a deck for it. And it's kind of cool seeing, in formats, you see as a cube a lot, where maybe a really cool card ends up being a real all-star in cube, and you're like, well, why wasn't that card played a lot? And there just wasn't really a deck for it in that particular Standard format, Well,
it's like Deathrite Shaman in Standard. I started playing Standard when it was legal, and you were like, no, the card's really good. I'm like, is it? It takes a land out. How do you get a land in the graveyard? You were like, wait till we get to Legacy.
Legacy, Modern, we'll get there. But that's the thing, context matters. It's really important. So Goldspan Dragon, still really powerful. Lost a lot of friends, and it's interesting to see how that goes. Of course, Seeker's Chariot's still hanging out.
It's such a cute little dragon, though.
Is it cute? Whoosh,
it's little. You ever look at the art? Tell me that is not it's a tiny little teacup dragon. It's on a little golden branch thing. It's Goldspan Dragon's this big. I'm telling you. It's this big. It's like a little teacup.
We got to call the art direction
dragon.
team because I'm going to need some clarification on this. Goldspan Dragon's it's a 4/4.
No.
All right. Our hamster could beat Goldspan Dragon in a fight if it's that big. So.
It's like Sprite Dragon size.
Sure.
It's this big.
Sure. So we're getting our next round queued up here, and we're just waiting to see if see if our matches are here yet. Looks like we're still getting queued up. It's going to be round number 2, it looks like. And of course we are... This is my first time running an actual coverage on the channel, so we're still getting the feel for things, like the overlays and stuff like that. Big thanks to Community Gaming for helping out, as always. They provide all the graphics, super cool. And
this is a perfect opportunity to go follow them on Twitter at Community Gaming, or follow either one of us at Lady the Crease and at Jim Davis MTG. What are you doing here if you don't follow Jim already anyway?
Yeah, seriously, come on. Let's take a look at the bracket here as well. So let's see how the bracket's starting to look for the event. Of course, this is single elimination. All right, there's a tournament right there. There's $1,000 open, free to enter. If you didn't enter, what are you doing?
That means you weren't following Jim or me.
What are you doing? I think there were a few extra slots in this. It capped at 128. It looks like we have. We're down to. I think we're down.
It was about at 110.
110. Okay, so it either capped or came close to capping. But so we see our first round here. Of course, round number 1, single elimination. Lucky bye there. You'd love to see it.
Yes.
And it looks like a lot of our matches are still in progress here. Oh, some buys too as well. So Bjorn. Some of my subs here playing tournament. That's pretty cool.
We see you.
Like to see that. So
Sonic.
So we do have some buys here because obviously it has to be an even amount of players. We have 64 slots total, and we're looking to get into our round number 2. It's going to be learns. See if we can find learns on here.
Oh,
learns,
yes, further up.
And there we go. And it looks like we're ready to rock and roll. Yep.
Oh.
We are ready to go.
I'm so ready.
So we'll keep an eye on this bracket as the tournament goes on, and we'll going to have, stay in 7 rounds total for this tournament. 7 rounds, and that's it. You got a winner. Single limit. It's super clean. You win, you're in. If you lose, you're out.
I love that. I love the not teetering back and forth, being like, well, I'm X2.
Right. My breakers,
I might be able
if
to.
they hold up, maybe, I don't know if, and like, I know Jeff does double a limb on the Hoogland deal,
which is also very clean.
Super cool. But single limb is as clean as it gets, Occasionally on the double limb events, you have like one player is undefeated, and they get a bye while the other players get to play. But single limb is as clean as it gets. The first round actually can be a little messy. Obviously, there aren't an even number of players. But after the first round, we're going to see matches going all the way through, and getting ready to rock and roll. So, let's hop on over and see if we got a game.
We got a game.
Let's go. Let's hop on over, take a peek here. We got a bit of a mirror match.
Ooh, I like this. Now, this is a deck that I have seen grow in popularity over the last couple of weeks. It's Celestia Tokens. I was at first upset. I was like, why do they call it tokens? There's like Wedding Announcement. There's Wedding Announcement. They play Starnheim Unleashed. They play Essica's Chariot. And we see here... I guess, too, if you count, the treasure tokens as tokens, Prosperous Innkeeper as well. One of my favorite cards, though, and a card that I hadn't expected to see in Standard, was seeing a lot in, like, Historic with all the sacrifices, Yasharn, Implacable Earth.
Yeah, it's funny because Yasharn has a very powerful ability, almost like a sideboardy ability, against sacrifice decks. You can't sacrifice things, right?
Right.
But the reality is, it just off 4/4, but draws 2 cards. That's pretty good regardless. So we see it in the main deck here as a reasonable card, and it also gives you a bit of extra oomph against those sacrifice decks.
Yes, the big pig is here on the side of Anriel. So I'm sorry, our players, we have Learns on the top and Anriel on the bottom. Learns has opted to start off with an Aspirant and just grow that a whole bunch before playing out Wedding Announcement, and it has double Wandering Emperor in hand. Another card that's kind of taken Standard by storm since the release of Kamigawa Neon Dynasty.
Yeah, great Planeswalker design. Not only is it a good, powerful card, but it's kind of Planeswalker where a lot of the power is front-loaded. So you play the Planeswalker, it has a really big effect, and it has a small effect as the game keeps going. Very, very opposite of a card like Teferi, Hero of Dominaria, where you play it, and it's just so powerful sitting in play every single turn. Whereas the lingering effect of Wandering Emperor is good, but not incredible. But there are a lot of the powers in that first cast. So, really cool card, very exciting Planeswalker.
Yes, as we see it played here, finding a forest and a plains. So Anriel now again with a Gripful, and that Prosperous Innkeeper feeling frisky, getting in the red zone, going to trade with this Vampire token while the Wedding Announcement is in play. Starnheim Unleashed the draw for Learns here, so able to make that 4th land drop and would be able to cast a Yasharn of their own.
So I like this a lot here. This is a tough spot, and this is what Wandering Emperor does to the game. Offering Aspirant for a 4/4 that already did its job. Normally you'd love to block here.
Right.
But you can't. Wandering Emperor would just be too much.
That's right. So, and now, because Wandering Emperor, not necessary quite yet, we'll see Yasharn come on down, grab Learns a plains and a forest. Wedding Announcement going to tick on up to 2, make another 1/1, and Redain the draw for Anriel here. Any thoughts on Redain coming down as kind of like Wandering Emperor insurance?
Yeah, this actually going to be a pretty good turn. We can see the Portable Hole take out the Aspirant, which started getting pretty big. And then Redain is quite good in a matchup like this. Cards like Wandering Emperor, Essica's Chariot, Ren 7, taxes all of those, which is pretty sweet. But going to go a different route here and go for the Aspirant.
Yeah, and it looks like Aspirant going to come down and grow that Yasharn, kind of try to get ahead on the board here. Anriel already down to 14, so this is a pretty healthy attack for 5, bringing Learns down to 15, and a follow-up with the Portable Hole to take care of that Luminarch Aspirant.
Yeah, so definitely playing more to the board than trying to stop what Learns is doing by not playing the Redain here. Going to get that pig bigger. The problem is now the announcement's about to flip, and so sizing's going to be a real concern here. And the pig's rumbling in. This is a pretty decent attack for 1/3 of Anriel's life total.
Yeah, Ariel dropping down to 9 and learns, again, plenty of options in hand. Tangle Florahedron, the draw, and it looks like also the play, perhaps to be followed up by a Foretold Starnheim Unleashed, and that will enter the Foretell area. Wedding Announcement going to draw a card, Essica's Chariot, and flip. So pumping the team, Prosperous Innkeeper, a second copy of that now in Anriel's hand. And it seems like Anriel's got to do a little something to buff up their team. Otherwise, they're going to be overrun by Learns.
Yeah, it's funny, that was like almost just like a setup turn, but there's still 9 power in play for Learns. And next turn we see possible huge Starnheim, Seeker's Chariot, Wandering Emperor, a lot of big things. So you're totally correct.
Yes, so a very timely Redain here, going to tax both the Chariot and the Wandering Emperor, as well as the Starnheim Unleashed, going to make everything cost just a little bit more. Luminarch Aspirant still concentrating on growing that Yasharn, so the pig going to get just a little bit bigger. 6/6 is pretty formidable.
Yeah, Redain huge here, but huge draw from Learns in the Skyclave, which can now clean it up. Because Redain's actually taxing every single card available to Learns. The Emperor, Starnheim, and the Chariot. But Skyclave can mop that up and still enough mana to cast the 4-drop.
So it looks like just Yasharn getting in here. Anriel, before having the Wandering Emperor on their radar, wondering if it's still there or if they're going to offer up a chump block or if they're going to try to profitably block this Yasharn.
This is interesting. So I think the thought process from Learns here was, I'm not going to play the Skyclave first and take the Redain, because that makes it look, and then attack, because that makes it really obvious you have Wandering Emperor. But it's also sort of like, what else could this be? You know, my 5/5 into your 6/6, like, what could this be? So, gonna let it happen. And now, you know, we see Skyclave and a 4-drop, which is gonna be good. But if Anriel blocked there, things were awkward. It would have been a 6-mana Emperor and nothing else.
Yes, that Skyclave coming down, taking care of Redain, and Essica's Chariot, even that much better when Wedding Festivities is in play. Tangle Florahedron of their own on Ariel's side, but Ariel kind of missing that Anthem effect. So
yeah, these decks put a lot of power in play pretty quickly, and they're very snowbally decks. As you can see, you just keep putting more and more stuff in play, and if a deck doesn't have a sweeper, it's just so much.
Yes, we see a Prosperous Innkeeper going to come down, making a treasure token, going to gain a life off the first Innkeeper. Looks like a land drop can be made. Can hope to survive to Amaria's Call next turn after playing a Florahedron here. Going to gain 2 more life off of the Innkeepers, but not much else can happen at this point on the side of Anriel.
Yeah, 2 life would be nice if the game was close. But right now there is about 37 power in play for Learn's side. It's only getting better for Learn. So we'll see here if Anriel can hold off. But even the Amaria's Call itself might not be enough.
Yeah, as we see Yasharn getting a little bigger, so it's a 7/7 on the side of Anriel, but that doesn't do well against these 4/4 flyers that are about to come down from the Starnheim Unleashed. So we've got 5/5 because of the Wedding Festivity. So it's lethal in the air unless Anriel can do something about this Skyclave Apparition. A great card, but doesn't look like it's going to be enough in this position.
I'm very surprised there's no attack that turn. Like, one of the angels could have crewed the Chariot, and then everything can attack. Chariot makes another angel, and you lose the Chariot to the 7/7, but nothing else can block well, and there has to be a lot of blocks to survive. So, pretty conservative play by Learns, and that might give Anriel enough time to kind of get back into this game.
Yeah, it looks like Luminarch Aspirant interested in pumping up one of those 4/4s to a 5/5, so it can at least trade with one of the angels that has Vigilance on the side of Learns. One of the big differences between the 2 angels is that Anriel's does not have Vigilance, so Learns can get in, attack, and block, and it just does everything.
Yeah, and it's important to note also that the call makes everything else indestructible, but not the angels themselves. So there's a huge attack in the air. We're going to need to see some chump blocking angels this turn.
Yes, and it looks like that's what will happen, as 2 of the angels look like they're jumping in front of the same angel at the moment. Wandering Emperor, having been on Anriel's radar the entire game, looks like it's finally going to make its appearance. So Wandering Emperor onto the battlefield. we see a plus here on the blocked angel, so it becomes a 6/6.
Yeah, and first strike, kind of a
First
massacre.
strike, yes.
I think that Learns has played these last few turns a little conservatively, but so far ahead that it really doesn't matter. There's just an unbelievable amount of power in play for Learns.
Yes, even a card like Legion Angel, probably not enough, only at 2 life, able to play in a Legion Angel and then play a second Legion Angel, but even with the incidental life gain off of the Innkeepers, Skyclave looking to eat the first Wandering Emperor, but a second one waiting in hand in Learns' hand at the moment.
Yeah, so unfortunately it's an actual disaster because like I was saying, a lot of the power of Emperor is front loaded, so now Learns gets to play another Emperor with no downside.
Yes, something I have noticed is that when casting a spell, they won't take your treasure, they'll tap your mana creature before. So that leaves Anriel down a blocker as well as the Flora Hedron gets tapped from the Legion Angel cast.
Sound like you're speaking from experience.
Yeah.
The old auto tapper.
Little bit.
Any bad auto tapper experience lately?
Listen.
I don't want to bring it up, but
you want to hear me rant and rave? Let's go on the shuffler truthing thing. Then we'll
right. Well, let's not get everyone riled up, right? So.
All right, and we see the second copy of Wandering Emperor coming down here onto the battlefield, going to make a Samurai token that is, of course, a 3/3 and a Marius Call, so that Learns could even just make their entire team indestructible this turn, and it looks like that is what they are going to do. So there will be no profitable blocks on the side of Anriel at all. No, I don't even
think there were any profitable blocks. Yeah, this is just overkill. Just total overkill here.
Crewing up the Cadillac, getting in.
Cue the Simpsons, stop! They're already dead.
But it is just game number 1 here, so we've got at least one more game. Unreal has a chance to redeem themselves, as we see that this is a mirror. You know, it depends on how you draw out. What tools do we have in the sideboard here? It looks like an extra Yasharn, some Circle of Confinements. Those are coming right in. Valorous Stance, Guardian of Faith, another Redain, the Legion Angel package, which you usually want to leave mostly intact in your sideboard. The exception of occasionally you bring in one.
Occasionally you bring in second copy to draw it more often, but yeah, I agree.
And then on the other side, it looks like Elite Spellbinders. One of the big differences here between the two lists.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough because like you definitely want to have some amount of removal, but it's kind of a slugfest where we saw the aspirant killed in that game, but there was so much other stuff happening that it didn't necessarily even matter that much, so it feels more important to execute your own plan than to try and stop their plan in a matchup like this. So you just want to get it out there.
I like that. As we see some of the Esseka's Chariots coming out, and both sides looking like that neither wants the Circle of Confinements, the Guardians of Faith, or the Valorous Stance, leaving some number of copies in the sideboard of Portable Hole as well. We have one player has 3 copies of Wandering Emperor. The other one has 4.
Yeah, Emperor is interesting because like it's definitely a very powerful trick, but as far as like a board presence card, it doesn't really add a lot like a card like Chariot or Yasharn or Marius Call does. So it's interesting to see how many do you want to work with.
Right. And we see that there's nothing worse than your opponent with 5 cards in hand, 4 lands in play, saying, all right, I'll play land, go. And you go, oh, okay, nothing to do, right?
Sorry, all I have is 5 drops.
I
don't have anything to play. Sorry, I have all lands. So,
all right, it's all Marius Calls.
Yeah. That speaks to the power of the Wandering Emperor in these decks because, like, there really isn't anything else to do at instant speed. So when you say go with 4 mana up, it's like a company deck where you're just, all right, yeah, I get it. It's still good enough because it's really, really good, but I get it.
Right, and it looks like our players are ready for game number 2. Again, this is a Celestia token mirror between Anriel and Learns. And we are watching from the side of Anriel. We have Learns on the top of the screen and taking a look at these opening hands. Anriel going to keep real quick. And Learns seems happy with their 7 as well. Honestly, somewhat similar. We have Luminarch Aspirant, a Legion Angel. On the top, Welcoming Vampire, a card that we did not see in game number 1 that has really been very powerful in these decks for card draw, and honestly just even as a 2/3 attacker, flying over blockers' heads and getting in for some damage. It's been a very, very impressive card.
Yeah, checks a lot of boxes. It fills an important part of the curve. The flying is nice to fly over, like you were saying. Draws cards of all your token makers, which is great. Just a solid card. Just a solid card.
Yes, and these decks with their Flora Hedrons and their Prosperous Innkeepers love going from turn 2 mana to 4 mana. So in the turns that they cannot do that, Welcoming Vampire fills a really good hole.
Absolutely, absolutely. And like we said, it plays so well. Normally it doesn't play well with the bigger effects. You play a 5-drop, it's an Elder Gargoyle, they can't draw a card. But when all of your big effects just make tokens, like a Seeker's Chariot, Wandering Emperor, and they do so repeatedly, that's pretty cool.
Yes, and we see a Prosperous Innkeeper coming down on the side of Anriel, but deciding not to foretell either of the Starnheim Unleashed in hand. Now, Starnheim Unleashed, a very, very powerful card. I don't know about in multiples.
Yeah, it's definitely the kind of card you probably want one of. It's a really, really big, powerful effect, but it is clunky. 2 mana up front, and then a big payment. It's hard to do 2 mana up front, and then a big payment, and then 2 mana up front again, and then a big payment again. So you can't just cast it. It is a 4/4 flyer for 4, so... and with the Legion Angel in hand, we're probably not going to see that regardless. But you're right. It's definitely a little bit clunky.
Speaking of a 4/4 and big payments, double Luminarch Aspirant, concentrating on one Aspirant itself. So being able to get in for a nice attack, bringing Enreal down to 16, back up to 17 off of the Innkeeper. But it's definitely a powerful board presence. Just having double Luminarch Aspirant with no answers in sight from Enreal's side.
I like to play a lot for a few reasons. One, playing Aspirant over Vampire shows how it's important to get in the board. Sizing up is more important. And then going big on the one Aspirant is a nod to there isn't much removal in these decks. You really just got to slam your stuff and make a bigger board. So I like to play a lot.
Yeah, and again, learns opting to go for a Welcoming Vampire over an Essica's Chariot. Just saying that, Welcoming Vampire just want to get that big flying threat in play rather than gumming up the battlefield further.
Yeah, it also blocks the Legion Angel really well as a 4/5, so stabilizes the board a bit. You don't want to fall behind in the air. We see a Chariot come down here, and the Angel can come down and start really getting the air going. So, makes a nice blocker, and of course, Vampire is a good card to sit back on. Also, because you just sit back and keep drawing cards over and over again too.
Right, we see that second copy of Legion Angel coming down, going to trigger the Innkeeper. So back up to 20 for Anriel. Learns at 16, and another Legion Angel to hand. So that means one left, and the Wandering Emperor, the draw here on Learn's side.
Yeah, cool thing about the Wandering Emperor too is what it adds to the gameplay as far as bluffing goes. So if next turn Anriel attacks with both Legion Angels, assuming there's no trick available for Learns, do you block? You obviously made a 4/5 to block, but now they're just swinging into you. Even last turn, if the 4/3 attacked, I'd be surprised if the Vampire blocked. So a lot of bluffing potential here. A lot of gameplay potential, honestly, just as far as bluffing, knowing how to sequence your stuff, what to play around.
Yeah, I see it going both ways as well. Learns just leaving up their 4 mana, saying go, and it's like, do you attack with the Legion Angels? So it's a difficult place to be in on either side of this Selesnya tokens mirror, as looks like deciding whether or not to double block the Legion Angels on this 6/6 Aspirant, and just going to take all 6 damage, going to come across. So Anriel dropping to 14, and it looks like Essica's Chariot will be the follow-up.
Yep. Yeah, so obviously Emperor, that would have been an absolute blowout. And the worst case for Anriel is both Emperor and Chariot. So if you don't play into it, you get screwed. If you do play it, you get screwed. So the board's starting to get real big for Learns.
Yes, but it looks like Anriel very happy to kind of efficiently use their mana this turn, being able to cast the Legion Angel and foretell the Starnheim Unleashed. It's just a question of, will they have enough time to build up a board that will overwhelm Learns before Learns can get a stronger grip with their Chariots, their Wandering Emperors, and their huge Luminarch Aspirant.
Yeah, both Aspirants are just huge right now. Being able to kind of gum this board up, or get out of this gummed up board. So, we see sizing is going to be very, very important. With the Emperor in play, now Chariot's ready to go too. Legion Angel is great, but it doesn't necessarily size up that well, despite being a lot of flyers.
Right, and now it looks like Chariot going to get in as a 6/6, and the 6/6 Aspirant also happy to get in here. 6 open mana on the side of Learns. Essica's Chariot going to copy one of these cats, drawing a card off of Welcoming Vampire. Great synergy there, and it looks like...
Oh, party block. Party block.
And unfortunately, I don't think this is going to work out very well for Anriel, depending on how these blockers are. ordered. So
I didn't do the math.
if they're ordered correctly, and it does, I actually don't think it should be Legion Angel Innkeeper, and then and then this unfortunately will not. Yeah, that did not work out very well.
And that's the thing. You almost like don't want to be in a spot where you're blocking in a matchup like this, because the Emperor punishes blocks so hard. Now we see 3 aspirants for Lurns, last aspirant drawn off the Vampire. Definitely a slugfest of a matchup.
Yes, 3 aspirants being able to grow anything. A lair of the Hydra also lurking there within the lands. An active Wandering Emperor that Ariel is not going to be able to remove here. And not going to be able to deploy more than 1 spell this turn either.
Yeah, the problem is, that's the way out, I think. the problem is that even if Honoral's able to tread water here and stay alive for a few turns, how do they ever actually win?
Yes.
Like the board for Lawrence is just so overwhelming. Unless you boarded a card like Farewell or something like that, I just don't know how you come back in a matchup like this. It's very important to get ahead and stay ahead.
Yes, and speaking of Skyclave Apparition, a good way to kind of neutralize any of the threats that Ariel has on their side, which isn't much. It looks like a Legion Angel can't take care of the 4/4 tokens, but I don't know that it matters at this point. One of the things about these Celestia tokens decks, they don't play very well from behind.
Yeah, it's just like, you get so much stuff in play. There's just so many resources and so much power, and the power defends as well as it attacks too.
Yes, and nobody knows that better than Anriel, unfortunately. But Lerns takes that one down 2-0 in the Celestia token mirror. So they will be moving on to our 3rd round today. And it was an exciting match.
That was, I think, a real good characterization of what the matchup is like, honestly, where it really is just like, you just got to make sure that your hand does a good job getting ahead and staying ahead. Make the plays that do that, which I think that they definitely did a good job of doing. That is one of our best decks in the format. I've heard some good players say that they feel that is the best deck in the format right now, the Green White Token deck. That's a deck that really suffers against cards like Divide by Zero and especially Alrund's Epiphany, but those cards are gone now. So mid-range can come out and play and build a big board and go nuts. So cool game, cool match.
Yeah, definitely some powerful cards within those lists. Cards, and it's funny because I feel like there are some cards, synergistically that work well together, but I feel like a lot of those cards just specifically on their own power level are just above and beyond. Like, I feel like Yasharn is just a powerful magic card, Wandering Emperor, a powerful magic card.
Yeah.
And Starnheim Unleash, a powerful magic card. And it's just like, well, they're all the same colors. Let's just put you in a deck.
Yeah, and Chariot, too. Chariot,
yes.
It's easy to forget about that card, but Chariot is like just a lot of rate in one card. Compared often to Gideon Allies Zendikar, a card that dominated that standard format because it was just so much material for one card,
Right.
And very, very powerful. And when you're copying angels and stuff like that too, and you're way, oh my god, this is crazy. So, card's super good.
Now, what are your feelings on a card like Wedding Announcement?
It's also just a really good card. It's honestly, in a lot of ways, very similar to Asika's Chariot, where it's a card that's really, really good on rate. Just by itself, it's effectively 3 2/2s, but over the course of a couple turns, and an Anthem as well. But like Asika's Chariot, it's a card that also gets better when you synergize with it. So Chariot is good copying its cats, better copying angel tokens or red and 7 tokens. Wedding Announcement, same idea. If you're just playing it, cool. But if you're stacking tokens to Deadly Dispute and you're Medoc mastering the tokens away to get a bunch of value, playing Rite of Oblivion, it becomes even better. So
right.
that's the hallmark of a good Magic card. A card that's really, really good on rate, and then also good with your other cards as well.
Yes, and that's why we see that card in so many different shells, like the Orzhov Control, Orzhov mid-range decks, or the Sacrifice decks, and we also see it in decks like this, the Celestian Tokens decks.
Absolutely, absolutely. So, and then we're going to take a short little 2-minute break here. We get our next match set up, so don't go nowhere. All right, make sure you follow us if it's your first time here. Of course, I'm Jim. This is Nicole. Follow us on Twitter. And big thanks to Community Gaming. Check them out also on Twitter as well. Give them a follow. They run tons of great events for various games, for Magic, Hearthstone, and so on and so forth. So, short 2-minute break. Back in a minute. Don't go nowhere. Get some popcorn. Settle in. It's a Saturday. Ooh, popcorn does sound good. Let's make it a 20-minute break, actually. Make some popcorn. No, I'm just kidding. 2-minute break. See you guys shortly. Back in a minute. Don't go nowhere.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Community Gaming 1K. My name again is Nicole Callahan, also known as Lady of the Crease. Joined here, or I'm joining, I'm not exactly sure how it works, by Jim
You're
Davis.
always here.
I'm just always here.
You're just always here. How's it going, folks?
Listen, we're a package deal now. I think that's kind of how it works.
It's true. It is true. It is true. So, but yeah, we had a great tournament so far going on. It's funny. We're going into sort of like round 3, but because the tournaments run single elimination, it's non-concurrent rounds. When you're ready, you just play.
Play at your leisure. Well, when your opponent's ready, at least. You can't start without
I'm
them.
already playing. You lose. You lost. Sorry. Sorry, you lost. I hate to break it to you. But yes, we can see here, of course, $1,000 tournament and our brackets. This is available by typing in !! bracket. And you can check in and follow the brackets on your own.
Right. You can see that Learns, the player that we had the pleasure of watching last round on Celestia Tokens, has made it through to the round 3. There are a couple of players playing in round 3. There are still a couple of round 2 matchups left, but making our way through already. This is going. I love the way Community Gaming is running this. If you want some more details on them, make sure you follow them at Community Gaming or check them out at communitygaming.io.
Yeah, and isn't Ginkgo HS like a big Hearthstone player?
I feel like they are.
Like big. Like I think they like Worlds finalist, stuff like that too.
The name sounds very familiar.
I don't follow Hearthstone that closely, so I don't know exactly. But they're battling against one of our subs actually, Bjorn Prime, one of our pile drivers.
Go Bjorn. Sorry, Ginkgo.
Yeah, and we see these players are already in round number 4, which is great.
Whoa,
so we're
gonna and Rose Q just sailing,
flying through, which is great. So again, you can see this bracket for yourself. You got Zan Saeed playing. Of course, Zan, well known from the SG Tour as well as a streamer, which is kind of cool. And we're just getting our next links up. The Ninja's playing this tournament. That's pretty great. Making a run here. We
believe that our next matchup is actually going to be Pseudo versus Max 9 if we are able to get both of these players. We are working on getting their game feeds together.
Yes. No spectator mode, so we're all spliced together here. A little OBS ninja action, which is pretty great. And then the Scrubly coming in here on the bottom as well. And these brackets will, of course, update as the tournament goes on. And we go through until we crown a winner. Single elimination. You lose, you're out. You win, you keep going. So we'll have a maximum of 7 rounds here as we work our way to our $1,000 prize pool.
It's pretty sweet for a free tournament.
Yep, free.
And I said, like, I like the no nonsense. If, you know what, I lose round number 2, I can be like, you know what, that's fine. I'm done for the day. I'm going to go for a walk. Take Karn for a walk, do some laundry or something.
It is good. It's clean on a Saturday. No worry about tiebreakers, nothing like that. This is great. So this is a monthly tournament. It's the 4th one they're holding right now. And you can get in on the action yourself. Keep an eye out. Follow them on Twitter, Community Gaming. And hopefully we'll be able to cast some more races and have a lot of fun so far. Hopefully y'all are too. So once again, we're getting our match round up. We saw Green Token Mirror, which is pretty awesome. And then we saw the round 1 matchup was pretty interesting. We saw, if you missed it, was a Jeskai Delver deck versus a Grixis version of my Alchemy deck that I played at the Pro Tour.
Right, with Fable of the Mirror Breaker. And now the only red cards in that list were Fable and Mirror Breaker and Blood Tithe Harvester.
Yep. So. And Kaido Suzuki, and having to sub in some cards for State Star Connoisseur in Amalgam, Overcharged Amalgam being a pretty cool, kind of a substitute that makes a lot of sense. It's a 3/3 for 4. It's a 4-drop that kind of locks your opponent out in a sort of similar way, while also being a good card.
Right. It will take care of their big thing that they're going to play, hopefully, and then you are able to attack profitably with it. And it is very difficult to block. But looking forward to getting into our next round here. Again, big thanks to Community Gaming for doing all of this today. They do a lot more besides Magic. They have their platform for games like Valorant, Smash Brothers, and Hearthstone, which makes me kind of think that Ginkgo might be somebody. So
yeah, that's why I said so too.
Ginkgo was like, you know what, I'm going to throw my hat in the ring. Yeah, let's try some Magic.
Yes, we are on a 5-minute delay for competitive integrity as far as chat goes. So in about 3 minutes, chat can tell me, yeah, Ginkgo's the bomb. So
right, the chat's gonna go nuts and be like, you don't know who Ginkgo is?
Right, for sure. So
Jim and I are old and out of touch.
I could be wrong too. I could be wrong.
And Jim is often wrong.
Yeah, wrong, out of touch, old. Just
jaded.
These are the things that I live with, and you gotta just push through, and you gotta power through.
Is curmudgeon-y an adjective, or is it only
now? All words are made up, so
it's true.
Let's pop on over and see. Do we have any matches? Looks like we're getting ready to queue up our match here. So getting ready for the challenge. They are ready to rock and roll. So hop on over. Stay here on our beautiful faces for just a second. Want to remind y'all, follow the stream. Of course, this is being held on my channel, not Community Gaming channel. So I appreciate them letting me do coverage here. And of course, I'm live, so follow me. Hi, how's it going? I do content all sorts of Magic content during the week. I do Magic Online, Magic Arena, Limited, Constructed. I stream here on Twitch. I do videos on YouTube. It's first time here. I write articles for CoolStuffInc.com, one of my sponsors. And yeah, I appreciate everyone hanging out and having a good Saturday with us. And
yeah, and a big shout out to everybody working behind the scenes. We got Pop Tart, we got Kyle, Nikki for organizing this, and Becky for kind of getting this all in motion. Becky, partner in crime of mine in the VML. If you haven't heard of us, make sure you're following them at VML MTG as well, the Venus and Mercury League. They are phenomenal, a Magic League for people of marginalized genders. Becky and I often do commentary together on that. I actually had the pleasure last night of doing commentary with Arya Karam Chandani and Maria Bartholdi. So it was a pretty awesome show. That'll be up on YouTube shortly. But a big thanks.
Show on what?
What?
What was it? What was the show?
Oh, it's our weekly broadcast. The VML. We are a 10-week long league, 64 players, 8 divisions, and each week we feature 4 matches from our round robin play. Last night was week number 6, so we actually got to see some of the Selesnya token deck in action, as well as a Grixis deck and some of the Jeskai Dragons combo decks that I was talking about earlier that Goldspan Dragon is the kind of like the main piece of. So with Show of Confidence and Unexpected Windfall, you know, all those ridiculous cards, the new friends of Goldspan Dragon.
Yeah, so. That deck's crazy. I know Ari likes that deck a lot.
Yes.
Sort of like the only pseudo combo deck in Standard, but it has the issue of being... It's so weird and convoluted. It's one of those decks where, like, it might be the best deck in the format,
right, but
only 2% of Magic players can actually play it optimally.
Well, that's what she said. She goes, the win rate of the deck would make the argument against it being the best deck in Standard. Mm-hmm. But there's also the idea of people playing decks that are in their wheelhouse, a la you playing that blue-white control deck in, like, 20
Con Standard,
or something, yes, where you were the only one who played it because you were the only one that could win with it, but you won with it. Like, Arya plays the deck, she wins with it, but that's just, you know, she's good at Magic, and that deck just falls into her wheelhouse of her play styles and things like that. So it's impressive to watch. And honestly, we do have, it's 64 players, and they're all incredibly impressive. Arya has taken down 3 VML tournaments so far today.
Arya's pretty good.
Pretty good.
Arya's pretty good.
Yeah, pretty all right.
And yeah, that's the best, like, I think, like, the best feeling in Magic, when, like, you have a deck that you like a lot, and you do well with it, but no one else is really playing it or doing well with it, and you just feel like you just, like, have this in. Just, like, I've got my special little talent or whatever, my cool thing that I can do people can't really do, you know. Obviously, in tournaments, you don't play a deck that wins. Occasionally, you're just playing Jeskai Dragons or whatever deck is, like, good that you need to win with, you know.
Right.
But when you have a deck that is yours, that you know intimately, really, really well, and you can win with it, no one else can, it feels really, really good. Feels really, really good. So, once again, we're just getting our match queued up for our match here, and we're getting things rocking and rolling. Looks like the players should be ready to go. Hopefully they'll hit the start button soon. We can get them rocking and rolling here.
Leaving us all on the end of our seat, edge of our seats.
Just, you know,
edge.
You can be over one more time over at the bracket to remind you all, of course, this is Community Gaming. This is their monthly arena tournament, $1,000 prize pool, free to play.
Where's the popcorn? You said popcorn.
I screwed up. I should have gotten popcorn. Everyone should have popcorn right now. For those who don't know me, I am a popcorn fiend. It's like my weakness. I love popcorn. I'll eat the whole thing too. I just love popcorn so much. So again, there are your brackets. We're looking at the matchup between Max and Pseudo, which is right here.
There we go. Match number 110. If you want to take a look, ! bracket in chat, and you can take a look at exactly what we are looking at. And if you need more information, ! CG in chat will give you a little more information on community gaming and how everything works. But yes, so I guess we can't really answer questions from chat. It's the 5-minute delay. Competitive integrity and all that.
Yeah, I think that this is my first time doing this coverage of my channel like this. I think second time maybe, but definitely. So I'm already seeing kinks I want to work out to try and make things a little bit smoother. And one of those is, of course, to have a stream is on a 5-minute delay. It'd be cool. I know Jeff does it, so the coverage is actually coming in on a 5-minute delay, but the stream itself is live, which is kind of cool. So this is definitely a fun thing. Let me know if you enjoy this, of course. Our viewers are pretty good today. Everyone, thanks for watching right now. I really appreciate it. And if this is something we enjoy, we'll do this more. This is a lot of fun, having a great time. It's obviously also beneficial that Nicole and I are in the same room.
Right.
A lot of times coverage people, you know, you have one person's one place, one person's another space, you're splicing stuff together. So having us in the same room is pretty awesome as well. So
yeah, I was actually having a discussion with Maria last night about that, and they're saying, you know, like Wizards, they haven't like she works with Riley Knight and Corey Baumeister,
Mm-hmm.
and they actually, the three of them, have never worked in person together.
Really?
Right?
That's
And
crazy.
it seems how far it is, and it is, you know, like definitely a difficult thing to get over. It's the visual cues and physical cues from being next to someone, but I think they do an exceptional job anyway.
Yeah, they're
but
great.
Being
All three of
being
them
able
are
to
great.
be, yeah, oh, I love them.
Yeah.
But being in the same room, being able to, you know, like.
Hey, shut up for a second. I want to talk. Hey, shut up. Ugh.
You should see us kicking each other under the table.
Yep.
Is kind of
Yeah, and that's exciting too because, you know, the whole announcement, this is obviously the big week, the big announcement, you know, the Pro Tour returning and everything, Paper Magic returning, Paper Coverage returning. I mean, I'm really, really excited, obviously, you know, and the online set championships, you know, I've now played one of them, played the most recent one. It's a cool experience. It's fun, but as someone who's played in a lot of Pro Tours in my life, it's nothing even comparable to the feeling of, you know, traveling to Ireland for a Pro Tour. Never been to Ireland before, you know, and my trip to Ireland was somewhat recent. That was my most recent Pro Tour, I think.
Barcelona, I believe, was after that, right?
Oh, yeah, Barcelona, right. Yeah. Well, whatever.
Must be nice.
I've been to a lot of Pro Tours, but that's the thing. Is like I can say I've been to Japan, I've been to Paris twice, I've been to all these places, you know. And,
Hawaii.
And, you know, if you're a player, you know, whether you're a player who's you know, on the train, like, you know, top level players going to every Pro Tour, a player like me who's playing in like most of the Pro Tours for a period of time, or a player who just qualifies for one Pro Tour. You know, that was the great part about the Pro Tour back in the day, was the fact that it was an aspirational system. It was a system where anyone could, and we have a good day, you can go to the Pro Tour, you know, and like you'd have a lot of stories like that where, you know, I mean, in my local community, there are a number of players who have played in like one or two Pro Tours, you know, and they're good solid players, they're local players, like playing local events, but they had that day where they just spiked the PTQ. They ended up flying to, you know, to Madrid or whatever for a Pro Tour.
Sure.
Had a once in a lifetime experience, and, you know, maybe they'll qualify again at some point. But the fact that that's an available thing to weekend warriors and one shot, it's really, really cool. It's great, and I'm so glad it's back. The regional Pro Tours are awesome. If you're unfamiliar with this announcement, I did a full breakdown of both on my YouTube and on my CoolStuffInc.com article from Friday, where I go over the entire system. But long and short of it is, there's a lot of people looking forward to this announcement for a few weeks now, for months now, honestly, given the kind of rocky state of organized play recently. And it's about as good as it could be, given the fact that Wizards of the Coast is owned by a large corporation, and, you know, all the things we would really love to have for a Pro Tour, you know, like we're all flying there in gold-plated jets, and like we get a back rub every round,
First
you know,
class.
there's filet mignon, you know, it's like, you know, these things are expensive. So as far as a system that does a great job of balancing the wants and needs of the players with sustainability from a corporate standpoint, it would have been hard to hit it out of the park any harder. So big props to Huey Jensen and their team.
Oh, amazing.
Yeah, and hopefully we'll see a lot of exciting stuff going on with the Pro Tour. So still waiting for these players to queue up. I don't really know what's happening. I've been stalling it out for quite a while, but we can only stall it for so long. Nope, yeah, they're still there. They're still there. So apologize for the delay. And anything you want to say? I've been yapping a lot.
Can you regale us with one of your favorite Pro Tour stories?
Like an old school Pro Tour story or a new school Pro? What do we want here?
Give me whatever you got.
I mean, so for those who don't know, I mean, I played in Pro Tours back. I won my first PTQ in 2005, I think. My first Pro Tour was 2006. It was the Lightning Helix Pro Tour.
Oh,
that was my first.
See, that's a great story.
Yes.
Besides,
it was in Honolulu. It's actually a lot of stories in that Pro Tour. So I was, you know, 23 years old, maybe 22 years old, something like that. You know, I was a poor part-time college student, maybe working retail a little bit, you know, and going to the Pro Tour was like, I spent 2 or 3 years. There would not be a PTQ within a 200-mile radius that I didn't go to. You know, we got boss big of work that day. I'm like, peace, see you later.
I
Sorry.
feel like Hawaii's a good one to spike.
Yeah, and
you know?
and Hawaii is obviously a great one, you know, and that was when they put the plane tickets in as well. So ticket to Hawaii, go to this Pro Tour, and I'm in the airport, and a dude walks up to me, and he's just like, "Hey man, are you here for the Pro Tour?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm just waiting for a cab to my hotel." He's like, "Oh, I'm here too. It's my first Pro Tour. I don't have a room yet. Do you have a room?" I'm like, "Yeah." He's like, "Can I stay with you?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I guess, sure." You know, he was wearing like an at the drive-in shirt or something like that. I was wearing, I don't remember exactly. And we stayed together for the tournament. We didn't actually like hang out that much. So I had some friends I sort of knew at the event from Liber Local. Was Todd Anderson. I would meet him again for another 5 years. But super fun. And then of course I was there. I just missed cash. I was playing Zoo. The last round, I actually played against Javier Dominguez. No idea who it was. I actually didn't know that until I went back on my DCI history, We did that when they were deleting it.
Oh, that's right.
And I was like, oh, I put against Javier Dominguez in the last round. And I thought it was a good matchup. It wasn't. I lost, and I didn't cash. But it was an amazing experience. And we were watching the Sunday, of course, on the top 8. I watched the Lightning Helix live. All the French players said many, many bad words, both in English and in French.
I was going to say, in what language?
I don't even know. They were not happy, of course, because Oliver Ruel was like one of the best French players at the time.
Sure.
And, French and England don't, they have a pretty competitive streak against each other. And
many things.
Craig drew out Lightning Helix, and the 5 or 6 French players that were near me were not very happy.
An explosion of French.
Yeah, and but it was very, very exciting, and just a great experience. Just the feeling of being in a room and being with 500 people in the room. Some are qualified, some aren't, but we're experiencing the same thing as you. Like a lot of people here are full-time pros. A lot of people here want a Pro Tour qualifier, but whatever it is, you've worked really hard for this thing, and now you're in this room with a bunch of other players who also work really hard for this thing, and now you're there. This is it. This is the thing you've worked towards, and there's a real sense of just like respect among people and just this feeling of camaraderie of knowing you're all working for this similar thing. And they did a good job making it a spectacle as far as there's nice decorations up and things like that. The Pro Tour stage is good, the coverage stage. And they used to have a pro lounge in the older Pro Tours back in the day where it was like a section for only people who were in the Pro Tour with free water and snacks and stuff. My second Pro Tour was in Prague, and it was actually held in a Madison Square Garden style arena.
Okay, that's pretty cool.
I don't remember what it's called. It's one of the bigger arenas in Prague. And the Pro Tour was on the floor, and the locker room area was the pro lounge. And they had a spread of food and stuff, and just really, really cool. Great job making you feel like you're really, really a part of something, which is awesome because you are. It's great.
That's right. Well, that's the whole. Even the little things here's a T-shirt, here's a pair of sunglasses that say Pro Tour Houston or whatever.
I have crap from all sorts of Pro Tours. I have a cowboy hat from Austin.
What's your favorite crap from Pro Tour?
It sucks actually. My favorite ones were the shorts that I got from the second Honolulu Pro Tour. And we actually left that on a cruise. We forgot to enter one of the draws, and I lost it, and I was pretty sad about it. But
I called that cruise ship. I called them so many times. Can I tell you? I reached out to Wizards. I reached out to other people that were on the Pro Tour to see if they could see the tag, to see where it was made. To see
give
if,
me another
they
one?
had more.
Well,
to see if I could contact the company. And then I did call Wizards. And I was like, hey, I know this is a weird question.
Do you have those shorts from the Pro Tour from 13 years ago?
And they were like, you know what? Because I was like, I know this is really awkward, but and they said, you know what? If it was any place, we would have the extras here, but we don't have any. So
no,
I said,
well,
sure.
I appreciate that.
Even though I know, it carried a. So there's my deepest, darkest secret out on the internet that I was, messaging people on Facebook and being like, "Hey,
bothering Wizards of the Coast.
Where did you get
this? Damn lady again.
Where'd you get your bathing suit from?"
But yeah, so the shorts. I have a hat. I've got sunglasses. I have beach towel from Pro Tour San Diego.
I like that beach towel.
Yeah, it's great. And it did a really good job of making it feel really important to players who qualify for it. Because again, was
it a cowboy hat or something like that?
Yeah, from Austin.
I
don't even know where that is right now, but
I feel like it's it's
somewhere
in this.
It's hanging on the wall in my old office, but yeah. So again, very happy the Pro Tour's back. Again, read the articles, watch the videos about it, because you should. It's very exciting, and I'm just happy that the newer generation gets to experience that.
Yes.
They get to go to a Pro Tour for the first time and feel that experience. I'm
a little let down that they said as of right now there's no team events, any sort of two-headed giant or team Pro Tour things planned out for the moment.
Yeah.
But I know that's more complicated.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I enjoy two-headed giants actually my favorite format.
Yeah, I was at that Pro Tour too. That was a weird one. So that was Pro Tour. That was Pro Tour San Diego. Okay. And that was the one where Jake Van Luden and Chris Lockman, 2 guys from New Jersey, won it. The Sliver Kids.
Didn't I play against Chris Lockman?
Yes.
I
don't know.
Crushed me.
Yeah.
He's
really good.
That was the first IQ I ever top 8'd. Crushed me.
Yeah, and it was only one game because Two-Headed Giants is just one game. It's not a match.
Right.
And they drafted this Sliver Infect deck in that format. It's funny because Time Spiral was the worst possible format to start Two-Headed Giant with because it was the Storm Sliver format.
Okay.
So it was so easy to break it because one player would cast 4 spells, other player would cast there's a 6 mana Storm card, Stone Rain. 6 mana Stone Rain with Storm.
Oh wow.
So normally it's terrible because it costs 6 mana.
Right.
But if your teammate just goes spell, and you just cast it on your side,
1 mana
you wipe
slivers.
out. Yeah, you wipe out their entire board. Or you're playing slivers and you're just I have 4 slivers, you have 4 slivers. You're breaking the symmetry a lot. But yeah, so the finals of that Pro Tour was over in about 6 minutes.
Really?
They played one game,
Aw.
and it was just like, Viral and sliver, sliver, attack, you're dead.
Now, I know this is like really like nitpicky, and it's a long time ago, but because when we play Two-Headed Giant, it's normally they're pre-release, or something, and it's usually it's not competitive REL and things like that. Where I imagine a Pro Tour, obviously it is. But do you get like the free mulligan? Does that still happen in the competitive? And
I think it was.
Is it 10 infect to kill you?
Yes.
It's still 10 even though you're a party
Correct.
of 2 with 30. That's
correct.
Crazy.
And that was the thing. So I assume there's coverage of it somewhere on the internet,
Right.
but it was literally over in 6 minutes.
Everything's on the internet.
Yeah. Which is crazy. I see the 5 minutes later chats catching up.
Oh, they get into the Todd story
with French curse words. That's great. That's fantastic. But yeah, our match is almost up here. Again, I'm sorry for the slight delay here. Our players are just trying to connect, and there's just a bit of connection issue. We'll leave it on the screen, I guess, and see what's going on.
I mean, personally, I enjoy the regaling of the Pro Tour glory days because they are about to be upon us again, I hope. Where I haven't been able to stay Pro Tour for a little while there while casting for the VML. They didn't even have like set championship name. They were giving us an invite to the next premier organized play event.
Right.
And the thing is to say that every time.
Right.
And I had to remember exactly how to say it. Sometimes I was just like, there were nights where I was just like, the next Pro Tour. And I was just like,
the whole room stops. You hear like a fork hit the floor. Like, oh, you can't say that. It's Mythic Championship or Set Championship or It's funny how much weight the nomenclature carries, though.
Right.
It's just
right.
Just Pro Tour. It is what it is. And then you hear about it and you go, oh, the Magic Pro Tour is sweet. It's such a amount of like legitimacy. And we got a match here.
It looks like they're canceling out. I'm gonna resend the challenge.
Yeah.
But one thing you could say, there is one left. It looks like there's one more to go. But you could be the only undefeated Swiss player through a set championship and just be just you.
I mean, I wasn't gonna say anything, but I guess
I
sure.
said it. No.
I mean, the thing is that like I only went 12-0.
Only.
I'm pretty sure LSU went 16-0 in a Pro Tour once.
I'm pretty sure they went 15-1. I thought.
I think,
but that's a Pro Tour, not a set championship.
I mean,
that's what I'm saying.
It's harder, but I.
Oh no, that was a GP, wasn't it?
No,
Are you sure it was
Pro Tour San Diego? I was there. That was the Pro Tour.
Yeah, I was there, Gandalf.
I was there, Gandalf. I was there 3,000 years ago on the Jund Pro Tour. But that was the Pro Tour where a player got a turn 1 kill.
I want to hear the story.
Turn 1 kill in standard.
In
the Jund era. You ready? Here it comes.
Okay.
Scalding Tarn.
Okay.
Crack. Fetch.
Right.
Mountain. Goblin Guide. Attack. Opponent reveals top card of their deck. It was Damnation. Damnation was not a legal card in that format. The player had been using a Damnation as a proxy for a Day of Judgment. Round 1 of the Pro Tour and forgot to change it out. That's a game loss. Turn 1 kill. Turn 1 kill. Imagine that. Round 1 of the Pro Tour, how demoralizing it'd be to flip the top card of your deck. It's a Damnation. Like, that's like nightmare fuel. That's like the nightmare you have. Where you're like...
Did you know the players, either one?
I did not know.
Oh, okay. Do you know who they are now, or they crept into like...
I don't know. It's just like it was the talk of a tournament for the first day of
They've moved into the mountains and become a hermit after that.
Probably, honestly. It's a devastating thing to happen.
Can I tell you the first, and this doesn't carry the weight, it's not the same, the first invitational that I ever played, this first Star City Invitational, I remember asking you and being like, what happens if I forget to switch my decks between rounds 4 and 5? Like, I'm playing Burn and then I'm going to play, Mardu Dragons. And you're like, you won't forget. Everybody here, it's totally good. You're going to be fine. And I'm like, I got to remember. So I remember like having that like worm in my brain.
It's a serious fear.
But
Yeah.
It was and like legitimate, maybe I don't know, irrational slightly maybe, but like I was just like, I need to remember to switch my decks, and I guess it's a little different than having an illegal card in your deck.
Yeah, that's like you Magic players who play out of tournaments are very familiar with the pre-tournament nightmares of just like you're at the tournament, it's a round's about to start, but like you didn't get the right cards, you get the wrong deck box, or like you didn't buy, or like they get really weird, distorted in your dreams where like you've got like 8th edition mountains, but they only allow like Arabian Nights mountains or something or whatever it is.
I mean, I had a dream once that I got a 30-day ban because I played too slow.
Thank God they don't give those out.
The judge came over and was like, "Excuse me, I need you to step aside." I was like, we were on like the feature match camera area, and they're like, "You're taking too long." Yeah, it's a 30-day DCI ban. I was like, "What?"
Sorry. See you in a month. Have a good one.
I can't say I blame him. So that's one way to take care of slow play. Have you heard about the tiny dinosaur of slow play?
Yeah, I think I told you about that, right?
Did you tell me about that?
I think so, yeah.
Should we tell Chad about the tiny dinosaur? Because I like tiny dinosaurs.
I don't want to incriminate any judges and make them feel bad, you know?
Why would you incriminate a judge?
I don't know. It's not the best. Sure. So one time we're at an IQ. You want to tell a story? I'll tell a story.
You tell a story.
Sure.
You're a good storyteller.
So one time we're at an IQ, and I was playing Blue Eye Control, and it was the discussion of slow play came up, and the judge there was like, how we decide to figure out if a player is slow playing or not is you imagine a tiny dinosaur on the side of the player who's thinking in a tank, right? So they have their cards. I don't have cards on my table. They have their hand, they're tanking. And once they go into a tank, the tiny dinosaur starts to walk across the table. Once tiny dinosaur hits the opponent's side of the table, it's been too long and it's time for a warning.
Now, my question is to you. What is your dinosaur?
There's a lot of problems, right? Because is it a velociraptor?
But the thing is,
is it a stegosaurus?
The thing is, I feel like
it can't
big?
It
can't be a velociraptor. And this big is not a tiny dinosaur. It's a tiny dinosaur in
relative. Yeah,
it is. No, because there are dinosaurs that had existed that were this big. I feel like
sure.
Tiny dinosaur implies I'm thinking of tiny goldspan dragon.
A tiny version. Yeah, exactly. A tiny version of something. Yeah.
I think of the little figurines you had when you were a kid, the little dinosaur figures. Don't tell me you didn't have those little the army man
sure.
sort of thing.
Yeah.
It's the size of an army man.
Sure.
So,
but those still scale. They can be this big. They can be this big.
It's definitely it's like this big.
All right, sir.
And it's a brontosaurus.
Once again, this brontosaurus is
right. No, they go a little faster than that, but they work.
Oh, you've seen a brontosaurus recently? Have you?
Have you watched Land Before Time?
Okay. A cartoon dinosaur. That's a little different though. See, there's so many variables now. Is it a real dinosaur? Is it a cartoon dinosaur? Is it under duress? Is it hungry? Is there a person to eat on the other side of his table?
That's the thing. Maybe there's some lettuce on the other side.
Maybe there's some human man flesh to eat. Like you're a velociraptor and they're really hungry.
Velociraptors are too fast. They're saying they start walking across. And that's the other thing. They say they start walking across.
Sure. I guess it is officially walking, not running.
And velociraptors don't walk.
Yeah.
I can't imagine a velociraptor. They'll prowl. They do many things, and walking is not one of them.
Yes.
Apparently, including opening doors.
But yeah, I was not particularly satisfied with that that description of so play from a competitive standpoint.
I actually love it.
From a storytelling standpoint, it's phenomenal.
Right.
From a player in a tournament who just wants a straight answer as to how long slow play is,
well,
it's about as ambiguous as possible.
Well, I feel like part of it is also just the weight in the room, because time is, even though it's strict and it's also feels relative. Have you ever done the experiment in science class or anything where they tell you sit down and close your eyes and at 30 seconds stand up, and most people stand up at 20 seconds, or they say sit down, close your eyes, 2 minutes, stand up, and most people stand up before.
If we have to wait any longer for this match, maybe we'll just do this. Honestly.
Everyone close your eyes.
Yeah, everyone close your eyes.
And when you think it's been 2 minutes, stand up. And we've done that before, and it was actually a big thing in the restaurants too, because you think you sit down and you're like, I've been waiting for my waiter, and you're like,
9 years.
You've been here for 2.5 minutes. Can you? So, but dinosaurs and pro tours. That is what we are here for.
Yes. So once again, folks, I'm very, very sorry for the delay here. We're trying to get round number 3 up. The players are having about every problem you could possibly imagine. One of them went to the bathroom. They came back. Arena's not working. They're restarting things. If you're getting here sitting, why don't you tell them what we're doing right now while I try and get things set up here. So
yes, for those of you who have just joined us or have forgotten, we are.
It has been a long time, so maybe they have forgotten.
My name's Nicole Callahan, also known as Lady of the Crease, joined here today by Jim Davis, MTG, and this is a $1,000 standard arena tournament run by Community Gaming. Do you not know who Community Gaming is? You should. Exclamation point CG in chat for more information. They provide tournament platforms for all sorts of games beyond just Magic the Gathering. They also run tournaments for Valorant, Smash Brothers, Hearthstone, and more. They support all sorts of grassroots tournaments. They offer tools and guidance to organizers to help supercharge their own events. Make sure you head to communitygaming.io for more information. Follow them on Twitter at Community Gaming. But they have given us an awesome opportunity today to cast on this free 1K single elimination. So all the marbles on the line every single match. And we've had some really exciting ones so far where we've gotten to take a good look at some of the cool decks in Standard, including a Jeskai Delver deck.
Yeah.
As well as a Grixis Fable deck and Celestia tokens.
Yep, and I guess you can get the decks up for this this current matchup here. How we do that?
Ooh.
The players are once again trying to get
Looky
things
low.
loaded up. You take a peek over. That's where we're at right now, apparently. Huh?
Oh no.
Okay, I know what it is.
Poor Arena.
So,
Oh,
sorry.
that was the wrong
this
button.
is a this is a single elimination tournament, right? And the matches are played non-sequentially. So you know what it is? Maybe they're just stalling to try and be one of the last players of a tournament. You know, because they're like, oh, we just won't play for like a couple hours, you know, and we'll just be.
It doesn't work like bubbling a poker tournament.
Are you sure? Maybe it does. I don't know, you know. But let's see if we can't get some deck list up here. And
You ever do that? Like you realize that like, you know, the poker tournament pays to like, you know, spot 18, and when you've got 19 players left, everybody plays so slow to the point where the pit boss has to be like, deal. You need to make a decision.
Yeah. All right. So it looks like we've got 1 second. Pseudo. So Pseudo is playing a mono black deck, splashing for Fable of the Mirror Breaker. Unfortunately, I don't have a great way to look at this. Unfortunately, we just have the untapped link here. Decklist 4 Invoke Despair. Base is mono black, just splashing for Fable. Fable's obviously great, which is pretty good. And then we have our other player is on Orzhov.
So we've got like an Orzhov mid-range deck, another deck that has really grown in popularity lately, a deck that you see a lot of iterations of as well. One of the things I see in Standard a lot, like we had seen earlier, even in the Celestia tokens mirror, is that a lot of people just aren't playing the same 75. A lot of people aren't playing the same 60 main deck. So there's a lot of different card options. You know, do I want to play 3 Wandering Emperor, 4 Wandering Emperor? Do I want to play Edgar? Do I want to play?
We've got a game here. I'm sorry.
Ooh.
It looks like one of the. Okay, so we have a game here. I apologize. One of the players' feeds is not working.
Got it.
But the other player is. So right now we've got Pseudo on the bottom here with the mono black deck, splashing red, and we have black white Orzhov on top. I'll try and get the top thing fixed while we get Nicole can call some matches.
That is quite all right, because it doesn't look like we have missed much as we're getting into game number 1 here. We see a Shambling Guest and an Acquisitions Expert on the side of Pseudo, our mono black splash red player. We have Max on the top playing Orzhov mid-range with a Professor of Symbology, declining to block either creature there, having grabbed an Environmental Sciences upon entering the battlefield. A Skullport Merchant coming down, and an Acquisitions Expert also on the side of Max. Now this surprises me. Acquisitions Expert is a card that hasn't really been on my radar as far as the Standard format goes at the moment, but we see both of our players playing it at the moment. And a Graveyard Trespasser drawn on the side of Pseudo, who already has 2 red sources in play, so it looks like everything's going to be coming down the pathway played on Blightstep's side, because the Invoke Despair, not very forgiving for a red splash. It's not very accommodating.
Yeah, and honestly, there only are 4 red cards in his deck anyways. So, you know, only 1 single red pip here makes a lot of sense. And it's kind of awkward because we have the Munich Massacre here, but a pretty full board too. But Merchant's pretty cool. Gas is going to clean things up. And decent start. Start.
And Trespasser coming down, gonna eat something out of Max's graveyard that still has another creature and a Doom Scar in it. Draw for turn, we see Field of Ruin coming down on the side of Max that is going to immediately take care of that Hive of the Eye Tyrant before it can become an issue or even activate for a Skullport Merchant draw. And also, the two creatures on Pseudo's side, although we see Mono Black a lot of times playing more corruptible creatures in Shambling Gas, Eye Twitch, just smaller toughness, Skullport Merchant Trespasser a little bit harder to kill with a Meathook Massacre.
Yeah, which is good, because now Pseudo kind of set up a board where their creatures live and their opponent's creatures die. So, Wedding Announcement, Suppressor Symbology, and so on and so forth. And they're big enough where you're right, they can survive an opponent's massacre as well. And now it goes to Night, which is huge.
Yes, we see the Graveyard Trespasser become a Graveyard Glutton. So now a 4/4 ward is discard a card, and now whenever it attacks, it will eat 2 cards out of the graveyard. And if a new one is played, it will also, oh, there we go. It's like I knew.
Yeah, it's clairvoyance here.
And now that Graveyard Trespasser will come down as a Graveyard Glutton and still be able to eat 2 cards out of the graveyard. And it looks like Pseudo valuing the damage and the drain that is done by Graveyard Glutton, eating cards from their own graveyard here, and looking to get across for 5. Taking a look at that Graveyard Glutton from Max's side, and it looks like Vanishing Verse to take care of it. But gotta pay that discard a card tax, discarding a Plains. Skullport Merchant gonna wait until that tax is paid, sacking the Graveyard Glutton and drawing a card. It's Fable of the Mirror Breaker.
2 really good 3s here, honestly. The playing Trespasser this turn was going to be great anyway, but Fable's also great here too. So, great spot. And now the cards are about even because of the ward discard.
Right, and we see Max drawing has 4 cards in hand to Pseudo's 3, but Pseudo's still at an incredibly healthy 24 life. Max down to 9 with no board presence to speak of at the moment. Just a Hive of the Eye Tyrant waiting in the wings as a blocker if need be. It is still nighttime, and that Graveyard Trespasser can come down as a Graveyard Oh my goodness gracious. Speaking of board presence.
That's a pretty good one. So being able to hit that Fable there is huge as well.
Right, and we'll see Graveyard Glutton coming down, wanting to eat that Farewell. No other cards in graveyards to speak of, since Farewell took care of all of them. And Max at 9, that was also another big sweeper to follow that up. Meathook Massacre going to take care of Graveyard Glutton and gain a life, so back up to 10. Fable of the Mirror Breaker. So it looks like, just back and forth, just slugging it out here, side to side.
Yeah, the lack of lands on Pseudo's side is a little bit troubling, because we can't see more than one thing deployed. Export have been pretty fine that turn. And there you go. So the mana advantage on Max's side is huge now. Being able to deploy Vampire and Emperor and make a 2/2 and draw a card and Spells Massacre in play. So big swing.
Yeah, so we see a Bloodchief Source and an Infernal Grasp both in hand for Pseudo. So having the answer for Wandering Emperor and the Welcoming Vampire, but unable to cast both at the same time.
Well, actually, we can just go for a creature kill here, right? So the Grasp can take out the Vampire, the Thirst can take out the Token, and the Goblin can take out the Emperor. So this is actually huge. Thirst is a great draw there. And now, also important is with the Goblin attacking, now there's some treasure, a little bit of mana built up as well, and now Emperor's gone too, and Max is almost back to the drawing board, although they drew a card off the Vampire, they're drawing a card for turn, and they have a Hive.
Well, is this Acquisitions Expert going to come take that last card?
Right, the extra mana. There you go. So
look at that. So working out pretty
Nice.
nicely on the side of Pseudo.
Oh, that was a good one too.
Getting to take that Welcoming Vampire and still at 20 life. So even though the Meathook Massacre has been doing some gaining and draining, Pseudo, it's that Thoughtseize bug again.
Yep.
What is going on? As we see land number 5 being drawn on the side of Pseudo, and Fable of the Mirror Breaker flipping to Reflection of Kiki-Jiki, and we'll see the 2/2 getting in. Meathook Massacre in hand, perhaps a discounted Meathook Massacre here to leave the Expert and the Kiki-Jiki alive now that that block has happened.
Yeah, this is great. Honestly, this is a great turn. So now, also important to note here is that the lock is almost in place. So, Reflection of Kiki-Jiki and the Expert. Reflections, not this turn, summoning sick, but next turn, can now tap and make a copy of the Expert in Max's draw step every turn, locking Max out of the ability to play any card that's not an instant.
So a la City Stalker Connoisseur in Alchemy.
Oh, what a draw.
We see the second copy of Meathook Massacre coming down from Max. And with Meathook Massacres on either side, they mostly negate each other out as long as you pay attention to how things stack here. So Kenzin, Crucible of Defiance. Max does have that Hive of the Eye Tyrant. So it's a pretty decent attacker. We'll see Pseudo just holding on to the Sukenzin, but Lolth
Just
Spider Queen.
top.
And again, these two players slugging it out with the tops of their decks. Crucible Defiance making those 1/1s doesn't feel as good here as it did about 2 minutes ago.
Yeah, I mean, maybe 20 seconds ago, honestly. Get to attack the Lolth here, but Lolth is going to be untapped with as a card drawing machine. Hive of the Eye Tyrant's still there. You know, that Meteor Massacre was unbelievable because not only did it kill the board, but it reset the board down to both players having nothing except Max has the Hive and Max is drawing the first card. And it was a real good one.
Right, and Max, not at a high life total at 11, dropping to 10 to draw a card, but definitely still healthy enough to be able to utilize that Lolth 0 as Hive of the Eye Tyrant gets in and eats some cards from the graveyard. So we see Pseudo dropping down to 17 and a Foretell. Perhaps a Doomscar.
I believe Doomscar, yes.
The,
yeah, so it's a Foretell that, you know, it's a little insurance policy off to the side there. But yeah, I mean, now, you know, with Lolth in play, with the creature lands in play, Pseudo is under an insane amount of pressure to try and draw something impactful here, and Shambling Gas is not it.
Yeah, but at this point, we see Max still being aggressive, Hive of the Eye Tyrant saying, you know what, Shambling Gas, you can attack, that's totally fine. And getting across and bringing Pseudo down to 14. Do you think Max is under a crunch to finish this game out as Tibalt Cosmic Imposter is played?
I didn't think so until now. Insane draw for Pseudo here, with Tibalt being a phenomenal card. Tibalt is hard to remove. It goes 7 loyalty, can't Vanishing Verse it. This is a pretty good spot. I mean, there's still a huge advantage for Max, but if there was a way for Pseudo to get back into his... Yep, never mind. There you go.
Yeah. And unfortunately, the hits off of Tibalt were 2 lands, and Tibalt unable to answer Lolth Spider Queen as it can only exile artifacts or creatures.
Yeah, and having the actual clean answer, there aren't many clean answers in Max's deck, but having drawn a card, 2 cards a turn for the last 4 turns, had it ready to go.
They were dragging the Eye of the Eye Tyrant, and when it went to their turn, everything shuffled up, so they played the wrong land, unfortunately, instead of playing the Hive of the Eye Tyrant. So thanks, Serena, for shuffling everything around a la when they move your blockers. So
yeah, that's a Serena for you, yeah.
Yeah, so we'll see if Shambling Gas is able to get in and poke Lolth down to 1 loyalty. Max is at 6. Graveyard is nighttime, so that is a Graveyard Glutton in play there. But will it be enough for Pseudo to come back into this game? Max, 5 life, 4 cards in hand. March of Otherworldly Light going to take care of the Meathook Massacre on Pseudo's side, so that drain and gain becomes one-sided once again for Max as Doomscar is cast from the Foretell zone.
Yeah, we didn't think that Doomscar was going to matter, but ended up being pretty clutch there.
Yes, it was pretty good for Max as Pseudo just loses life, and Max gets to gain life off of that. We see another copy of Shambling Gas come on down, and Lolth drawing another card. Now, this is a very powerful 5-mana Planeswalker, been in play for many turns now. Like, Lolth can do some work.
Yeah, I mean, you're just seeing it right now. There's 5 cards in Max's hand, 0 cards in Pseudo's hand. That Tibalt felt like, you know, if there was a path for Pseudo to get back in this game, that was it. Max didn't have the answer that turn, maybe, but so many advantages for Max right now. More mana, more creature lands, has the Meathook in play, has the Lolth in play, has the cards. This is going to be a pretty tough one. Although, Max is at 6. You know, maybe Pseudo can try and find a way to squeeze that those last few points for you, but losing the Massacre is pretty rough.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like Max feeling confident enough to attack Pseudo with one of the Hive of the Eye Tyrants, leaving an activation back on defense as well. So, still looking to close out this game, going to eat a creature from Pseudo's graveyard to prevent any further Graveyard Gluttons or Graveyard Trespassers coming down to gain or drain from the side of Pseudo, and just a land. Hive of the Eye Tyrant on the side of Pseudo. Now, this might be able to take care of Lolth, but do you even attack the Lolth, or are we going face here?
Gotta go face.
Gotta go face.
Gotta go face. You almost, because your path to victory here is most likely just like a cheese out win with damage, you almost want to leave Lolth in play and just let it draw a card or two, but there's Wandering Emperor. Yeah, it's pretty hard for Max to not have an Emperor or a Verse or something there.
While eating the Emperor from the graveyard, maybe for to prevent like a bring back from the Takenuma Abandoned Mire or something like that, as there were 4 open mana on the side. But nothing that Pseudo could do there besides concede the game. Moving on to game number 2, we move to sideboards here. It looks like they want to just get the full set of Meat Hook Massacres, just get them going. What are your thoughts on cards like Go Blank in this matchup?
They seem pretty good. You see your quick removal of all the spot removal. You know, Power Word Kill, Infernal Grasp. Important realization that, like, you don't want to have spot kill spells against tokens, things like that. You know, that's why the Massacres come in. There aren't many things you really want to kill in this black-white deck. So get those spot removal spells out. A little similar to the green-white deck, where it's more about just getting on the board, rather get your things going and try and kill their things, unless you're playing Massacre and killing everything.
Yeah, and I like seeing the full set of Duress come in here for our mono black / red player. And
very important.
We are going to see them be on the play here. And an interesting opener, 3 lands, all their colors, Meat Hook Massacre, Deadly Dispute, Sorin. Deadly Dispute not doing so much right off the bat. Mirror Breaker, sort of a slower hand, but is it keepable? I find
it hard pressed to mulligan this hand. On the draw, maybe you consider it a little too slow, but on the play, you have Fable on 3, Sorin on 4. Massacre, if they have a fast draw, you'll find a thing for Dispute eventually. The game's not going to end on turn 5. The game's going to go long, you know?
It looks like Pseudo not the only one bringing in Duress, as Max will take that Fable of the Mirror Breaker before Pseudo has an opportunity to play that on turn number 3. Invoke Despair, though, the draw on the side of Pseudo. So an interesting draw, interesting card here. And we see Professor of Symbology coming down on the side of Max to play a Confront the Past in anticipation of Sorin, perhaps.
Looking ahead to the future. And obviously, Pseudo needs a land still to play it, but that's almost a sign of weakness from Max, saying, like, I can't deal with that Planeswalker right now, right. Which is pretty important.
Something like Vanishing Verse, perhaps not in the hand, and it's kind of like signaling what removal Max does and does not have. And we'll see a second Duress, though. Take a brand new look at the hand. What have you drawn since I last saw that Pseudo? It looks like Invoke Despair, Sorin, Deadly Dispute is going to hit the bin, and Meat Hook Massacre. So Max now saying, I have the answer for Sorin, so let me take your card advantage so you can't build back from this. But 4th land drawn, so Sorin going to be able to come down and at least make some sort of mark on the battlefield.
Yeah, and Confront, I believe it removes X counters, is that correct?
I believe so.
So by going up on Sorin, you guarantee a draw, make him use more mana to kill it, guarantee it's 2 for 1 no matter what, which is kind of nice, so kind of like that. And then Invoke Despair is really powerful. You know, it's a really powerful card to lead up to. Taking Dispute from Max sort of signals that, like, I think this is going to be a longer game, and I don't want you to have a 2 for 1. But Invoke Despair is sort of that too. So, you know, also Pseudo didn't have the 4th land yet, so Invoke Despair is a little farther away, but looking pretty good here.
Yes, Max is going to have to devote their entire turn to killing Sorin here if that is what they should so choose to do. And it looks like with the attack from Professor of Symbology to bring the Sorin down, and it will be finished off with Confront the Past. And starting off with a Duress. So Max had to know the rest of their hand was going to be revealed here. So
Go Blank's a real good reason. So you leave the more clunky cards in hand and then nab them later with Go Blank. So like the setup there. But unfortunately for Max, the Duress will chop it apart. Now there's 2 very powerful cards in hand for Pseudo and 2 good cards in play too.
Yes, Skullport Merchant, pretty good at blocking Professor of Symbology. Welcoming Vampire coming on down. Second copy in hand, but unable to play it this turn. Only 5 lands in hand. And Invoke Despair is going to be cast. We'll see them sacrifice the Professor of Symbology and 2 cards drawn. And not bad. Another Deadly Dispute. Very good against, if you have the mana open, very good against the spot removal that Max may or may not have.
Yeah, a little awkward though. You know, 2 Massacres here, only 4 mana. Now the Vampire is coming down. Now we're starting to draw cards too. And Massacre can't really kill the Vampires like killing the Trespasser also. So a little awkward in that respect. You know, you might just see a Massacre for 3 here because you can't leave the Vampires in play.
Right, and we see Pseudo thinking about it. Now the Massacre is a known quantity in Pseudo's hand. Well, at least Max knows about one of the 2 Massacres. So they are considering, and it looks like, yes, just the Trespasser going to get in here, going to eat the Go Blank that is left in Max's graveyard. So Max's graveyard will be empty from here on out. 3 lands right now up on Max's side. Perhaps like a Field of Ruin activation, but nothing really to field. And we'll see a double block coming down on the Graveyard Trespasser.
Yeah, interesting here because obviously the Massacre's face up.
Right.
So now not going to Massacre. So if the Massacre's going to happen, that we just lost a life gain and a drain because now the creatures are just gone. But now because the block happened, Pseudo can say, oh, you know what? I'll just play something else then. I'll let you have 1 Emperor if you really want it.
Now this is interesting to me. We see a Field of Ruin on a Haunted Ridge. What would you think the reasoning for that would be?
It's possible Max needs a second black. There's a Taka, whatever, legendary land in hand.
Takenuma Abandoned Mire, yeah.
But you kind of want to keep that one usually to channel as well. So looks like it's just like looking for second black.
Yeah, and looking for second black, going to return that Welcoming Vampire back to the battlefield. And it's coming on down, going to draw a card off the first one. But Max is at 6 life, too.
Yes. That's definitely, that's the angle here, it feels like. Because these vampires, if they stick in play, they gain a lot of life. We could just see the hook next turn now, take these vampires out. Which I imagine we'll probably see, honestly. Because the vampires can't be allowed to stay in the battlefield, but they've already drawn a few cards.
So, and that's got to be a scary thing from Max's side. 4 cards in hand for Pseudo, and Fable of Mirror Breaker says, sure, you can discard 2 cards, draw 2 cards if you'd like to. And Pseudo goes, no, I'm good. I'm going to keep everything.
Yeah, stand pat. 5-card draw poker. No, I don't want any cards.
Right.
We're good.
We're good.
We're good.
And Pseudo certainly is good here as they play a follow-up land, and they are going to Meat Hook Massacre. X equals 3 here should take care of the 2 Welcoming Vampires on the side of Max. Now, that won't affect Max's life total, but Pseudo goes up to 22 life. It's a pretty healthy life total, and if Skullport Merchant at any point dies, that will drain from Max.
Yeah, and this is pretty good. I mean, now it's getting to the point where they're about equal on lands, and they're about equal on cards, and Pseudo's way ahead on life and on the board. So, we've seen a few games now where one player's ahead on the board, but behind on lands, behind on cards. This time, things are looking pretty good.
We see Portable Hole comes down, but it's the slim pickings. So, Meat Hook Massacre can, eat it, but there's a second one that can be played from Pseudo's hand, even if it's played for 0. Just to say, hey, like every time you kill one of my creatures, I'm going to drain you for 1 or ping you for 1.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta imagine that the target here is the Massacre, just scared of the drains, but still a lot going on. Trespasser will ping a little bit, Merchant can attack a little bit, a second Massacre, Fable flipping soon. Things are looking pretty good for Pseudo here.
Right, Max was able to play a Hive of the Eye Tyrant this turn, so can have a 3/3 blocker or attacker, I suppose, on future turns as of right now, but that's not going to do anything while it entered the battlefield tapped as Max. 1 card left in hand, thinking about their options. How can they get out of this?
Yeah, I'm very curious what this last card is. What's the kind of card you would like maybe play but not play here? Maybe a Massacre on 4, trying to get a little more value out of it.
A Wandering Emperor.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine you want to play Emperor on your opponent's turn. Most
Right.
sorcery things you might just want to play anyway. So I think Massacre makes a lot of sense because they also want to hit the Reflection too. So, but the problem is now if the Merchant stays up, the cards can be drawn on sacrifices before the Massacre resolves. So you're giving more cards to your opponent. So again, Pseudo's winning this game on most fronts right now.
Yeah, we see Skullport Merchant getting in for 1. So Max dropping down to 5, and Graveyard Trespasser going to be the follow-up. It is daytime, so just a 3/3 that will eat 1 card, most likely one of the Welcoming Vampires from the graveyard. Perhaps it's another Takenuma Abandoned Mire or something like that, because Max is getting priority, unless they are full control.
Yes, you are correct. A little bit of the arena tell there. See what's going on here.
We'll see. As Max did take down game number 1 here, and Pseudo with the advantage here in game number 2 on the mono black splash red deck. Now, one of the cards that we haven't seen is Wedding Announcement from this Orzhov deck. Now, that card, although powerful, empty board. What is Max looking for here to get back into this?
It's got to be a Massacre.
It's got to be.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Laloth can buy a bit of time, but the fact that we know that Pseudo has the Massacre in hand, that can kill the tokens and just kill Max on the spot. So I think a Massacre, not only to sweep the board, but to gain some life back too.
Yes, because even a Loth, would sort of detract from being able to attack Max directly, and maybe Pseudo would want to attack the Loth. But even in making spiders, the Loth goes down to 1 and would just kind of make spiders and die, and the blockers would die. And here's the Meat Hook Massacre.
All right, so now there are some recourse here for Pseudo, because we can see it's Deadly Dispute, draw a card, Merchant, draw a card. Oh boy.
Ooh,
Big tippers.
That's a card. And now, I mean, I guess there's no point in, because Tybalt can exile an artifact or a creature, but no real need to exile a portable hole that's holding your Meat Hook Massacre.
Unless Pseudo wants to kill their opponent's Meat Hook Massacre. So, of course, you exile the hole, then you can cast it.
Oh, you can't. It's an artifact or a creature. It's not an enchantment. Doesn't let Tybalt. It's not.
No. I mean, you cast the portable hole.
Oh.
So you can cast the portable hole to hit their Meat Hook Massacre.
Oh, look at
which
you.
Flips the Meat Hook Massacre state of being. So I think a draw here in Laloth. But the thing is that Laloth is great, but Tybalt's the kind of card that demands an immediate answer. Right. Last time they were able to kill it with Bloodchief's Thirst. This time it looks like Pseudo's going to untap with Tybalt and be in pretty good shape here.
Yes, as we see Tybalt moving on up to 9. Meat Hook Massacre, one of the draws here, and as well as a Shattered Sanctum. So not only splashing red, but white now as well. Going to cast a Meat Hook Massacre of their own from hands, though, for X equals 1. And following that up with the Acquisitions Expert to take the last card in Max's hand. So these Meat Hook Massacres will... Well, I mean,
sure.
I'm sure that's one way to say it. Max said, I've had enough. You know what? You win. Tybalt's
good.
Too tricksy.
Yeah. I think I would have liked to have seen the Steel Portable Hole play. I think that flopping the Massacres is a pretty nice place to be, but drawing cards is never the wrong thing to do with Tybalt, of course, and a very, very powerful Planeswalker.
I like that. That was a fun, tricksy play that I actually didn't see myself. So we are looking back at Sideboards here, and it looks like... at least Pseudo looking to make a couple of changes here. Nothing too much. Taking out some of the Skullport Merchants on the draw. But we're heading into game number 3. Max on Orzhov midrange versus Pseudo on Mono Black Splash Fable. Mono Black Fable.
Remember, folks, single elimination.
Yes.
This is a single elimination tournament for a $1,000 prize pool, and you lose, you're out. So the pressure of every round is immense. You know, there's most tournaments you have 1 loss to give, maybe 2, maybe more if it's a big 2-day tournament. But here every match is an elimination match. So you win, you're in. You lose, you're out. One of these players is moving on to our next rounds, and one of those players will be out of the tournament.
Yes, and so everything on the line every single round as we wait for Max to finish sideboarding here. Definitely some changes from being on the play to being on the draw, and depending on what your opponent brings in that you see, as we see both sides have brought in Duresses, full sets it looked like, for game number 2.
Yeah, Duresses look really, really good in those games. There's just so many very powerful non-creature spells. When you can't counter your opponent's spells, and there's not much aggression and tempo going on. Just a slugfest, So you trade 1 mana for their big, huge card and go from there.
So, what is your feeling on the card Acquisitions Expert, as we've seen it on both sides of the table?
It definitely seems a lot better on the Rakdos side. Of course, as a card, it's not a very powerful card. Right. But with the threat of copying with Kiki is pretty good. And then again, if you can set it up where you can nab an important card on turn 4 or 5 and the last card they have in hand, that's huge. You just want to trade resources. So, not great, but definitely playable for sure. It's gonna be a little better for the player on the draw of this game too. Who has less cards to work with.
And now we saw the card Invoke Despair do some work in these last games. Now, what is your feeling on the cost of playing a card that has costed 1 black, along with the Fable of the Mirror Breaker that you want to splash red for?
I mean, think Sir did a very good job building their mana base here. There are very few lands that can't cast it. It's 1 mountain and the pathways, and that's basically it.
Did you say very few lands? Because
I did say very few lands. My apologies, Pseudo. I take full responsibility for that. But
and it looks like a capable 6, though, with that red source, a Duress and an Acquisitions Expert to be able to turn 1 and turn 2 for Pseudo. So going to take a look at the hand of Reckoner Bankbuster.
That's a pretty good one here. So although we can see here, Pseudo's hand isn't great, but I think it's actively better on the draw. Because, one of the most important things being on the draw is you have 1 extra card. Normally, in Magic, you want to blow first, but in sort of like a very discard-heavy, slow matchup, being on the draw can be a thing you want to do. Don't know if you want to be on the draw here, but you're not unhappy to be on the draw. And we see discard spell, gonna really put a crunch on Max's resources.
We see Acquisitions Expert coming down on the side of Max, so beating Pseudo to their play, who is also going to play an Acquisitions Expert, knowing 3 of the 4 cards in Max's hand, a Hog Remauling, an Agadeem's Awakening, a Vanishing Verse, and X, that we are just about to find out.
Yes, we see here, there are only 2 lands available. You need to be able to make your land drops and play your spells. It's hard to do that when you don't have enough cards in your hand. So,
all right, so Hog Remauling going to hit the bin from Max's side and playing a Pathway, and then tanking on what to do next. So 1-2 staring down a 1-2 on a battlefield. Not that exciting.
Riveting. It's a riveting battle. Oh boy.
Oh,
all right.
That is quite a draw on the side of Max. What 2 lands do you get rid of here? Honestly, because it's your Red Splash or your Takenuma that you can retrieve something from your graveyard, but you're a few turns off.
Yeah, I mean the graveyard's going here anyway. You got to keep your red source. So far from doing that. And with 2 hives in play, there's plenty of mana sinks available as well. So got to keep the red. And now both players are operating on very low resources.
Yes, we see a Vanishing Verse and an Agadeem's Awakening in Max's hand, and Pseudo with just a Haunted Ridge. And it's funny to think that Pseudo mulligan to 6, but on the draw, and Max kept their 7. So it's just a very low resource game for both players.
Yeah, both players just destroying each other's hands. And unfortunately for Pseudo, the mulligan hurts, and then the go blank sort of like gets rid of that being on the draw advantage for this sort of like discard slugfest. So that's 2 cards for 1, and now they're just about even on cards. Pseudo's actually down a card in this exchange at present.
Yes, we see the land and the last card from hand for Pseudo, Shambling Gas, coming down onto the battlefield. It'll be interesting to see what Max draws here. Vanishing Verse, not really worth an Acquisitions Expert or a Shambling Ghast, so we can imagine that one staying in hand. The Agadeem's Awakening would represent a second black source for Max, or whatever they drew this turn.
Yeah, I'd be surprised to not see the Agadeem come down as a land here. Just make some land drops and put yourself in a spot where when you draw that lull, so you draw that sword or whatever it is, you can play it.
We'll see Professor of Symbology be the play. Pretty good draw here, getting a little more card advantage, getting an Environmental Sciences from the sideboard.
Yep, same idea. You want to make your land drops. And then now at the Sciences, maybe Max is interested in holding on to the Awakening to return one of these creatures for a little value also. Both players are scrapping for value right now. Just trying to find some way to crawl back into the card advantage race a little bit.
Right, and we can see Max deciding on whether because I suppose shocking in an Agadeem's Awakening and casting the Environmental Sciences right now also being an option, but seems to be more on the aggressive side as they are considering their options. Can also get in with the 1-2.
It's true. Big beats.
But it looks like definitely a big decision. Like I said, it seems like pretty low resources on either side. So every decision on how they're going to spend their resources, attacking, blocking, makes a big difference in this game.
Yeah, I mean, if you play the Awakening and you cast Sciences and you draw land, you're going to feel real bad about it. So there's no real rush to make a choice here. I think that waiting is perfectly plausible.
Yes, and it looks like that is what Max is going to choose to do here. Having gone through their attack phase in their second main now.
Really thinking about this.
No, it's good.
Really in the tank.
Don't want to rush things. Like you said, every match is an elimination match. So you cannot be in a rush here. Although Max out of timeout, so their decision about to be made for them.
Yes. Yes.
And it looks like they will pass. And, ooh, your 5-drop is probably not what you wanted to see with only 3 lands in hand.
Although realistically, it's not a bad draw. Because eventually players are going to draw lands, and it's a really good thing to cast. Just card advantage. It's 3 for 1. So, could be worse.
Yes, and we see that Environmental Science is being cast right away on Max's next turn, fetching up a swamp, so a second black source, being able to play that and have a Vanishing Verse available, the Agadeem's Awakening still in hand, and another unknown card. And it looks like, both players, Max is at 22, Pseudo's at 20. This game's going to be going on for a little while, isn't it?
Yeah, that's why I think that the Despair was a good draw. I would much rather, if I'm Pseudo, I'd much rather draw an Invoke Despair than a Shambling Guest. Even though I can't cast it yet, it's going to happen eventually. There you go. There's the lands. And now it makes your lands good draws too.
Wow. And exiling that Shambling Guest with a Vanishing Verse to kind of keep Pseudo off any extra resources, knowing that they only have one card in hand, and they have been unable, it wasn't a land because it wasn't played, and they are unable to cast it, so not wanting to give Pseudo that extra treasure.
Yep.
As speaking of resources, Welcoming Vampire, one of the better cards to give you back some resources.
Yeah, so I like the block here by Pseudo. Doesn't want to put the Professor of Symbology in the graveyard, and then the Awakening can return that and draw a card off Vampire. So, ooh. Tough draw.
So close.
Yeah.
It's like, come on, land, I should have specified.
Yeah, that's the third copy of Hive there, which is pretty unfortunate.
Yes, and we see Portable Hole going to come down to take care of the Acquisitions Expert. So totally clearing the side of Pseudo for Max to get in here. A pretty healthy attack for 5.
Yeah, and now the clock's actually coming in. So now there's now pressure on Pseudo. The game has shifted a bit. Stop being about totally about cards, and now it's about, also Pseudo needs to not die here too.
Yes, well, that Invoke Despair, not looking too bad still, even if Max decides to sacrifice the Acquisitions Expert and still have 4 power on the battlefield.
Yeah, we'll draw some cards. It's important. Life won't matter too much, but...
We'll see what Max is thinking about here in their second main. Cannot cast the Agadeem's Awakening, perhaps thinking about playing it as a land with 1 extra unknown card in hand. Welcoming Vampire, promising to, at some point, maybe draw some cards.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just also just a 2/3 flyer, just getting in. So the threat of it is certainly there. And then I don't really know if Pseudo wants to draw, like a Doomblade effect right now either. So Massacre, the best draw for sure for Pseudo. But Despair is pretty good too.
Yes, we'll see. A Duress to check things out, but no time for that. We're invoking some Despair.
It may not be bad if a Black Source is drawn for Pseudo. That could be a way to kind of clean the hand out as well.
Yes, and they are aware of the Agadeem's Awakening, so even though Max needs to sacrifice a creature here, they might sacrifice thinking that, hey, I can get it back next turn.
Yeah, and Professor has more value in that respect. So if Professor dies to the Invoke Despair here, and then Duress is cast to take the Awakening, that's a pretty good sequence for Pseudo.
Yes, we'll see. As Max seems to be in the tank about this. So a decision to be made, and it looks like Acquisitions Expert, and there you go. There's your Black Source in Blightstep Pathway. So able to play that, and Duress. We'll take a little look here at what is left in Max's hand besides that Agadeem's Awakening. Because it feels like they keep getting priority, and what could it be? A Vanishing Verse. So I guess that was them choosing not to Vanishing Verse their own creatures. And it looks like that will be the pick here as well.
That surprises me a little bit. I mean, it can't cast Awakening yet, but Awakening returning Expert to discard Dispute is pretty brutal. And the Verse isn't really doing much at the moment. So...
Unfortunately for Pseudo, the second draw off of that Evoke Despair was a Deadly Dispute, which does nothing for them at the moment with no artifacts and no creatures to speak of. We'll see that land drawn and played on Max's side, so able to cast the Agadeem's Awakening now and play out that Acquisitions Expert and take the Deadly Dispute from Pseudo's hand, leaving them with nothing but an activation of a Hive of the Eye Tyrant, but at 11 life...
Yeah, and then also it's also a draw Vampire too, so I don't like that taking the Verse. I don't like it at all. Drawing a Black Source is not a difficult thing for Max to do, and now it's a pretty good sequence. The fact that it draws a card off Vampire also, as well as turning off Pseudo's outs because now the Dispute is gone, where if Dispute's available and Pseudo draws any cheap creature, a Token Maker of some kind.
Shambling Gas would also kill Professor.
Yeah, Gas would be amazing, but now that option will no longer be available to them.
No, but it looks like Max is going to decline to Agadeem's Awakening here. It is known information on Pseudo's side that there is only one card left in Max's hand, and that is Agadeem's Awakening. This leaves open the possibility of an activation of Hive of the Eye Tyrant to block and to Deadly Dispute that same Hive of the Eye Tyrant.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised by that, honestly, but Lolth... We're up at top there. Great draw.
Yeah, pretty nice.
Pseudo agrees.
Pseudo agrees.
And now we're looking at mostly just Beetle Massacre or bust, I think. And of course now, well, Vampire draws more cards. That ball is really rolling for Max.
Yes. Rolling right down on the hill, and Pseudo's not looking like they are going to be able to stop it at 7 life. So really low life totals, and this battlefield is being solidly taken over by Max, who has the Agadeem's Awakening and another card in hand, and a Deadly Dispute that is mostly dead in Pseudo's hand. We'll see if an activation of Hive of the Eye Tyrant is happening, and that looks like that will be the play. Going to block here.
So I think this is a bit of a Max even just wanting to get the Professor into the graveyard for the Agadeem's Awakening.
Yes, and it looks like Deadly Dispute will respond to that Loath trigger, make a treasure, draw a mountain and a shambling gas. So not exactly what they wanted to see, but
it's just too little too late. You know, it's funny, like it is probably the big card in the matchup, but just too far behind here. I'm gonna concede because I could have seen Valky and Shambling Gas, but I think it's just too much between the spiders and everything else. So there you go. Max takes it down.
Max takes it down. 2-1 over Pseudo. So good games to both of our players, but the Orzhov mid-range player Max will be moving on to the next round. And that was a highly anticipated match of Magic there.
Yeah, if you're just tuning in, we had about every technical problem we could possibly have in that match. We were just telling stories for like 20 minutes. It's a good time, though. It was a good time.
Story time is great.
So
we talked about dinosaurs and Pro Tours.
Yeah,
and it was wonderful.
And everything in between.
That's a good stream name, I think.
That'd be a good show. Yeah, dinosaurs, Pro Tours, everything in between. I'd watch that. So let's take a look at our brackets here, and let's remind ourselves what are we watching? What's going on here?
We are watching the Community Gaming $1,000 monthly standard tournament, single elimination. Community Gaming is a great organization. They run these free tournaments all the time, not just for Magic. They also run like Valorant, Smash Brothers, Hearthstone, but obviously we're here to concentrate on Magic today. So it's a standard tournament and 7 rounds, I believe, capped at 128 players. We play through till we can crown a champion. Pays out to the top 8, I believe, and $1,000 prize pool. And I don't know about you, but my saying is if it's free, it's for me. So, and it looks like we're already moving on. Some players have already moved on to round number 5. As one of the great things about this tournament, besides being so clean cut, single elim, is that you just play at your leisure. As long as your opponent is ready to go, you just keep playing. So there's none of that like awkward downtime waiting for pairings to post and waiting for this to happen. So everybody's running on pretty much the same schedule. It's just run very cleanly and very smoothly. Again, a big shout out to Community Gaming for the opportunity to cast this today.
And we got
Pop-Tart and Kyle working real hard behind the scenes.
Dropping like flies here. You know, of course, single elim goes quick. You know, you have your players every round. And I started with about 100 players, and now we're down to not too many, actually. We see, bracket-wise, looks like Forrester's awaiting the winner of Clervix and Sirvax and Ulamog. And then we've got Joker waiting the winner of Bjorn, Prime, and Ryu.
So Bjorn took down Ginkgo.
Yes, 2-0. And then we've got, on the side of the bracket, we've got Zan and
Agruskos, yeah.
Maybe you should say the names. And on this bracket, we've got the Scrubly waiting for the winner of... Ooh, wow.
Oh, well, I guess we know that Max just won that. So Sapoa and Max will be playing this round, and Tess Scrubly will be playing the winner of those. So Tess Scrubly, you can go make some popcorn.
They've been waiting for a while, actually. Yeah, they finished their matches very fast.
I'm very curious what is Tess Scrubly playing.
Yeah, we can definitely take a look. We got a little bit of time here before our next match.
I'd love to take a little looky-loo. We've actually had the pleasure of covering a bunch of different archetypes within Standard. Jeskai Delver, Grixis Fable, Selesnya Tokens, Orzhov Midrange. We just covered a mono black Fable deck. So a lot going on. And yeah, if you were thinking that they were playing a very aggressive deck, you were correct.
Yep, yeah, a little Boros aggro here. Angel Fire Ignition. Fable's been showing up a lot. It's in many, many decks. Fable the Mirror Breaker, of course, Shadow of Scalds, Thundering Raiju, pretty sweet looking deck here. So maybe we'll see them at some point in the tournament.
About popcorn, they could make us like a spread.
Yeah. They can make a 4-course meal at the rate they're going. So we're gonna keep rolling along here. So we're gonna take a short little break here, about a 2-minute break, and we'll come back with our next round of action. And we're gonna be seeing who are we gonna be seeing here.
We're going to be watching. I believe it's the Sirvax versus, wasn't that Ulamog? I believe. was the matchup.
Yep,
The
Searvax Ulamog. So we're back in about 2 minutes with both of our match, as well break down the decks they're playing and everything else. Thanks for watching, folks. We'll see you guys in 2 minutes. Don't go nowhere. Follow the stream, and I'll see you guys shortly. I'll be right back. We'll be right back. All right, well, welcome back, folks. We got a matchup here. What's our matchup?
We are looking at an Esper, like, I don't even know what to call this, a control deck. We got Edgar, Charm Groom. I guess it's Esper Control.
Yeah, mostly control. We got, of course, Doomscar, Farewell, Lear and Friends, Hullbreaker, Horror. And it's an Esper mirror, although very different kind of Esper deck here. This is more of an Orzhov deck with a tiny splash of blue.
Yes. A tiny splash for Kaido Shizuki, Planeswalker that has rivaled only by the Wandering Emperor from the same set, I believe, since the release of Kamigawa Neon Dynasty. So a great, powerful Planeswalker that we've seen across formats, including Alchemy. Yeah,
and going to be huge in this matchup. So these black-white decks are typically pretty poor against control decks. They're very good against creatures, Vanishing Verse, Meat Massacre, and so on and so forth. But tend to struggle against decks that are not playing many creatures, control decks. But blue adds both Kaido, which is a phenomenal threat to have, just drawing cards against control decks, and sideboarded counterspells. Disable Stroke in the board is going to be huge as well to supplement those duresses. So let's get right into our games here and look at our opening hands.
Ooh, it looks like we are looking in at it's an Esper deck.
I might have had the wrong deck, maybe. Hold on.
That's all right. You know what? And I was going to say we have our Esper player on the top and our Esper player on the bottom, but but it looks like we're going to be looking at an Esper deck versus mono green. So we have Ulamog, our bottom player. Oh, excuse me. Searvax is on mono green, and Ulamog is our Esper player on the bottom of the screen. We have all colors. Yep. We see Check for Traps coming down to take a little look at Searvax's mono green Stompy deck here. And
my bad.
And Check for Traps going to take a look, seeing Sculptor of Winter, Asek's Chariot, all good to go.
Hey, keep talking.
Oh, okay, sure. I know. I'm just making
stop
sure
talking.
that we are looking good. And it looks like a second Sculptor of Winter will be the draw here, and the play on Searvax's side. Ulamog with a couple decent cards in hand, one of them being the Wandering Emperor, the draw for turn. So a pretty good draw here on an otherwise underwhelming hand for Ulamog.
Yeah, I think we're going to flop sides here. Just looks like the connection's a little slow for our mono green player.
No worries, no worries. So we see Ulamog playing the Bankbuster and their third land, but not much else to do here. So I'm going to pass the turn back with double Hengegate Pathway, Emeria's Call, and Wandering Emperor in hand. And we'll take a look back at Searvax's side, who has some options here. Can play the Asek's Chariot for 4 if they choose to do so with tapping and untapping of Sculptor of Winter.
Yeah, I like playing Chariot a lot here. I think you want to try and tax their removal spells. Between Vanishing Verse and Wandering Emperor, a lot of things that can exile Patrol, you really don't want to. And then Chariot's also just a better card in general. So Chariot's hard to answer with one single thing. If you Wrath it, the Chariot's still there. If you kill with tokens, you kill Chariot, the tokens are still there. So
yes, the fact that Wandering Emperor does exile rather than destroy definitely makes it a bit more valuable when playing against cards like Old Growth Troll. But Mono Green Stompy as an archetype within Standard has kind of fallen out of favor. So interesting that we're going to see it here today, and doing well as well, because this is round number 4. So that means both of these players 3-0, as this is a single elimination tournament.
Yep, we have only wins here.
Only wins.
Only winners. If you lost, we ain't watching it. It's a single LM. And Mono Green definitely powerful deck that hasn't really gained a ton in most recent sets, but still a lot of really powerful cards.
And it'll be interesting to see here how Ulamog decides to use their mana, as they have the option of activating Bankbuster or playing their Wandering Emperor and being able to exile one of the tapped creatures. The question is what to exile.
So I think this is pretty huge here. Being able to exile a Chariot and then draw to a Wrath is going to be huge. The big powerful thing about these decks is the ability to go wide a lot of different threats. The Rats aren't good, so you got to be able to kill the Chariot. Old Growth Troll is obviously pretty good as well, but at least you can handle that later. So get rid of the Chariot. Now you can Wrath pretty safely and go from there. And that's a start at least. We're still pretty flooded for Ulamog, but it's a path at least.
Yes, and it looks like another land here on Ulamog's side, so not exactly what they wanted to see. So 3 lands and a Maria's Call in hand. Just going to cash in that Wandering Emperor because it was not long for this world as it was to make a 2/2 Samurai and then going to draw another land. Deserted Beach. Oh my goodness. It's 2 more turns till an Maria's Call. What can Ulamog draw to get out of this? Because that is a lot of power on the side of Cervix with the Lair of the Hydra in play as well.
Yeah, it's got to be a Wrath. It's as simple as that. There are Doom Scars in this deck. We can check the list to see if there's any Farewells as well. But at this point, the arena deck is just so wide that I don't really see a way out otherwise. 2 can block here, buy a little bit of time, but the Lair of a Hydra is pretty huge too. Yes. Providing, I think, that can't be Wrath and a little more extra power as well.
Yes, deciding here whether to chump block the Lair of the Hydra, trade with a Sculptor of Winter, because the Old Growth Troll with Trample doesn't feel great to block that one since you're only stopping 2 damage anyway. Still going to be taking quite a wallop. Looks like some Farewells in the sideboard for our Esper player, but...
Yeah, you got 3 Doom Scars and 2 Meathook Massacres, so those are the draws. It's basically that or bust at this point, so...
Yes, and they have the lands to be able to cast a large Meathook Massacre, and that would provide a life gain buffer for our Esper player, who's still deciding exactly where they would like to block, and it looks like it will jump in front of the Lair of the Hydra, trying to prevent as much damage as possible. Infernal Grasp, not exactly the card you want to draw when you are at 3 life.
Oh, 1 short.
Boo.
Of course, the Lair of the Hydra would have gotten there anyway, so it had to be Massacre.
Had to be.
Or otherwise the Lair of Hydra finished off. And not even then, honestly, with the extra mana boost from the Troll as well, might have not been enough. So, unfortunately, just a pretty rough draw for our Esper player. Just couldn't really put things together. A few too many lands and a good draw from Mono Green.
Right, and that was definitely a convincing win by our Mono Green player. That is Siervax on the top there as we look at both players going to their sideboards, shaving some Sculptor of Winters on the draw. Probably not as powerful, wanting all the Snakeskin Veils, and has all of the fight spells in play at the moment. Blizzard Brawls.
That is interesting. There are obviously some creatures in this Orzhov Espery deck, but not that many. And we saw the reason why Sculptor gets cut is he's betting against Wraths. You really want to have as many threats as possible, and that is
Henrika Dominathi.
Correct, the Weird Sisters. Even here on digital coverage, we still get stuck by the alternate arts. I can only imagine how interesting paper coverage is going to be with the Pro Tours coming back and stuff like that.
Right, people have those purple planes that drive me nuts because I think they're swamps. And they always play them together because they're playing in Orzhov decks and things.
The black and white cards.
I didn't think they
Count
had another
Dracula.
white source. Count Dracula. Well, Count Dracula I figure out. The 3 Weird Sisters being a single vampire kind of was confusing.
Sure, that's very
I was
fair.
like, why are there 4 women sitting in a room?
Yeah, that is a little weird. But
the art's amazing. I will say that. The art's beautiful. But it does get a slight bit confusing.
Yeah, a little tough. But so still thinking about the sideboard here, how far do you want to go in each different effect? Trespasser, Bankbuster's coming out a little bit too slow. Is Sorin fast enough? Not really sure, but not much else to put in otherwise. So Trespasser can block, but not super great. So
yeah, it looks like a little bit of shuffling here on the side of Ulamog, just trying to figure out exactly what they want to see. The single disdainful stroke staying in. As we go to game number 2.
Yeah, I kind of like that. I mean, the stroke does hit some of the bigger cards, obviously. Cards like the Chariot, the Oddity, Invoke the Ancients, all pretty big.
Yes, but we see a relatively lower curve here on the side of our Mono Green player. 1 drop into a Blizzard Brawl, Old Growth Troll, and Uvenwald Oddity.
Yeah, pretty decent hand. Lacking a 2 drop, but Old Growth Troll and the Oddity is pretty good. Again, we see the Blizzard Brawl here looking a little odd. There aren't really that many targets for it. The the Henrika is a card you do want to kill, but at what cost? At what cost?
And you also have to have something in play to be able to kill it as well.
Yep.
Without, you have to protect your own creatures while trying to remove your opponent's creatures that are usually very valuable and have some sort of protection up on their own, whether it be something like Graveyard Trespasser or something like that.
Yep.
As we see, Ascended Pack Leader getting across for 2. So First Blood is Seervax's as Ulamog drops to 18.
Yeah, so I like the choice there to not Vanishing Verse. Recognizing that there are much better targets for it. Most importantly, of a troll. You got to exile it. So you can just take 2 here. It's not a big deal. I wouldn't be surprised to see the Soul Shatter come down on the Pack Leader. Just take that out for now and use the Verse later. Not efficient mana-wise, but more efficient as far as the answers go.
Yes, and Ulamog looking to just stay alive to the later game, having cards like Henrika, Damnathi, and Lolth in hand, as well as Old Growth Troll is being cast here. That is going to draw the Vanishing Verse immediately.
Yeah, for sure.
Before they're going to read it and make sure that it's not when it leaves the battlefield or whatever.
Yep.
But the exiling effect, very important on Old Growth Troll. Definitely a must-answer threat. And March of Otherworldly Light, a very clean answer to Pack Leader as well.
Yeah, that's not too bad either. And of course, we on Caster can conceive this hasty elk thing, whatever it is, waiting.
Oddity.
But this is a turn where now Henrika can come down, draw a card. Enough life to work with for Ulamog, kind of just get the card draw going. And Henrika turns into a 3/4 lifelink Death Touch flyer, which is pretty good as well. So, not too shabby. Untapping into Soul Shatter and March here is pretty good.
We can see, and now this is more where Seervax, where perhaps they won't want to have that Blizzard Brawl in hand.
Yeah, and that's kind of the issue, is that Blizzard Brawl we're seeing, it's not a threat, and it requires other things to be good. And the problem is if you go for the Brawl and they kill your thing in response, it's an absolutely devastating blowout. So,
yes,
great spot here for Ulamog. Has basically everything they could possibly want.
Yes, it looks like Ulamog is stabilizing at 8 life with the Henrika in play, and just flip it right away.
Yep, and there you go. 3/4 lifelink, little mini Baneslayer with Lolith and Wandering Emperor in the chamber, and a hand of land, Blizzard Brawl for our mono green player. Not so good. Not so good.
Yes, Lolth, a very powerful way to take over the battlefield on the side of Ulamog, and an Infernal Grasp as sort of an insurance policy in case Seervax plays any of their hasty threats again, like Uvenwald Oddity.
Yeah, but Lolith coming down here, and I don't think there's even a way out at this point for a mono green player. Like, a good creature could come down and maybe the fight could happen. I guess that was pretty good.
There you go.
As far as good draws go, that was probably the absolute best one.
Right. Because even with a double block for the spiders, it does trample over. And deciding to Blizzard Brawl on the Henrika, that does get the Lolth up, but just gonna go face here.
Interesting,
and
yeah.
No blocks. I mean, I suppose it's jumping in front of a trampling, indestructible creature.
Yeah, I'm very surprised at the choice here to attack face. 12 life is still quite a bit.
Yes.
And Lolith is about to untap and take over the game. Gets to grow a little bit by eating things in the graveyard, which is kind of cool. But, let's see, that's going to add a counter gain of life. But now we see Emperor. Pick your poison. Right? Emperor or Grasp, whatever you want to do.
Yes, has the life for Grasp. Can Grasp and keep Emperor open in case anything else again happens on Seervax's turn. They have that other Blizzard Brawl and a Boseiju in hand, but that's not going to do too much here, as we see Wandering Emperor going to come down, exile the Froghemoth, going to gain 2 life, a 2 life that can be spent later for this Infernal Grasp if they so choose.
Yeah, like the choice here. I think I probably have drawn Lolith before I did anything else, but very good sequence either way. Playing the Wandering Emperor, gain some life, get rid of the thing. Snakeskin Veil to draw, but of course no threat is the issue. Now, if we do see another hasted threat up the top with the Snakeskin Veil also, that could be pretty sweet, but now the corner's being turned.
Right.
Lolith plays offense and defense, and same with the Wandering Emperor. It's just an attack for 8, and now the game's almost just over.
Yes.
So where, one creature, it's not about our green player finding a threat, it's about them also not dying too.
Right, and it looks like, Ulamog just looking to get this done. I'm going to eat that Uvenwald Oddity out of Seervax's graveyard. Boseiju is going to attempt to destroy the Hive of the Eye Tyrant, that will be successful, and the Lone Swamp in the deck will be pulled out.
Yeah, maybe a bit of a misstep there. I probably should have killed it before the activation resolved, so that the Lolith wouldn't have gotten a counter. But still in great shape here.
Yes.
Right? I guess still in great shape for Ulamog either way. One way or another. Now has the ability to make spiders rather than just draw a card. Either way, it's still really good though. And with a hand of creature augmentation spells and no creatures, we're going to see a pop into game number 3 here. A reminder, this is single elim. This is a knockout match, as are all the matches today. They're all knockout matches. They're all big matches. And one of these players is going home.
Right, and we'll see our players reassess their sideboards. We see the Snakeskin Veils, Tamio's Protection, and the, it looks like coming down on the Blizzard Brawls, at least a little bit on the side of Siervex.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see any Blizzard Brawls, honestly. Most surprised to see some of the creatures on the board here. The 1-drop. Even the Sculptor of Winter, it's not, like, great. But if you can just cast Chariot early, get ahead of Massacre, it's pretty good. Bankbuster's not bad either, So really kind of choosing between how aggressive they want to be versus how try to manage. See, the 1-drops do come back in, which is pretty nice.
Now,
Tough.
I like this. I like the Snakeskin Veil, though.
Yeah, I think Snakeskin Veil's great. Just the Blizzard Brawl is the real concern. I just don't think I think if you're ever in a spot where you need to Blizzard Brawl a creature, you're probably losing anyway. And the risk of, like we saw that game, just having a hand. If those 2 Blizzard Brawls were I don't know, a 2-drop and a Seeker's Chariot, or like a Bankbuster and a Seeker's Chariot, maybe that game goes differently. But they were just dead for too long. And the Esper deck definitely has the advantage of a long game, 100%.
Yes, well, we'll see, because our mono green player Siervex is back on the play for game number 3. And we'll take a look at these opening hands here to see kind of a slow one.
Yeah, 2 powerful cards, but not much of a curve. And a Discipline Mulligan there for our green player. Mulligan for our Esper player also. And these hands are all pretty good, honestly. We got removal spells, a Doomscar. Good curve for our green player, creature land. So probably going to have a good one here.
Yes, so we see both players happy with their 6. Both going to ship a land to the bottom. Portable Hole into Foretelling Doomscar, and a Loath for the later game, as Siervex gets us started off with an Ascendant Pack Leader off of the Lair of the Hydra and a Takenuma the Draw for Ulamog. Now, do you just deploy this Portable Hole here right away? Are you more interested in holding on to it for like a Werewolf Pack Leader or something like that?
It's tough because you have this Doomscar. So you want to milk the Doomscar, but you also want to take something that's going to take too much damage. Gonna wait. Gonna wait here.
Happy to play the tap land there, the Shattered Sanctum, and pass the turn back. And we see a second Ascendant Pack Leader, the draw for turn. So giving Siervex not only a play for this turn, but able to also keep up Snakeskin Veil.
Yeah, and then what's the question is Snakeskin Veil or Ranger Class? You're gonna go for this. You're gonna leave up Snakeskin Veil. So 2/2/1s now, but now of course they aren't really fast to get ahead of his Doomscar. So Foretell Doomscar here, it'll be pretty face up, but regardless, it's still pretty powerful.
Yes, and we'll see. So Snakeskin Veil staying in the hand, a land for turn there. So probably feeling pretty good from the side of Siervex to be able to say I can cast Ranger Class and keep up Snakeskin Veil. Unfortunately, as far as foretell cards in Ulamog's list, it seems like it's Doomscar, and Doomscar.
Yeah, so can't really afford to play a creature here. It's kind of awkward because like Snakeskin Veil is obviously great against spot removal, but pretty bad against Doomscar. So we see attack for 4 here, and then do you add more to the board? I don't know if you can. And then if you get Doomscar either way, it's enough to catch up. So now choose not to actually add to the board. Now does Ulamog even Doomscar? I mean, probably with the Henriki and the Lolith following.
Ooh,
wow.
But
All right.
It looks like Portable Hole is going to be the choice here from Ulamog, going to decline to Doomscar and wanting Siervex to kind of commit a little more to the board. Snakeskin Veil going to protect the targeted pack leader, and that'll do it for Ulamog's turn. Nothing else can happen.
Yeah, and of course the Doomscar is face up. It is foretold. It is right there. So it's not like this is gonna milk the Doomscar for any more because we know it's there. It's again for 5, now to 9. Now it has to Doomscar, and now it's funny because a land wasn't drawn last turn for our green players. They couldn't have played Astika's Chariot as a follow up, but now they really want to follow up with it this turn.
Yes. And that would feel pretty good. Although a Lolth waiting in the wings for Ulamog next turn. And hey, you didn't specify.
Yeah.
Once again.
Still, Ranger class not a bad consolation prize here.
Right, we'll see Ranger class come down, make that 2/2 Wolf token, and Snakeskin Veil is held up yet again. Portable Hole, the draw.
This is tough, so Lolth can come down here. It does defend pretty well. Portable Hole could hit the creature or hit the Ranger class if you're concerned with the game going really long. We got the Henrique hanging out. We got Lolth. This turn probably feels like a Lolth, but both other options are reasonable.
Right, being able to double spell here, definitely an option. Portable Hole taking care of the Ranger class, and Henrique is able to very nicely block a 2/2. So, although Ulamog not aware of the Snakeskin Veil in Seervax's hand, but thinking that they can probably block profitably.
Yeah, I mean, the Henrique can also just flip immediately too. You can
That's
just
true.
put it right into a 3/4 death touch, which is not too bad.
Yep.
So gotta go over the Ranger class, and now the Henrique can also guaranteed block it because the Ranger class can't go up either. So
Correct.
I'm very interested to see what the choice is here on this selection. Is it draw or is it flip immediately?
Yeah, we'll see, because Ulamog is at 9 life.
Yeah.
So definitely a scary low life total. And Ulamog knows from game 2 that Seervax did leave in some of their fight spells.
Correct. Yeah, that's very true actually. So, do you want to what do you want to do basically? So, gonna go up to a 3/4. Now it won't die to a single Blizzard Brawl, and
I think it's just a visual bug happens sometimes. They're untapped.
okay. Good to go. Good to go.
Good to go. Old Girl Troll, the draw there, but nothing better than Essica's Chariot. So that's going to come down, make some kitty cats, and that 2/2, though, being held back by the 3/4 Henrique. Wandering Emperor, not bad.
Yeah, this is still pretty good for a green player though, because
Vroom vroom.
sorry,
Quite a board
it
presence.
sounded like an airplane was landing in our house for a second there, so I apologize. So they have the ability to fire up a Chariot next turn and have Snakeskin Veil up too, which is huge.
Right, and we see thinking about maybe even attacking here with the Henrique, gain the 3 life, and just playing Lolth to make a couple of 2/1 spiders to chump block.
It's tough choices. The Emperor can play defense too. Could in theory
Right.
have the 3/4 block and first strike and gain life. Lolth can play pretty decent defense here also. On the edge though, because how good is our green player's hand is the question.
Right.
So how much can you afford to play into? And their hand's pretty good. It's pretty good right now.
And we see Old Girl's Troll coming down, ready to drive that Chariot, and Werewolf Pack Leader being the draw for turn, but Old Girl Troll getting behind the wheel, Chariot now active, and Wandering Emperor can't do anything about this until after it has tapped and attacked and copied a token.
Yeah, the problem is Snakeskin Veil ruins basically everything here. So obviously, a way to play around the Veil in theory could be block with the Death Toucher and give it first strike. Actually, I'm sorry, that works. It's Death and first strike. So if the Emperor gives the Death Toucher first strike, the pump spell on Chariot won't matter anymore.
Right.
So in theory, we could see Emperor pump the Vampire, give it Death Touch and first strike. That eats the Chariot and gains some life, but still in for 6. Still in a pretty good spot for our green player. With Ulamog, we're going down to going to 3, but gaining 4. I don't know. It's pretty good actually. Wandering Emperor and his Death Toucher is a pretty impressive pairing.
Right, and going up on your life linker feels pretty good, just gaining that little more life too, besides giving it first strike. Just giving yourself a bit more cushion at 9 life. So being in those single digits can be a little scary here. And Seervax deciding on what they would like to do, if they want to attack all. It did give them priority with that Snakeskin Veil for some time, so there is a chance that Ulamog may have picked up on that.
Yeah, I think they actually fixed the layer of the Hydra bug now, so it doesn't stop anymore. So
it's not supposed to.
And just gonna fire in the Chariot, leaving everything else back. So this plays perfectly into Ulamog's hands.
Yes.
Perfectly into Ulamog's hands.
Although this doesn't call for a Snakeskin Veil, because as of right now, Seervax says sure, I'll trade, and so there's no need to Snakeskin Veil here. So Seervax would be able to hold on to it.
Uh-oh. So unfortunately, not realizing the first strike ability as well. That would have been a trade had it not been for first strike. But now I get to see a disaster.
Also, Tamiyo's safekeeping does give indestructible, while Snakeskin Veil gives hexproof.
Yes.
So sometimes when playing both as Seervax is, you kind of scramble up the two of them, but up to 15 now. So Ulamog at a pretty healthy life total, just staring down a bunch of cat and dog tokens, and a werewolf pack leader in the hand of Seervax and Old Growth Troll the draw for turn. But Ulamog is just grinding along, is humming along. 2 planeswalkers in play, has flying and reach blockers, looking pretty good.
And it's unfortunate because realistically, it's hard for the Montereen player to have much better of a hand than this. You know,
Right.
I mean, like early cheap creatures, got the Chariot, had the Snakeskin Veil, had the Trolls, not flooding, but card quality wise, you know, Wandering Emperor, Lolith, and this Henrika, honestly, is the MVP of this game for sure.
And it looks like looking to go a little bit wider with Wandering Emperor, going to make a 2/2 Samurai, drawing a card off of Lolth, dropping to 14. March of Otherworldly Light had been the draw here. Maybe one of the reasons that this mono green has fallen off the map so hard. A lot of the removal has become exile rather than destroy.
Yeah, Vanishing Verse is really, really good here, and then March as well. I like the choice here to play the March first. If there is a Snakeskin Veil or something like that, you want to know about it, you know, before you decide to attack with your Henrika. So might look a little odd to play an instant like that on your main phase, but that's the thing you can do. And I think it's something that mistake players commonly make because they just want to wait their instance at the last possible moment. But this allows the green player to not draw Snakeskin Veil and gives you the information on Snakeskin Veil before you have to choose if you want to attack or not.
Right, and we see Henrika comfortable enough to get across. So Umlaut back up to 19, Seervax down to 15. So a swapped life total here, and Seervax gonna be like, I need to do something about these planeswalkers. They can't live. So it looks like two cats be sent at Wandering Emperor, and a cat and a wolf being sent towards Lolth.
So one planeswalker will die, but
the choice is Ulamog's.
Yeah, I think at this point, and also with the Abandoned Mire in hand to recur a planeswalker also. So I think Ulamog right now is firmly in the driver's seat.
Yes, and looks like willing to trade off everything, though, even for the planeswalker that will die.
Yeah, I kind of like this, honestly. It just brings Lolith up even higher. Now it's at 4. Now Lolith can safely make spiders. And then we got spiders on defense. We got a Baneslayer in the air. We got a way to get back our planeswalker. You know, I think if our green player is able to cast the Invoke this turn, maybe that's enough, but not anymore with the Emperor draw too. So yeah, card quality here just blowing it away for our Esper player.
Don't even need the Takenuma to play Wandering Emperor once again. It looks like going to pump up the Henrika to a 5/5, getting across in the air for 5 lifelink. So dropping down to 10 will go Seervax, up to 24 goes Ulamog, and 2 more spiders on the battlefield.
Yeah, Emperor's hanging out too. It's funny, this Abandoned Mire's been sitting there because it's just been drawing a better thing to do every turn, you know? So, yeah, I mean, land drawn for the Invoke, but I just don't think it's enough anymore. They can have reach and stuff like that, but Emperor wins the combat, Sloth comes to the ground. And then again, even if somehow, you know, this game were to stabilize in some way, Ulamog's got 24 life to work with and a bunch of powerful spells in the deck.
Right. Invoke the Agents, like you said, powerful magic card, but not quite enough here. It's for those of you who don't know, it is a sorcery. It makes 2 4/5 green spirit tokens, and you can have your choice of putting a vigilance counter, a reach counter, or a trample counter on each.
Yeah, very powerful card. Does add a lot of power to the board.
Right. Now, Werewolf Pack Leader does have trample here. Can be given trample, excuse me, here. So, can kill the Lolth if need be, but Ulamog not going to let that happen.
Yeah, and also I think that if Ulamog can force the Pack Leader to activate this turn,
right,
very, very happy about it. It's a great exchange. But even there, with the Emperor having first strike doesn't even matter. So this is a disaster.
Yes.
This is a disaster. And well played by Ulamog. And then also deck-wise, I mean, this deck just seems pretty good against Mono Green.
Yes, it does. And we see that Wandering Emperor, whenever you're able to play Wandering Emperor and plus it to kind of like protect it, get it to a higher loyalty, you got to feel pretty good.
It's huge, huge. And now, it's funny because Invoke the Ancient's probably the best possible card that could have been played this turn as far as coming back, and it's just not even close to enough, I don't think.
Yeah, one of the cards, the card at the top end of the curve for this mono green player. So there is no bigger bomb in the deck than that.
Yep.
And still doesn't look like it's going to be enough. Getting in with this Dominathi, they can double block if it has first strike. It's it's not going to do too much here.
Yeah, and being really aggressive, dude, just actually activating the pump ability as well before drawing a card off Kaido, before drawing a card off Lalith, just trying to get this game cleaned up and over with.
Yes, Ulamog definitely wanting things over. I don't know about you, but I've been on the wrong side of some of these mono green, mono red, mono white aggro decks, and they can run you over real quick, but Ulamog seems to be very firmly in the driver's seat here.
Yeah, at this stage in the game, the green deck does have some grind to it for sure, but card quality wise, the triple planeswalker deck right now is exactly where it wants to be.
Kaido drawing another Kaido. Loth will reveal a graveyard trespasser, a good way to kind of clean things up at the end, eat some cards out of the graveyard. And Kaido's going to peace out for this turn, but just a snow-covered forest to draw for Seervix, and I think the writing's on the wall.
Yeah, it's funny when the most difficult choice you need to make is, I've got so many cards anyway, should I just play this Abandoned Mire as a land? Or should I hold it for value later?
Which planeswalker should I draw off of first?
Yeah, exactly. So, looking pretty good here. It's almost like a classic game state, right? Just Baneslayer, Angel, and Planeswalkers.
Right.
Just life-liking attacker, good defensive Planeswalkers, and a green player who's got a few Lair the Hydras and stuff, but just not enough.
Well, good games to both of our players, but Ulamog going to take that match down 2-1. Esper over mono green aggro, and we're going to move on to round number 5, which more commonly known as top 8.
Yeah, technically. I mean, it's a single elimination tournament, so technically we're moving into top 8. Yep.
So,
Yep. Our top 8 cut is just the players who have won their matches and haven't lost yet.
Right. So, a beautiful thing for these players, but very well played. Look forward to seeing Ulamog playing again in the later rounds. So
yeah, that deck's sweet. I think the blue splash adds a lot to that deck, because it does a really good job of shoring up the matchups that would normally not be very good for it. The Kaido's really good against control, and it still has that good aggro matchup as well. So,
and for those of you who are just joining us, welcome. My name is Nicole Callan, also known as Lady of the Crease. This is Jim Davis, MTG, and this is a $1,000 free-to-enter Magic Standard Tournament run by Community Gaming. Who's Community Gaming? !CG in chat to find out more. They are a tournament platform for games like Valorant, Smash Brothers, Hearthstone, and Magic the Gathering, of course. They provide tools and guidance to organizers to help run events. They're fantastic. You can find more about them on communitygaming.io or follow them on Twitter at communitygaming. So really awesome to be running this today for them on the Twitch channel here. So make sure you follow here too while you're around.
Yes, if it's the first time here, my name is Jim. I do full-time content on this channel. Do Arena, Magic Online, Limited, Constructed, everything else. Do content here on Twitch. Do content on YouTube, also under Jim Davis MTG, and follow me on Twitter as well. And I do content for CoolStuffInc.com as well. So, and on Call of Forces commentary for the VML.
I do. I work the VML. I actually did commentary last night. Twitch.tv/VMLMTG. Make sure you give them a follow, and VMLMTG on Twitter as well. I help run their social media. And we do commentary. We're actually heading in next week is our last week of round robin play before heading into our own playoffs, which is super exciting. Giving out an invite to the set championship for Streets of New Capenna in just a few short weeks. We got 4 weeks left until the end of our season, and we are in season number 7. So been around for a while now, about 2 years. And besides that, I am a full-time partner of Jim. So
not part-time, full-time.
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 Overtime.
Yeah. Maybe we can get a part-time in here once in a while.
Still waiting on
like
the
a time
paycheck.
off? Like a get paid vacation, something? Anything?
I should be asking for the time off, I thought. I'm the one doing the work. I'm the partner, not you.
Oh, I see how it is. All right, so we're going to our next match set up here, and we're going to be watching Ulamog once again with the mono green deck, and Ulamog.
Esper.
Sorry, Esper. I apologize, folks. I am running the back end of this tournament too, so a little mixed up here occasionally, and apologize for the wrong deck list in that previous one. I take full responsibility for my actions, and I will apologize to Lord Vader. What? Huh? What are you talking about? All right, so
Is Lord Vader in chat?
let's take a look here. So Ulamog, Esper Control, Orzhov / Blue. Gonna be playing against Forrester, 15 here, and let's take a look at what Forrester's playing. Let me get that right up for you all and see what the matchup is going to be. And again, I like Ulamog's decks a lot. I like the deck a lot.
I also like Ulamog. So
Yeah, we are Ulamog fans in this house
we
as
are.
well. So
we stand Ulamog.
so it's gonna be a mirror. However, no blue for Forrester. So just a straight straight white black version of a deck. So we get to see how much is that blue gonna matter. So I think in these sort of pseudo mirrors to mirrors, Kaido's pretty important. Having a card that kind of hang out and draw cards, things like that as well. And then in the sideboard, Disdainful Stroke is a very powerful mirror breaker in mid-range matchups. So this is going to be our next match coming up as well. And we're going to take a short, 1 minute break here, get things set up for you, and get right back into the magic here. As we're approaching our top 8, we got $1,000 to give away. It's going to someone. It ain't me. It ain't Nicole. But it is one of these players. I know, right? Back in 1 minute. Don't go nowhere. We'll be right back. All right. Welcome back. I told you only be a minute. And here we are.
Were you counting?
Yes. I was counting the seconds. So what do we got here?
We have Forrester on Orzhov and Ulamog, who we just had the pleasure of watching on Esper. Ulamog is on the bottom of your screen, and Forrester would be on the top. And yes, we are leaving it like that. I'm looking to get right in here. And I see an ambitious farmhand in the hand of Forrester. What are your thoughts on that card?
Card's fine. It's just a solid fodder piece, It's just the kind of card that it's just not super flashy or anything, but you can stack it to Deadly Dispute. You can, it's a creature. You can flip occasionally, get a land. There actually aren't any disputes in this deck, though, which is pretty interesting. But, effectively, it is card advantage, and you can use the body a little bit, maybe flip it. Solid card.
And it looks like Ulamog going to start things off by checking for traps. Going to take a look at Wandering Emperor, Restoration of Iganjo, the Ambitious Farmhand, and Kaya, the Inexorable.
Yeah, it's actually a pretty interesting that list here. I kind of didn't look at it super closely when I was looking at it earlier, but no Deadly Disputes, no Rite of Oblivions, so not really a sacrificey deck. A little more mid-rangey, just kind of like good stuff.
Yeah, and we see Ambitious Farmhand coming down there after Kaya was taken out of the hand. Doomscar the draw for Ulamog, but just going to kind of pass things along with a Vanishing Verse in hand as well. No need to make a move yet.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a long match. Definitely going to be a lot of grind here. And our Orzhov player is pretty well set up, honestly. A lot of good grindy cards. Emperor, Vampire, Restoration here. Get the little saga lag a little bit.
Yes.
But Restoration is obviously a good card advantage card. Gets more land drops. No land drop problems here.
Gonna get a little settled in here. Get to relax. We see Wandering Emperors on either side. Do you think Wandering Emperor benefits from being in one shell over another by a lot?
I think it's a little better with the blue, obviously, and post-board, a few counter spells, things like that. But for the most part, pretty similar, I think. Pretty similar.
Yes,
We're going to flip over here and see the other side of things.
Yes, it looks like we are on Chapter 1 of the Restoration of Iganjo, searching the library for basic planes. So, Forrester probably playing a bunch of planes in their deck between the 4 of Ambitious Farmhand and the Restoration of Iganjo. So, it looks like 6 planes in the deck.
I think you might have a bit of an issue here. I'm hoping that...
Wait, no, it's looking like it's going here on the side that's scrolled.
Okay, yeah, we'll just pop that in.
It looks like stuff's moving.
Maybe Ulamog's might have had a little bit of a computer issue on the broadcast side of things. That's okay.
So Ulamog happy to exile that Restoration with the Vanishing Verse in hand, having left that open. So just a 1/1 in play for Forrester at the moment. And Kaido Suzuki, one of the cards that you had mentioned that's going to make a big impact on this matchup, coming down on the side of Ulamog on turn number 3. What are your thoughts now about how this will be utilized?
The issue here is that it's not drawing a card just yet. When you play Kaido, you'd love to draw a card immediately, but still very good. Gonna come down, get the draws rolling, and card advantage is really, really important. We see card advantage from Forrester's side, a lot of planes. A lot of planes-based card advantage, just drawing more planes, whereas Kaido draws actual cards. But we'll see. Vampire is also a pretty cool one as well. We can see Vampire Aspirant as early as next turn. Emperors to come down here too as well. So I'm sorry I don't have both hands. I apologize for the let me see if it's working yet. Yeah, it seems to be frozen on that screen, so we're gonna have to just have the the one side here, which is totally
like
fun.
That cool, like guess what's in their hand, like poker
Yeah,
game.
it's poker cam.
So yeah, and now we have Forrester playing out their Wandering Emperor. Like, I'm sure Ulamog didn't expect that, being like, oh yes, 6 cards in hand, 4 lands in play, you go ahead.
Yep.
So that 1/1 able to attack and not be bothered by the Wandering Emperor, rather make a 2/2 and move on to their turn here as they draw a Vanishing Verse, which does not take care of Kaido.
Yeah, but this is a great turn. I mean, just Vampire into Aspirant, draw card. What's most important here is kind of mid-rangey matchup, is just like keep the cards flowing and get on the board. So if you can make a play that like double spells and draws a card, couldn't ask for more. Couldn't ask for more.
Yes, Ulamog definitely wanting for some more cards. Only 3 cards in hand, the 1 card in Foretell. Now, one of the problems here would be Forrester overcommitting to the board, though, with the Welcoming Vampire and Luminarch Aspirant. Ulamog has a card in Foretell right now, and I have to imagine it is the Doomscar.
Oh, yes, that is very, very true. Very, very true.
So, just going to get in with the Ambitious Farmhand and the Samurai Token, both attacking Kaido, trying to avoid any sort of removal spell shenanigans, and Kaido will hit the bin, and looks like perhaps no, Welcoming Vampire is going to come down here, following up with another Ambitious Farmhand, so going to draw the card off of Welcoming Vampire, as well as find a Plains with Ambitious Farmhand, unless Ulamog has something to say about this.
Yeah, this works out kind of fine. So the Farmhands, they're basically being replaced anyway. And then the token came out the Planeswalker anyway, and then the card draw of Vampire would have been great there. But now the Doomscar, even if they Doomscar, a lot of these cards already replace themselves anyway. It isn't that bad.
Yes, and we see the choices are also to activate the Hive of the Eye Tyrant on the side of Ulamog, but just going to get in with the 1/1 that is unblockable to ping the Wandering Emperor, bringing them down to 2. Reckoner Bankbuster going to be the follow-up here. So it looks like not wanting to play the Doomscar out quite yet. Just going to draw a card off the Bankbuster. Maybe trying to make a land drop here?
Yeah, there wasn't really a reason to. I mean, just like the things in play aren't particularly great, so just kind of chill. I mean, this does run the risk of eventually, you can't take 6 forever. But this is actually awesome. So it's Farmhand time. We can flip over. Oh, wow. Is it double flip time? No,
I mean,
it is not double. I'm very sad it's not double flip time. Oh, it is double flip time. There we go.
It is double flip time.
All right. Ambitions have been fulfilled.
Yes.
We've got 2 Seasoned Cathars here for a huge swing.
That is a large swing. That is an attack for 10, 7 of which is life linking. So Ulamog going to start things off by activating that Bankbuster. Oh, and see, these card designs are going to get me. Is there a second white in play for the Doomscar?
I don't
couldn't
think
tell.
so.
I thought those pathways were white.
Those are black side
those
pathways.
Are black.
Yeah.
The full art, they got me. I thought they were white.
Yeah,
Black, white looks the same.
Doomscar not possible here. This
Doomscar.
game's just over.
Oh, wow. And Vanishing Verse going to take care of that life-linking Vampire. This 1/1 can't do too much in the way of blocking, so Forrester going to take down game number 1 on Orzhov over Ulamog on Esper. And quite a game. So for the lack of white.
Yeah, anyone who's making fun of Farmhand in chat right now is those Farmhands did some serious work. Obviously, lack of Doomscar hurt, but the reality is those Farmhands replaced themselves immediately, but were also legitimate threats too. They demanded a Doomscar, and it wouldn't even been that good of a Doomscar regardless. But now things I think get pretty exciting for the blue player. Disable Stroke's going to be really, really, really good here. So Stroke's coming in. Although the way this deck is built, there are a lot of cheaper threats as well. So pretty interesting matchup overall.
Yeah, and cheaper and powerful threats as well, like Wedding Announcement, Restoration of Iganjo, Welcoming Vampire, things like that. Although, once you get into the 4+ mana, you're looking at Super Friends. It's just Sorin and Lolth and Kaya and Wandering Emperor. There's a lot going on there. But yeah, Ambitious Farmhand putting on a class there. And that's what, I saw it and I had to ask about it. And you were like, no, this card's good. And now I believe you.
Yeah, it's solid. It's definitely solid. It's definitely a little underpowered for sure. But as far as a piece of the puzzle goes, it's a very reasonable one. Very reasonable one.
For sure. As we wait for our players to finish sideboarding, as we are going to head into game number 2. Again, everything on the line, every single match, single elimination, This is, practically a top 8 matchup here between Esper and
It is.
Orzhov.
Yeah, it is a top.
So,
it is exactly a top 8 matchup.
Exactly.
Because of how the single limb bracket works, round 5 there are 8 players left. So we
Yeah.
are basically in a single limb top 8 right here, right now. You lose, you're out. You win, you go on. $1,000 on the line.
right? No seeding, no reseeding, breakers, no need for any of that.
Yep.
Very straightforward. Love the way this is run. Thanks again to Community Gaming for putting this all together today. This free $1,000 standard Magic Arena tournament.
Gotta win
Pretty
that
sweet.
money.
Gotta win that money.
Free to play too. One month every month. So this could have been you right now in this match, being covered, playing for the big bucks.
And it could be you next month. Make sure you follow Community Gaming on Twitter for any updates.
Yep, absolutely.
Looks like we are ready to go now into game number 2. Again, we have Ulamog on Esper. Will be on the will not be on the screen. Okay.
Might have been a sideboard bug.
There might have been a sideboard bug. We know that there is a bug going around on Magic Arena where you head to your sideboard and there's only 7 cards or things like that.
I think it's
happen.
actually your entire collection.
Oh, it's your entire collection?
Yeah, yeah.
Well,
That
we
happened.
don't have
That
Ulamog's
happened.
tape right
I think
now, so.
2 or 3 times at the set championship, or my opponent had to concede so you just concede the game and you just restart the game and concede game 1. So,
Right.
esports. So
No longer Magic Esports. It's now Play MTG, by the way.
Oh, well, I mean, that's why, I guess. So they're figuring that one out.
Figuring it out.
So
But in the meantime, you're saying you like this Esper list. Now, like you had said earlier, the blue splash very light in just Disdainful Strokes and Kaidos, but we can see that blue probably coming into play a lot in this matchup.
Yeah, it's important because Kaido is obviously great. The ability to just kind of have this Planeswalker in and just keep drawing cards. Can't Vanishing versus it. It's kind of hard to remove, honestly. And then the counterspells. It's only 2 strokes, but like a successful stroke on a 5-drop will drastically swing a game. So that's going to be huge.
Now, another question, because this Orzhov deck, now Kaido is producing card advantage for our Esper player. Our card advantage from the Orzhov player's side, we're looking at Ambitious Farmhand and Restoration as far as like being able to put like lands in hand. So is that the same card advantage that Ulamog would be looking at on Esper, where your card advantage is coming from things like find a plains in your deck?
It's a little different, for sure. Obviously, velocity-wise, you wanted to keep your land drops going and your cards flowing, and there is, Welcoming Vampire can draw cards, Wedding Announcement can draw cards, Restoration can produce, you can get a plains with it, but then discard the plains and return a Luminarch Asper or something like that too. So, there is card advantage of other varieties, Lolith too. So, you do run the risk a little bit when you play too many cards like Farmhand, where you do end up with like, all right, I have 6 plains. okay, sure, but there are definitely other avenues as well. And again, I'm a little surprised to see no Deadly Disputes. That's one of the big deviation from this list, from most like more stock lists. But a little more threat heavy, a little less wheel spinning. Because part of the problem with Dispute also is you spend all your time with eye twitch and with Dispute and eye twitch. I'm drawing these cards and Shambling Gas. I'm gonna get a lesson. I'm gonna cast the sciences. It's a lot of wheel spinning.
Right.
Whereas this deck seems to be built in more in a manner where it's just like, all right, Aspirant, Wedding Announcement, Planeswalker, Planeswitch. Here you go. Here's my stuff. I'm not gonna fuss around with whatever. I'm just gonna get in and do it. So.
Right, it seems these cards carry a lot more value to the point where you don't want to deadly dispute them. Like, with the exception of Wedding Announcement tokens, and even Wedding Announcement tokens, like you had said earlier, you don't really want to sacrifice those too often because you kind of want to build them up until they anthem, until you have a bunch of 2/2s rather than 1/1s.
Yeah, definitely. There's definitely a desire. Like, it's funny, like, there have been times where my opponent has the Wedding Announcement in play. They attack with 2 creatures and draw a card, and I'm happy.
Right.
I'm, like, glad they didn't make a token because that 2/2 would have mattered a lot, as the game went on. So,
Right.
definitely interesting.
It'll be interesting to see that card is drawn and played out. Do you think so? Wedding Announcement, does that stick around in this matchup in the Orzhov deck?
As opposed to like being like Banishing Verse, something like that. I'd be like, is it a focus of removal? You mean?
I'm saying, is it as far as like having moved to sideboards? Is it as strong in this matchup that you want to see the full 4 remain in the list?
Yeah, I think so. I think that the things that can reduce multiple threats are huge. A card like Welcoming Vampire has the issue of like it is pretty powerful. Right. But if you play it, and as we saw in that game, they kill it before you can draw a card off of it. That's a bad exchange. You don't want to make that exchange, Whereas cards like Wedding Announcement, you can't really kill it. You can't kill the token it makes and it all at once, typically. So it's going to make a token or two, leave some material behind, and then as the game starts to get gummed up, all your stuff's bigger, all your stuff's bigger. So I think it's going to be a very, very good card in the matchup.
Yeah, so we'll see. As there are some answers, Farewell being one of the few, I think, that can clean it up entirely, and that is a 6-drop. So by the time that you can get around to casting that, your wedding announcement's probably been in play for quite a few turns, either made a bunch of tokens or drawing you some cards.
Yeah, for sure. And you can also tailor your Farewell a little bit to the board as well, maybe not kill enchantments and so on and so forth. So we got Forest from the player. Sideboarding bug is all fixed up, and we're ready to go.
Oh boy, but quite an opener from our Orzhov player here. Looks like they're going to ship that one back pretty quick. Looking at a much better 6 for lands, Luminarch, Aspirant Restoration, and Wedding Announcement. One of the lands to the bottom going to play a Shattered Sanctum. And Wedding Announcement, one card that is very good at multiples.
Yeah, and that's part of the thing. It just gums things up, So we see Aspirant here into announcement. And Bank Buster's a very good card. Obviously, you draws a lot of cards, good mid-rangey matchups, but doesn't really affect the board. Right. And if every card you play affects the board and starts to snowball, that could be a concern. Ulamog, don't do this to me. So Bank Buster main phase, doesn't draw a land, and now I think we're in trouble. So Announcement snowballs really well, Luminarch snowballs really well, and this might end up being a really fast game too.
Now, what is the signal sent to Forrester? Now, obviously, Ulamog, missed the land drop. That feels real bad. But Ulamog still decided to keep their hand, which means that they have to have some sort of answers removal, something good to work with here. And it looks like the third land will be hit. Now, if you're Forrester, do you still want to make sure you don't overcommit to this board?
The problem is that Doomscar costs 5, and you can't foretell it and play it in the same turn. And the announcements are like, you play an announcement, they kill your token, it makes more tokens, draws more cards, etc., and so on and so forth. So I don't know if I'd be happy playing the Vampire here, as far as like walking into a Wrath later on. Mm-hmm. But I think playing a second announcement here is totally reasonable. And I like this. I like this play a lot. So as I was saying earlier, there's times where you don't want to draw a card. You got to put more stuff in play. So gonna miss a point of damage here, quote unquote. So the first announcement will make a token. All right, I think I put the Vampire to draw a card here. So it's cool. So this is pretty sweet, and right now we have only 3 mana available for Ulamog, and these Bank Buster draws, you don't want to be doing what Ulamog's doing right now. And Ulamog's clearly just stuck on lands, and is in trouble. No black mana. This is the best card advantage in the world is killing your opponent before they can use their cards, and there are 9 cards in hand for Ulamog right now, but no defense to speak of.
Right, and that little 1/1 pilot not going to do much. As of right now, Forrester has no way to trample over or anything like that. Welcoming Vampire being the draw there, so even more card advantage on the side of Forrester. Ulamog leaving up that treasure token. Not sure if still missing the land drop, so Doomscar most likely not in hand because a Foretold Doomscar would still be able to be cast next turn.
Yeah, you could I guess you could also just draw land and play it, but I think you're right. Foretelling Doomscar makes a lot of sense here. So
that did not happen, so I think Forrester's in the clear.
Yeah, and even then, the ability to just, play Wedding Announcement here, draw 2 cards, have 2 announcements in play. If you Doomscar me, all right, sure. I make a 3/3 next turn and kind of go from there is pretty great as well. So,
yes.
Huge attack here. Probably see announcement post-combat. We see a chump block, but, the walls are closing in on Ulamog very, very quickly here.
Yes, we see Wedding Announcement coming down here. Not going to play around with the whole I just wanted to attack with 1 and make more tokens. So flipping the first Wedding Announcement to Wedding Festivity, drawing in both a Duress and another land. Yeah. Yes, unfortunately unable to cast a Duress, but I think still in pretty good shape as Ulamog just kind of highlighting their treasure, thinking about what can they do, and there's the Foretell.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Tough. Real tough. So... yeah, an unfortunate game 2 for Ulamog there. Ended up being a risky keep and didn't pay off. But good run. Top 8's not bad.
Yes.
But Forrester's moving on. Forrester played very well that game too. I know it's a kind of game where you're like, well, yeah, they played well. Their opponent didn't do anything and died. But the reality is Forrester did a really good job of making sure I'm ahead. I'm not going to fall behind here.
Right.
I'm going to play things carefully, maximize all my resources. I'm going to play tight. A lot of Magic players lose games where they should be winning because they feel overconfident. And it's a very, very common leak in a lot of Magic players' games. And That's important. If you lose games like that, you can't afford to lose the games you're going to win most of the time.
Right.
You can't do that. So big win, and we're going to get things rolled up here and see. We take a peek at our standings while we get a look at what our next matchup is going to be. Let's take a little peek.
All right, and we see as that was Ulamog and Forrester at match 121 there had finished up. The results may be in. They are there. It doesn't look like the results have been quite reported yet, but looking down, because we only have our
make loving
our top 4. So we know that Forrester has moved on. Who are our other top 4 competitors?
Zan Saeed taken out by Agreskos 2-0.
Agreskos, yeah. Agreskos waiting for their opponent, either to Scrubbly or Sapoa.
All right. So.
And to Scrubbly, we had a chance to look over their Boros aggro deck earlier. So waiting for our next matchup. That will be top 4. So we know 2 of our top 4 players in separate matches, of course. So both of them are waiting for opponents as we speak. It's exciting.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that game 2 there was obviously unfortunate, but going in, I would have thought that the Kaido deck had the edge.
Right.
But the way that the Orzhov deck was constructed was aggressive, honestly. Just like, I'm not going to mess around with deadly dispute. I'm not going to mess around with just, eye twitch and mucking with cards. I'm just going to put something in play that's pretty good and kill you. And it obviously worked out really, really well.
Well, even if you consider it a bad matchup, or maybe even just like not bad, but an unfavored matchup, knowing how to navigate those matchups is a way that you win a tournament. You usually have to win a bad matchup at some point, and Forrester definitely very well navigated in that matchup. So very well played from both of our players. But congratulations to Forrester for getting through.
That's great. All right, so it looks like we are actually waiting for a match. At this point in the tournament, obviously, there aren't many players left playing. So there are not a lot of matches to pick from. So then we're going to throw to a short break right now, about 2-3 minute break. And we're going to get our next match queued up here for top 4. We're almost there, folks.
Ooh.
We're in top 4. There are 4 players left. There's $1,000 on the line. And we're giving it away. Not us. Exactly.
Well, we're left too, but we're not going anywhere.
Like a real fast look at the prize structure here, right? So, of course, the free to enter $1,000 tournament from Community Gaming. It's a monthly event, so you can play this event too. And our prize structure is $440 to first. That's a nice chunk of change.
That is a nice chunk of
We
change.
got 200 for second, 120 for third, 80 for fourth, and all of our top 8 players also receive $40 each. So a little consolation prize. They're not too bad for a free tournament, right?
Right. You go 5-0, you get $40. Pretty sweet.
I'll take that.
Didn't cost you anything. You got to play some fun standard decks.
Yeah, that's a Saturday well spent, honestly. And so we got a large portion of the pool to give out here. $440 to first, and I'm excited. You should be too. So short break. Back in about 2 or 3 minutes while we try and find ourselves another match. We'll see you guys shortly. Don't go nowhere. Take a time, check Community Gaming, follow the stream, and follow everything else. And I'll see you guys in a few minutes. Have a good one, folks. Or see you in a few seconds, folks. Don't leave. That was my sign off. That was my sign off. Don't leave.
Why did you do that?
I didn't mean to do that. Be right back.
Panicked.
See you guys shortly.
Welcome back, everybody. Are you ready for top 4?
I'm ready for top 4. Are you ready for top 4?
I am ready for top 4.
A little hesitation there. I don't know. A little hesitation. So
I'm just so excited.
we got some more mid-range action. Mid-range all day. Who do we got here?
We have another Celestia Tokens deck. Now, this one looks a little bit different than the mirror that we had shown earlier. One of the biggest things being that mid-piece right there, Ren N7. Any thoughts on playing this 5-mana Planeswalker that was huge when it first came out and just kind of fell off in popularity, but people trying to bring it back with this Celestia deck?
Yeah, it's a good grindy card, honestly. It makes huge tokens, obviously plays great with Chariot. As far as just putting big stuff in play, it does a really good job of that.
And we got a lot of the favorites and mainstays of the other Celestia Tokens decks. Prosperous Innkeeper, Luminarch Aspirant, Skyclave Apparition, 2 Redain in the main here, Waiting Announcement, Welcoming Vampire, and of course the big pig, Yasharn, Implacable Earth. A card which is near and dear to my own heart. I love it. And we're going to take a look here at the other side, which is...
We're ready to roll.
Oh, Orzhov
on this side. Let's hop right into the games, folks.
All right. And now, this Orzhov deck actually interests me quite a bit because it is mid-rangey. It has Archon of Emeria, Path of Peril, and Meathook Massacre all in the main deck, as well as in the Dar Selfless Paladin. So a little bit of venturing here, too. But the only venture card in the deck. So definitely interesting to me.
Yeah, a little bit of value venture. So it's like a mulligan here for our Selesnya players. You get right into the game.
Right, and our Orzhov player happy with their 7, as we see Nadar also in their opening hand, but a nice little curve here, Aspirant into Nadar, Path of Peril and Lolth to kind of like keep things going the way that they would like them to go. Luminarch Aspirant going to come down, immediately become a 2/2 and pass the turn back. Toxman drawing a Luminarch Aspirant here for turn, but looking to start with a Prosperous Innkeeper instead.
Yeah, Chariot on 3 is just too good. I think the Path of Peril is going to be huge. Going to be absolutely huge. We saw earlier a green-white mirror where once one player got ahead, it was very difficult for the other player to get back into the game. Path of Peril is the kind of card you want to get back into a game. You know, you can, Vanishing Verse, a Planeswalker, or a Chariot, hit the Path of Peril on the kick, kill everything, and reset and restart.
Yes, looking to resetting. And another thing that we noticed in the Selesnya token mirror earlier was that Selesnya not very good when it's playing from behind. So
yes.
if the Orzhov player can put the Selesnya player behind, they're in even that much better of a position.
Yeah, I think overall card quality probably goes to Selesnya player, but you're absolutely right. The Orzhov deck gives the ability to come from both sides, where if they get ahead early, they can just win, and if they fall behind, they have a reset button to actually kind of get back into the game.
We'll see that Luminarch Aspirant getting into the red zone, taking Toxman down to 18. So we see a 4th land drop from Toxman's side, and now some choices to be made, but it looks like Welcoming Vampire not going to cash in that treasure from the Innkeeper yet, not having a 4th land drop in hand quite yet on Toxman's side. Wandering Emperor and Esika's Chariot waiting in the wings, though, for their time to shine. Luminarch Aspirant, a 2nd copy being drawn on Sapoa's side. Now, at what point does Sapoa want to stop committing to the board here, knowing that they may have to Path of Peril at some point?
They're pretty ahead now, and their play last turn was very heads up. So they decided to put the counter on the Nadar, not the Aspirant, getting ready for this turn, which is where they make the Nadar into a 5/5. So if Toxman had played Chariot, now the Nadar can block it and play offense and defense, which is pretty great. Sizing up well, Nadar is pretty awesome. So good heads up play there. Get the Nadar going. Prep for Esika's Chariot. And now the board's just starting to get big for Sapoa, and that Path of Peril might not be necessary.
Yeah, it looks like Luminarch Aspirant debating on what creature to grow here, and Nadar is going to go up to a 5/5, and that Vigilance attacker getting into the red zone and getting even further into the dungeons. The Mind of Phandelver here going to make a treasure token.
Yeah, there are actually 0 copies of the Wandering Emperor in this Orzhov deck. Full stop. None main, none board. Wow. So could have seen maybe a bluff there, honestly, as far as the Emperor attack, but gonna get in, kill the vampire. And then the issue there, like I said, is when you play a vampire and don't get any value off of it, that kind of stinks. That kind of stinks. So now our green white player is in a pretty ugly spot.
Yeah, and especially because this Wandering Emperor in the hand of our green white player doesn't do too much against a Vigilance 5/5.
Yeah, and that's just fun. That's just good design, honestly. Every card should have holes, and even though Vigilance doesn't really feel like an ability that normally fill a hole like that, it's very good. But still Skyclave, still some ability to get back into the game, but a little stuck on lands here, and a lot of work to do.
Yeah, and it looks like Toxman's saying, you know what, I'm missing my 4th land drop. I need to start going wide on this battlefield, casting Esika's Chariot, making a couple of cat tokens, going to gain a couple of life, so back up to 14, keeping everything back on defense, as attacking into a 5/5 probably doesn't feel too good.
Yeah, and now the important part is that Nadar has a somewhat, not oftenly seen second ability with the adventure stuff, where once you've completed a dungeon, oh my god, this is actually really interesting.
Ooh.
This is a very aggressive Path of Peril.
I mean, clearing the way for Nadar and able to play a Luminarch Aspirant after this happens.
Yeah, this is very aggressive. But so Nadar, when the dungeon completes, it pumps your whole team as well. So even more board presence available.
Yes, and we'll see the second Luminarch Aspirant coming down. Toxman declining to crew their Esika's Chariot before the board is wiped. Kind of wanting to keep it safe there, playing around any sort of other creature removal that may be in Sapoa's hand. Like an Infernal Grasp, perhaps.
It's not blocking, so...
Yeah. But Skyclave Apparition going to take care of that Nadar that had gotten up to a 6/6. So now just a Luminarch Aspirant, a 1/1 left on the side of Sapoa, but a Loath Spider Queen is in hand. as well as Wedding Announcement drawn for turn. Do you want to just kind of slam your Planeswalker here, get out onto the battlefield, establish dominance?
Yeah, Lolth is actually, while it is normally seen as a defensive Planeswalker, the tokens do have Menace, which is pretty real. And, with an Aspirant counter here, an Aspirant counter there, that can get to lethal real fast alongside the Hive of the Eye Tyrant, too. So, Lolth Plus here looks pretty good.
Yes, and we see Toxman, their grip is double Luminarch Aspirant and a Wandering Emperor. Now, they are able to cast both Aspirants in a turn or leave up the Wandering Emperor, but we will see Loth be the play on Sapoa's side. Luminarch Aspirant pumping itself up, so not going to do anything with the Loth before attacking. After attack's going to decide to make 2 spiders. And like you said, 2/1 Menace attackers, and Toxman is at 5.
Like the sequencing there. Wants to get aggressive, happy to trade the Aspirant with the Skyclave, but play the Lolth first, so if they do trade, you get tokens, and then once you see what they do, you decide what you to do, and make the spiders, or they draw a card.
Yeah, and it looks like happy to make a pair of spiders, and that puts Toxman in a tough spot here. Wandering Emperor can either pump up the Skyclave Apparition to take out the Luminarch Aspirant, or can exile and gain a little bit of life here or there. But Hive of the Eye Tyrant also back, another Menace attacker, so Toxman's going to have an answer.
Yeah, a lot of menacing going on.
Ooh.
That also throws a wrench in things a little bit.
A little bit.
Obviously, the super part of Massacre is not great here, but the I just kill you part is.
Yes, and at this point, Meathook Massacre can be played on 0, and Hive of the Eye Tyrant can be activated, right? Nope. Yes.
Yeah.
So, that says, hey, you know what? You can block however you'd like, but if you kill anything, you're also going to die.
All right, so here come the clowns.
Here come the clowns.
A menacing attack.
Dun. We'll see Hive of the Eye Tyrant as a 3/3, a 3/2 spider, a 2/1 spider, and a 2/2 Luminarch Aspirant. After eating a card from the graveyard, Wandering Emperor will come down on the side of Toxman, and the question is, what to exile? It looks like Hive of the Eye Tyrant going to head to the exile pile. Skyclave Apparition, happy to trade with Luminarch Aspirant. That 2 life from Wandering Emperor mattering a bit here, but that Skyclave Apparition leaves behind a 3/3 on the side of Sapoa.
Yeah, still I think just too much stuff here, and it's a second Hive as well. So the menacing attackers should probably prove to be too much to get through here.
Yes. As the options left for Toxman are Essex Chariot and double Luminarch Aspirant in hand. Even cashing in the Wandering Emperor for a Samurai does not quite make enough blockers between the Hive of the Eye Tyrant, double Spider, and this Illusion. So...
yeah, and then of course the Massacre in hand and Announcement in hand also. Massacre's lethal by itself right now anyway, so a real squeeze on Tox, no way to get out. And that's what we were saying, where if the Green White deck falls behind, there aren't a lot of great catch-up mechanisms.
Yes, and we'll see Toxman mulling over their choices here, ending up going with the Chariot, gonna keep 1, make a couple of kitty cats, and Wandering Emperor going to cash in for a 2/2, but 3 blockers is not quite the 7 that they need.
Yeah, definitely Menace proving very, very effective here.
So Sapoa, also a wealth of decisions to make here, most of them being the correct ones.
Yeah, I haven't checked, but I don't think Swords Plowshare is currently legal in this format. Condemn, Path to Exile, etc. So doesn't even need to fire up the Hive here. Just going to get in and be good to go.
Gonna get in, leaving Meathook Massacre open just in case things go terribly awry and Toxman does have a Swords of Plowshares in hand or something.
Yeah, either way, going to be good to go here. So
yes.
Looks like a pretty good matchup for Sapoa, both on paper and how this game played out. Where, like we were saying, both decks can get ahead. Only one deck can kind of come back from behind. So take a look at the sideboards here. And still no real way to come back from behind in the sideboard. A couple boomers, though. We got the White Mythic Dragon, Ren, a couple big plays.
I'm just gonna say, before we even got to the screens, the Archon of Maria had been moved to the sideboard. So
yeah.
we came right in, and it was like, the Archon of Maria in sideboard? I thought it was in the main. It was in the main. It just came out so quickly. Could not have removed it any faster. We see Guardian of Faith coming in, a big card against things like Meathook Massacre or Path of Peril.
Yeah, having a way to counteract that is pretty important, although not always the easiest to leave up, for sure.
Yes, we see neither of our players very interested in Archon of Mary here, and even some Luminarch aspirants coming out on the side of our Orzhov player.
Yeah, I like that. I think the Orzhov player is a little more the control deck here anyway, so it kind of makes sense.
And both players ready here for game number 2. We will see our Celestia Tokens player on the top. Toxman, they are on the play. Sapoa is our Orzhov mid-range deck. It's funny because I wanted to call it a venture deck, but there's only the Nadaris.
A little bit of adventures.
Well, tiny adventures.
It's a Hobbit-sized adventure, you know?
Orzhov, tiny I mean, the Hobbit's a pretty big adventure.
Orzhov, tiny adventures.
Orzhov, tiny adventures.
Like it.
And, yes, it looks like Toxman on the play. Happy with their 7. We see 2 lands and Emeria's Call, so sort of 3 lands. Guardian of Faith, Welcoming Vampire, Wandering Emperor, and Esika's Chariot. One of the things about the Celestia decks, not too much early play. Normally nothing to do on turn 1 at all. And turn 2, they have, Luminarch Aspirants and Innkeepers and not much else.
Yeah, definitely. Like a deck that likes go 2 to 4, but doesn't really need to.
Yes, and we see a Hive of the Eye Tyrant coming down on the side of Sapoa as Toxman plays a tap land followed by a green land, but nothing to do quite yet. So 3 drops is where the action is going to start, and we'll see a Plains come down, and it will be Welcoming Vampire to kick things off. First thing on the battlefield here for Toxman.
Paladin class.
Yes.
Interesting card.
A 2 of in this list. A card that we saw for a little bit, mostly in decks like mono white aggro, but another card that has kind of fallen off in popularity in favor of other threats. What are your thoughts of that card in this matchup, as far as maybe like the taxing, not even the pumping?
I mean, I guess it makes playing Wandering Emperor a little more awkward, but it doesn't seem particularly great overall.
Yes, we see a Wandering Emperor coming down here, making a 2/2, so saying, hey, you know what? You can have my Welcoming Vampire, but I'm going to get a little value off of it first.
Yeah, maybe a bit of a misstep there from Sapoa, honestly. Like, don't want to allow your opponent to get a card with the Vampire, and by saying go and just main facing the Banishing Verse, did just that.
So just take 2 there, you think?
I think if you're going to cast the Verse, you probably just cast it on your own turn. Just don't let your opponent have the ability to play the Emperor like that. If you know you want to kill it, just kill it. And we were saying that earlier about, like, Magic players want to play instants on their opponent's turn. It's often right to just do it on your turn. And that's one of the reasons why.
Yeah, and we see this 3/3 Samurai with Vigilance getting in with First Strike as well as from the Wandering Emperor. So Sapoa down to 17, and we'll see out of the sideboard Owl the Dawn Sky.
Yeah, this is a powerful card, and with the verse just being used on a non-thing that needed to be exiled, close clear for the Dawn Sky to come down. Death triggers can pump a squad or put a lot of stuff into play. It's a powerful card. It's a very powerful card. Combat-wise, this doesn't line up too well with Legion Angel, but you kind of want it to die anyway. So
right. And we see, another Legion Angel. That Legion Angel train has started rolling for Sapoa, but other choices in Paladin class and Infernal Grasp for Sapoa as well. I am not sure about how to get around this. Like you said, Legion Angel can attack, but I'm probably ready to trade.
Yeah, big question here is if you want to try and kill it or not. Because I think that with the Path of Peril in hand, a lot of pressure to want to try and kill the Planeswalker and have a board of only creatures to Wrath.
Right.
But this is going to be, look at the top 7 cards of your library. Play a number of non-land permanent cards. Total mana value of 7. So you can put a 4-drop and a 3-drop. You can put 7 1-drops.
Total amount of 4.
Oh, 4. I'm sorry. I bought 7 cards. 7 cards, mana 4.
I was like, 7, that's insane.
Yeah, 7 would be really good, actually, I guess. So you can put a Chariot in play. You can put a Yasharon in play.
But it looks like only 1 card, because it looks like another awkward thing about this. Again, I got the Celestia deck. Not a lot of 2-drops.
Wow. So, yeah, choosing to hit Skyclave here. The worst of the options as far as raw power level goes, but it defends the Wandering Emperor.
It does. And we'll see Paladin class be the follow-up for Sapoa, and a pass of the turn back to Toxman, who will draw another copy of Welcoming Vampire here. But it looks like they're going to opt to go with Luminarch Aspirant instead and leave open a Guardian of Faith.
Yeah, now we're getting to the point where Path of Peril is castable next turn. So this is a spot where I kind of like this. So far, Toxman's really ahead. So keep it that way.
Right.
Just keep it that way.
And we see, debating on what to do with the Wandering Emperor here, Luminarch Aspirant coming down, going to pump something, putting a +1/+1 counter from the Wandering Emperor onto the Skyclave Apparition. Aspirant also going to pump that Skyclave Apparition, so we have a 4/4 getting across first strike, and the 3/3 Samurai right behind. So Sapoa down to 8. So that is lethal on the board right now for Toxman.
Yeah, I mean, one of the downsides of Path of the Peril is it does cost 6 mana. It's hard to do that in anything else. So if you cast the Path of Peril and the Guardian counters it, you're in trouble. But gonna tap out. Wow, I am absolutely floored. It looked like Toxin was perfectly playing around Path of Peril there, and instead just walks headlong into it.
Yes.
And now it also returns the 4/4 back from the Skyclave. This is a huge swing.
Yes, a big swing here for Sapoa. So, yeah, a 4/4 left behind. Toxman plays a 4/4 of their own, but it doesn't look so good when you're staring down just a 4/4 token with, like, no value. Paladin class can be activated here, you know, do a little pumping, but Hive of the Eye Tyrant also available to Sapoa, and as is another Path of Peril. So, how do you think Toxman... I suppose with the Paladin class, Guardian of Faith costs 4 instead of 3.
Oh, okay, right. That might have been
Apologies.
maybe it was a mistake on Toxman's part. Maybe not realizing that till the turn had been played out, and then going, oh crap, I didn't got it. So I missed it too. Obviously, the Paladin class hasn't really done anything this game. It's been sitting there. So.
Quite all right. We'll see Legion Angel coming down on the side of Sapoa, and normally a card that Celestia may have trouble with, any sort of flyers, unless they have Legion Angels of their own. Ren and 7 does make reach tokens, but there's no second green on the side of Toxman.
Right, so once again we have a spot where, even if the Ren comes down, the Path of Peril can kill all the creatures, but there's still Planeswalkers in play, there's still Chariot in play. So again, Sapoa needs to kind of put together, okay, I have a puzzle here. My puzzle is get rid of the non-creature permanents and then cast my sweeper.
Right, we'll see Esika's Chariot being crewed by the Vigilant Samurai and the cat, not wanting to trade the Samurai for anything. So I guess it looks like the Esika's Chariot going to get in. The cat was thinking about getting in too.
It's a frisky kitty.
Frisky kitty. Esika's Chariot going to copy the Vigilant Samurai, and looks like will chump block with the Spirit, so that Esika's Chariot staying alive, live another day, planes the draw for Sapoa.
Yeah, could have double blocked there and killed the Chariot, which is a little surprising. But the chump block just screams Wrath Effect, so we see Guardian of Faith left up here, and now I think Guardian of Faith is going to get it done.
Right.
So I think that right now Sapoa has no other choice but to Path of Peril, and Guardian of Faith should do it.
Yes, and it looks like,
I'm sorry.
Happy to do it for 3. Leaves enough open for Legion Angel, but Legion Angel doesn't look like they can stop enough damage on the way back.
Yeah, there's a lot coming through.
Yes, Sapoa is at 8, and that would be an attack for 11, even blocking the 3/2. All these 2/2s are going to get across. So, as long as nothing changes here. So, we see another Esika's Chariot in the hand of Toxman. Can play a Wandering Emperor if they would so desire. But it looks like choosing to play the Esika's Chariot, going to keep the one with the counter on it, but make a couple more kitty tokens so that they can crew the first one. So, even more attackers this time around. And not quite enough for Sapoa to be able to stop. So, we're going to move on to a game number 3 here. Who will move on to our finals?
Yeah, I will say that the what's it called? The creature, Guardian of Faith. Guardian of Faith was excellent that game. The 6 mana Wrath is very, very good against this deck, but it's a big commitment to tap 6 mana and not do anything else. And if the Guardian happens, it's pretty brutal.
Now, Guardian comes back at the beginning. It makes creature come back at the beginning of your next upkeep or something like that. So maybe that's what Toxman was debating, whether they should have Guardian Faith on their own turn to protect their creatures, but they ended up deploying the Welcoming Vampire instead.
That's pretty interesting.
Rather to just say, you know what, you can have this board for the next turn, and
Right.
none of your sorcery removal will do anything.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting,
So,
actually.
so I think Toxman may have been in the tank about that, which was a big decision to make. Ended up in the end working out as they won the game. So we are here in game number 3, and a 2-land hand on the side of Sapoa. And we are Toxman taking a good long look at this 7. A little slow, but says, you know what, I can't afford to ship this back, and another 4-drop in hand. So we've got 5-drop, 5-drop, 4-drop on the side of Toxman as they play out the Emeria as a land.
All right, Skyclave has a good draw there. That sort of bridges the gap here. His hand was very, very slow. And I think there's a bit of pressure on Toxman to get on the board faster.
Right, and we see Nadar coming down, a good target for Skyclave Apparition. There is a Brutal Cathar in Sapoa's hand, but the Skyclave Apparition, Brutal Cathar kind of, going back and forth might just buy Toxman enough time to get into their late game.
Absolutely.
So Skyclave Apparition will come down, take care of the Nadar. So a 3/3 token to be had from Sapoa if they care to answer the Skyclave Apparition. But they also have the choice of just playing out something like a wedding announcement here.
Yeah, this is going to be a slugfest of a game. I mean, our green white player has mostly big, powerful threats. And then, there are some answers for our Orzhov player, but not a lot of action.
Right, and we'll see a 4th land get played here from the side of Toxman. Skyclave Apparition looking to get in for 2. Perhaps still going to deal that 2 damage, but also going to lose the Skyclave Apparition. So Sapoa now with a 3/3 on their side. Not a bad attacker, but again, 6 cards in hand.
Your turn. I got nothing. I don't got a thing.
I mean, to be fair, it's almost true that Toxman just has 2 lands, 2 5-drops,
It's true,
and a
yeah.
4-shell card.
Yeah.
So it was almost true. Like a not meaning bluff. It was just like, I've just got all these big drops happening. Wedding announcement will come down here. Fracture is available to Sapoa as well.
So I could just kill the Wandering Emperor right now.
Thinking about it, kind of floating over that end turn button with the arrow and being like,
Yep.
So wedding announcement will make a 1/1 token, and welcoming Vampire the draw on Toxman's side. Definitely a decent draw, but we're gonna see Ren and 7 come on down. It's time to start deploying these 5-drops.
I mean, this hand's lining up really well for Toxman. Just these are the big boomers you want in a matchup like this, where, you want to play Wrath of God? Here's one big dumb dragon with a death trigger. Here's a planeswalker. So that works out well.
Here is my 5-drop the handful of 5-drops that I was holding when I cast Wandering Emperor.
Yeah, and now Fracture's like, oh man, I have 2 targets. Which one is it?
Right.
There's a 6/6 in play. Path can mop the tokens up, but
Brutal Cathar also takes care of creatures. That is one of the differences between Skyclave Apparition, Brutal Cathar. Brutal Cathar will clean up tokens as well.
it's true. That is true. So the Emperor is on 2, so will survive the attack from the 1/1.
And dropping down to 1. Wedding announcement making another token, ticking up to 2. And we see Toxman with, again, some choices here. They can play their big, silly dragon. They can replay another Ren and 7 here. They can foretell the Starnheim and play Welcoming Vampire. So many choices here.
Yeah, I think you got Starnheim probably be the last thing that you do. So then the question here is, do you want a Dawn Sky? If you play Ren and they kill the token, they can just kill the Ren too, which is pretty awkward. So gonna go over the Welcoming Vampire. Interesting.
So
they're gonna cash in the Emperor. Makes sense.
So cashing in the Emperor, playing the Welcoming Vampire, going to draw a card off of that, a Boseiju, which is a decent answer for a wedding announcement.
Yeah, definitely. That could be a thing where mid-combat, hit the wedding festivities, shrink creatures, kind of a combat trick is pretty cool. And we're in an interesting spot here because, there's a Wrath in hand for Sapoa, but not a lot else. And there's just some big boomers lined up for Toxman. We got dragons, we got angels, we got big planeswalker, and the board right now. The Welcoming Vampire is the best creature in play.
Yes, and that is far and away, Brutal Cathar not really holding on to anything right now. Although Brutal Cathar, is there a world where they don't want to cast anything here? It looks like Brutal Cathar will come down. Didn't know if they valued turning to nighttime at all to become a Moonrage Brute, but it doesn't look like that will be the case. Gonna throw away a token here to draw a card.
I'm surprised to see that the Brutal Cathar not come in. Maybe valuing the ability to go to night and maybe flip it. But
yes, because Brutal Cathar does trigger on each turn back as well.
Oh, man.
Esika's Chariot, drawn, played, get it out on the battlefield. Pretty good draw.
Yeah, and just like there's such an embarrassment of like powerful mythics just waiting for waiting the wing for Toxman.
Yes. A Vanishing Verse, not a bad draw on the side of Sapoa, though, is a clean answer to the Esika's Chariot, but unknown to Sapoa, there are quite a few more threats waiting in Toxman's hand.
Yeah, and Vanishing Verse obviously love to tag a dragon, but that's why dragons are really good like one of in the sideboard. It's the kind of card where like it kind of demands a certain kind of answer. If they have it, it's pretty bad, but if they don't, it's pretty hard to play around, honestly, and you can wait for the right time and deploy it. It's very, very powerful.
Right, and Hive of the Eye Tyrant, feeling a little frisky here. Going to get in as a 4/4 because of that Wedding Festivity pump. Going to be able to eat something out of the graveyard and leave up Vanishing Verse here.
Yeah, so any double blocks would be mucked up.
Yeah, when we see Renin 7 off to the exile pile, and Esika's Chariot being crewed by the Samurai and one of the Kitty Cats, and in response, the Vanishing Verse will be drawn out.
Yeah, I think that's a slight mistake here. I think you want to wait for blocks. Because you can't block the Hive without blocking with the 2/2 also. So by waiting for blocks and then killing it, the 2/2 would die as well. So obviously a good result for Sapoa here, but I think jumped the gun a tiny bit.
Right. So, still winning this battle, but could have had a little more, could have taken a little more of the resources from Toxman. Going to leave that 2/2 in play. A Boseiju who endures still on the table for Toxman as well. Not probably wanting to blow up anything at the moment. Thinking about perhaps just saving the life and taking care of this Hive of the Eye Tyrant right now, but that would also leave the Wedding Festivity in play and take away their answer to that.
Yeah, and there's also a second Hive too. And like if you kill one Hive, there's still another Hive. And if you leave both Hives, they can only activate one anyway. Yeah. So not really a great use of the Boseiju.
And speaking of use, Toxman, plenty of resources in hand, 4 cards in hand, the Starnheim Unleashed in the Foretell Zone, and Sapoa just left with his Path of Peril in hand at the moment.
Wow, yeah, so could have actually just cast the Emeria with the Boseiju as a land, but deciding to play it as a land anyway and play the Dawn Sky.
Yes, and a little bit awkward, only 2 green sources on the side of Toxman, so unable to Renin 7 and hold up the Boseiju.
Love it stack here. Super frisky. Just 2/2 stacking into 3/3s. Suppose got to be like so it's funny you find the spots in Magic where like this would be a great bluff if Toxman had nothing.
Sure.
It's hard to make a bluff like that. It's really, really hard to even like think of it, but like that would have been an amazing bluff if the Boseiju wasn't there.
Yes, and we see, though, a second copy of Wedding Announcement being drawn here. Toxman still has that Renin 7, and, I mean, Sapoa knows about the Starnheim Unleashed that's in the Foretell Zone right now, so that's definitely a formidable threat waiting to come down. Hive of the Eye Tyrant going to eat the Wandering Emperor, and looks like we're going to see Boseiju.
Wow, so this is pretty good for Sapoa. Now the extra mana can cast Wedding Announcement, which is kind of cool.
Yeah, so that comes down, and now Sapoa also knows, hey, my Wedding Festivity lived. So deciding not to play the second Wedding Announcement and deciding to go to Night instead. So now if Toxman wants to double spell, they'll lose 2 more of their creatures. Yeah,
and we can even see double spell from Sapoa next turn. Just Path of Peril for 3, kill the cats, play the announcement, and then eat the Exile of a Dragon, which is pretty good. And these Moonrage Brutes are going to be great against tokens, too, because you can keep flipping, killing tokens with no real risk. So these Brutal Cathars might actually just take it home, honestly.
Yeah, very impressive showing from these Brutal Cathars that are now Moonrage Brutes. No need to cleave. Moonrage Brute going to get in the red zone here, perhaps?
Even the attacks are good because they're first striking, so they can just kill the Ren here. When I saw the Brutal Cathars in hand a few turns ago, I was like, oh, that's fine, I guess. But these Brutal Cathars have actually dominated this game. We felt like that Sapoa didn't really have like a big card, like they didn't really have the big resources. But these Brutal Cathars have been that.
Yeah, and it looks like giving the option to gonna get in with 1 just one attacker to the Ren and 7, leaving back the other Moonrage Brute. What would they be protecting here?
I don't know.
Or do they not want to give back the Welcoming Vampire?
Okay, sure.
If they think that something else is going on.
If it's tapped, then the Wandering Emperor can hit it.
Got it.
So I think playing on the Wandering Emperor is there's also a Genjo too.
So they have to pay 3 life for the ward, but happily to doing that. So Toxman able to keep their Ren and 7 around, but the double spell from the wedding announcement and the earlier Path of Peril, this Brutal Cathar now has both an Owl of the Dawn Sky and a Welcoming Vampire under it.
Eggs, meat basket.
It's a brutal basket, I'll tell you that. And Luminarch Aspirant in hand for Toxman. Ren and 7 on 3, but 3/4 Angels. It's a pretty hefty guard there.
Yeah, at 9 life, this is going to be a little tough. So the Hive can get in, which is pretty sweet. Obviously, we can go to Knight with the Brutal Cathar. And we're going to see the Grasp probably as well.
But the Grasp, even this is just, they are just dead in the air.
Yep. I think
So
that might just do it here.
Sapoa is at 9 here. Infernal Grasp would lose 2, dropping down to 7 by killing one of these 4/4s. And Henrique and Donathi would have been nicer to cast on their own turn. Moonrage Brute flipping, but it has to flip to Brutal Cathar in order to eat a creature.
Yeah.
Infernal Grasp to take care of one of these 4/4s, but that is going to do it. And this Selesnya deck is going to take this one down over the Orzhov deck.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, a well-played game by Sapoa, but just too many slam dunk home runs from Toxman there. I mean, like, it took the fifth crazy, 5-mana mythic to win the game there in that last Starnheim Unleashed, but it was just enough to cross the finish line.
Right, we need to rewind back to Taxman's original hand. When you looked at it, you went kind of like, ugh.
Yeah.
Drawing that Skyclave Apparition, great to give something to do in the earlier game, but just a grip full of, 5 drops, honestly. Yep. So being able to survive to the late game is what they wanted to do. They were able to do, and they take it down. So congratulations to Toxman for moving on to the finals, and congratulations to Poa for a great show in top 4. Getting a little cash.
Yeah, played well that match too, honestly.
Very well.
I was actually very impressed. That game surprised me a lot. I thought the game was going to be a blowout.
Right.
In Celestia favor, given the quality of the cards that were drawn. They did a really good job making a very good game of it. So very, very exciting and very, very cool to see. Let's pop on over to our standings.
Yes.
And are we on to our finals here?
We are on to our finals.
On to our finals here. That's exciting. So we started with over 100 players, single LM 7 rounds. We have the Community Gaming monthly $1,000 tournament, free to play.
Free to play.
Free to play. $440 to first place. And let's take a look at our bracket here. The final, all the way down here. Keep going. Keep going. TBD.
I see some TBDs. We watched.
Hold on. Reload.
We watched Ulamog and Forrester.
We got it. We're good.
We're good. We got there.
And so we got Forrester and McLovin. I'm sorry. What round is it?
It says finals up top too. I'm not making this up, am I?
Is there like an upper and lower finals maybe? I'm going to check out the name. So
looks
like we have finals lined up here. We're going to make a double check here just to make sure that the structure is what we think it is. And we're going to pop back with our finals and crown a winner of the $1,000 tournament today. Let's go. I'm excited. Yeah. All right. So $1,000 on the line. We got a winner on the line. Short break. Back in a minute. Don't go nowhere. Get your popcorn. The finals are coming up.
Promise me popcorn again. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We are just about ready to get into our finals matchup for the day. If you're just joining us, welcome. This is coverage for the Community Gaming $1,000 monthly Magic Arena tournament. Format is standard. Entry fee is free. It's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Yeah, no better fee than that.
Yes, $1,000 prize pool. It's great. And Community Gaming, also great. Haven't heard of them yet. !CG in chat. Check them out. They provide tournament platforms for all sorts of games. Valorant, Smash Brothers, Hearthstone, and of course, Magic. So they also support and provide a wide variety of tournaments and tools, guidance for organizers to help get their events up and going. Head to communitygaming.io to learn more, and make sure you follow them on Twitter @communitygaming. And make sure you're following us, too. Who are us? My name's Nicole Callahan. I'm also known as Lady of the Crease on pretty much any socials. And this is Jim Davis, known as Jim Davis MTG, on all the socials, including here on twitch.tv.
Yep, or my channel, and obviously where I usually stream if it's your first time here. I do YouTube, I do content at coolstuffinc.com. But enough about us. We got a big finals match to play here. That's it.
We don't get so about us anymore?
No more. We're at a big finals matchup here. And I want to go over our two competitors.
Well, we are going to start with this Orzhov list. Both of these competitors we've had the pleasure of watching at some point earlier in the stream. We're starting on the side of Forrester. We saw Forrester take down Ulamog on an Esper list that was very similar to this, with a small blue splash for Kaido and Disdainful Stroke. But this Orzhov list able to take down. Very well played, very well navigated matchup. Very powerful cards in this list.
Yeah, interesting list too. We see no deadly disputes, no eye twitches, a little less of a sacrifice stuff, a little more of just like, here are my cards. They're pretty good. Just gonna put them in play and beat you with them.
Yeah, no lesson package in the sideboard. The only package you're looking at is the Legion Angel package here. So deciding to go with more power rather than spinning wheels with things like eye twitch and shambling ghast, trying to either ramp or get some card advantage. And then obviously some favorites in Loath Spider Queen, copies of the Wandering Emperor, and we see some different cards in Ambitious Farmhand or Restoration of Iganjo to kind of get their card advantage from pulling lands out of their deck.
Basic planes.
Basic planes.
Oh, more basic planes.
All of
the basic planes? I got a basic planes for you.
Well, I'm sure Forrester would let you borrow some.
Oh, yeah. Basic planes to spare, for sure.
Basic planes to spare. As we take a look at the other side of this finals matchup, we just had the pleasure of watching this one in action. It is Toxman on Celestia tokens. But bringing out the big guns here with cards like Ren and Seven.
The Boom Booms.
The Boom Booms. And we saw, even though it's just one copy and it's in the sideboard, Owl of Dawn Sky did some work in the last matchup as well. So, for a deck doesn't really do much on the early, on turn 1, looking to really jump from turn 2 to having 4 mana on turn 3 to play cards like Esika's Chariot, Yasharn, which would guarantee your next few land drops, and more powerful cards like Wandering Emperor. And hey, you know what? Putting Starnhelm Unleashed into the Foretell Zone on turn 2, not so bad in itself. Welcoming Vampire, generating some card advantage. Redain, taxing your opponent's plays. It's a pretty powerful list overall.
Yeah, you saw Starnhelm Unleashed deal a finishing blow in the semifinals there. Big slugfest of powerful effects, and the last thing to happen was 3/4/4 Angels, and that's a pretty good last thing to have happen.
It's like, well, this is all I got left. So, and when your opponent's at 9 3/4/4s that are unable to be blocked by all their ground creatures, seems pretty good.
Yeah, the air is important in these matchups for sure.
Yes, and
so let's get things rolled up here. Looks like our players are getting settled in, getting ready to challenge here. Once again, we got a $1,000 prize pool, $440 the first place, $200 second place, and of course, just the bragging rights of being the champion.
So I'm not going to ask you who you have here, but I would like to know, what do you think the most impactful cards will be in this matchup between the Celestia Tokens deck and this Orzhov deck?
The Boom Booms.
The Boom Booms.
We saw it in the last match. The thing is that like the Orzhov deck can definitely deal with some of the smaller creatures, but the big plays, the Ren and Sevens, the Dragons, Starnhelm Unleashed, Angels, that's going to be key, I think. Absolutely.
So is that going to be enough for Forrester to bring in a card like Duress for games 2 and 3 to want to take these big Boom Booms?
Maybe, honestly. That's going to be very interesting to see how the sideboarding goes here. So,
but we got to get through game number 1 first.
Let's get into our games right here, right now. And then that's too many Boom Booms.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like too many Boom Booms for both of our players, as they're both going to ship back their opening 7s for much more desirable 6s here.
Yeah, much better hands. Much better hands here.
And it's kind of like, we're on the same playing level. You mulligan, I'll mulligan. It's all fair, right? And we'll see our Celestia player deciding whether they want to just ship back a regular forest or if they want to get rid of this Ameria's Call instead. But it looks like the basic forest going to the bottom and a basic plains to the bottom for our Orzhov player as well. As we get right into it, we'll be watching from the side of Forrester, our Orzhov player. On the top there, you have Toxman, our Celestia Tokens player. And let's kick things off, shall we? Hive of the Eye Tyrant on the side of Forrester. Passing it back, and a Luminarch Aspirant. So first presence on the battlefield goes to Toxman, 2/2 Aspirant, and starting things going.
Yeah, it's a pretty good start, honestly. Now the Skyclave can deal with something maybe, and then you can curve up a little bit. Farmhand, not a great target for Skyclave, but at least getting things going. And then the 4th land's a huge draw as well.
Right. A Skyclave eating a farmhand would actually give them a 2/2 on the flip side, but it looks like it's worth it to Toxman. Keep this battlefield clear. I just want to get in with my creatures, so gonna grow the Aspirant after eating the farmhand, and gonna get across for 3. Forester down to 17.
Yeah, a clear announcement of how Toxman wants this match to go. Toxman just announced, I'm the beatdown, I'm the aggressor. I don't want to get too late with you in game 1 here. I want to just kill you.
Yes, and we see a Yasharn Implacable Earth waiting to be played from Toxman as they draw a Forest for turn, but going to go to combat first. Luminarch Aspirant going to grow itself once again, keeping all the counters to itself. Not going to share any with Skyclave Apparition. Going to get across for 6. Really healthy attack. Forester down to 11, and Yasharn comes down. This Meathook Massacre can't be big enough to take care of these 4/4s, and Vanishing First will not take care of a Yasharn either.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised to see the counter go on the Aspirant and not the Apparition, because a counter on the Apparition completely plays around Massacre here. And also, if the Apparition dies, a 2/2 blocker at least can buy some time as well. But going super wide here, it's a lot of power very fast.
So it looks like Forester, 5 cards in hand, 4 open mana. They don't have anything to do, so they're going to pass the turn.
Yeah, nothing. Not a thing. I just got all 5 drops. Sorry, I got nothing else.
Luminarch Aspirant sharing the love this time around, putting a counter on Yasharn Implacable Earth. And Forester cannot wait to get their Wandering Emperor onto the battlefield.
Yeah, you should have cast a pre-combat. I'm casting it. I'm casting it.
Well, thankfully they waited until their opponent actually attacked so that they could exile this Yasharn, gaining 2 life. So up to 13 before taking 6 here, which is still a really healthy attack from Toxman. Forester down to 7, and Renin 7, a pretty good follow-up.
Yeah, so it makes a 5/5, which with a land drawn, Massacre couldn't even kill. Land not drawn, so the Massacre can't even kill the Aspirant either. So some work to do for Forester, but has a lot of good cards in hand.
Yes, and that Restoration of Iganjo becoming the Architect of Restoration. So a creature now in play. Wandering Emperor opting to tick up here, putting a +1/+1 counter on that Vigilance creature. So it will become a 4/5 rather than a 3/4. And Wedding Announcement, a good follow-up, all while able to hold up Vanishing Verse as well.
Yeah, definitely making a play here to try and get out of this. The Wandering Emperor is going to be really, really good on offense, though. The Architect is a very good attacker and blocker. It's got Vigilance, it makes chump blockers, but at a point now where Forester kind of just has to block, it's going to be pretty hard to play around Wandering Emperor here.
Right, Wandering Emperor of Toxman's own, as well as a replacement copy of Renin 7 should anything happen to that, and an Amaria's Call for later on to make all of their creatures indestructible, except of course for the 2 angels that are made by Amaria's Call. So we'll see what Toxman decides to do here, taking a pause before heading into attacks, and looks like they want to activate Ren first. They're looking at the top 4 cards of their library, putting lands into their hand. They were able to hit 1, so a basic Plains to hand now, and we see a Starnheim Unleashed going to the graveyard, so probably not feeling too great about that, but that's okay. Still plenty of resources in hand for Toxman.
It's an interesting spot because, that land's pretty important for Amaria's Call next turn. That's pretty huge. But, if Tox thinks that Forester has the Vanishing Verse, which they do, this deck is actually a little awkward. The things can come in, the Verse can eat one of them. Emperor makes it, if it's just a chump block on the Aspirant, that's the Emperor can't really do much there. So, we're going to see a safety block here on the Apparition, which is pretty hard to really to mess up. A little chump block and then a Verse, and this game's starting to swing.
Yeah, you can see the 1/1 thinking about jumping in front of the Aspirant instead, but it looks like a double block that would leave Forester mostly dead, but then just signaling the fact that I have a removal spell in hand to Forester, to Toxman. So the Wandering Emperor can come down here. It would be able to plus onto the Luminarch Aspirant, but it's still only 6.
Yeah, and this block also kind of screams Vanishing Verse anyway.
Right.
Yeah, and then the Architect blocking also gives a token. This Skyclave Apparition attack might have been a little hasty.
A little ambitious.
Yeah, because now it's dead. There's a 2/2 on the board as well.
Oh, shucks.
The Architect got to block successfully and make another blocker for next turn too. And now it's just tapped out so the Architect can attack again next turn. And Architect, of course, has Vigilance, which is very important. So the Wandering Emperor cannot take care of that one.
Yeah, and Forrester debating on just vanishing versus something here to take care of either like the Ren and 7 or perhaps Luminarch Aspirant or the Tree Folk token from getting any larger. And it looks like Luminarch Aspirant will be the target for this vanishing verse. So that will bite the dust into the exile pile with Aspirant and Legion Angel the draw for turn. It feels a little bit better when you can cast more than one Legion Angel in a turn. When you're
Speaking of vanishing, Toxman's gonna be like, what the hell just happened? This game looks so great, and then in a turn and a half here, this game is completely swung around. There are still good cards in hand for Toxman, but Wandering Emperor really isn't that great without some sort of combat or something else going on against a Vigilance creature. So, I don't know what the plan is here. I mean, we could have seen another Ren last turn to make another token to throw one of them away because Ren's gonna die here anyway. But this game is starting to look pretty scary. 2 life is not a lot, but you got to finish the game.
Yeah, Forrester definitely in a precarious situation being at 2. Now, like you said, the Architect of Restoration has Vigilance, makes a token here, so is able to stay back on defense while making another defender. Welcoming Vampire just came into the battlefield, so that unable to attack. So that will also be back on defense and drawing a card here as well. We see a land. So a follow-up Welcoming Vampire may be on the menu.
Yeah, and like we were saying earlier, the green-white deck doesn't really have a comeback mechanic, so you just jam the Vampire here. There's no fear. Just keep building that board bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And this advantage the Orzhov deck has is that it does sort of the same big go wide thing, but if it fall behinds, it can get there. It can have Wrath the board and kind of go, where the green-white deck can't really do that.
Right, but we do have to remember that there is a Legion Angel in Forrester's hand. The Flyers, but as far as Toxman knows, they go, well, they have these Welcoming Vampires that can kind of like chump and trade, but I have 2 4/4s, and now my board has become indestructible, and they have to block the 7/7 and the 2/2.
Yes, that is true. That is true. The big Flyers are a pretty big game. Although now we're at the point where maybe the Massacre can come down, just clean this thing up.
Yes.
We see the 7/7 get in. Maybe we see a bunch of blocks on it. Actually, I can't kill it. It's indestructible. But so we'll see. 7/7 definitely throwing a wrench in that plan a little bit. Emperor's still there. Still a lot of game to be played.
Right, and like you said, a Meat Hook Massacre, definitely a very powerful card waiting in the hand of Forrester, as is the Legion Angel package. And again, unable to double Legion Angel in a turn, but still feeling pretty good. But now those 4/4s have to be on Forrester's radar, where they're saying, hey, just if one of these gets through, I'm dead.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh, this is interesting, maybe. Maybe trying to make an extra token?
Just make another 1/1.
I don't think it really helps anything, though, so.
Leaving it, it's a token that you would make that it's disappeared there now anyway, so they can attack with it, I suppose, next turn. Tapped out, though, on Toxman's side. So, putting a +1/+1 counter and giving the Tree Folk first strike after the fact.
What's better than going big? Going really big.
And we see that happening on that 8/8. Shattered Sanctum, the draw for turn on Forrester's side. So definitely some options here. Again, needs to be careful in the air. Cannot allow these 4/4s to get across.
Yeah, honestly, like the tools are there to block the 8/8 post Massacre, right? So Announce it makes token post combat or post turn, and then Emperor can make a token as well.
Whoa.
So I think this is going to be a swing all at the Planeswalker, take that one down, and then just get the Massacre going. Huge Massacre. The board will end up being an 8/8 versus 2 tokens, and then just trying to use the Angel to rebuild.
Yeah.
Also, draws here are big too. Drawing these vampires, obviously just lands. But,
I feel like draws very relevant, powerful.
They were good when they were unknown quantities, but the mana's still good anyway, so we'll see. But
yeah, better draw them now than over the next 2 turns, I suppose, as well.
However, the downside to this is that now the announcement makes a card, not a token. But I don't think there's any way in this green-white deck to punish that. There's no way to actually remove a token as a chump blocker. So no matter what, the token will be able to chump block this 8/8 and buy the time necessary.
Right, and we see Meat Hook Massacre coming down. It'll be interesting to see what it comes down for. And it looks like X will equal 4, so Architect stays alive. There will be some gaining and draining going on here as the board looks a bit clearer now. Being able to exile the Tree Folk token with Wandering Emperor and gain a little more life, so even a little more padding for Forrester's life total. Back up to 7, ambitious farmhand the draw, And Legion Angel also waiting, but Esika's Chariot and Ren and 7 are in Toxman's hand. Unfortunately, only able to cast one.
Yeah, we missed the Emperor there, killing the token. That was the answer to the Tree Folk. So, could have seen a heads-up block from Toxman there. If they blocked the Archetype, that would have died too. If Zeros get a Massacre. But pretty big cleanup. I missed the Emperor exiling the Tree Folk token. And now, despite the number of lands in hand for Forester, still a pretty good board. This 5/6 Architect is huge.
Yes.
Making a token every turn, it's hacking, can't be Wandering Emperor. Wandering Emperor still there, Legion Angel still there, and it looks like the corner's turning here.
Yeah, looking like they might want to just get in here. There's no good blocks from the side of Toxman, 2/2 Kitty Cats, and the 4/4 Esika's Chariot, not blocking a 5/6 very well.
Yeah, and this Architect every turn is, it's adding more to the board, adding creatures. They're 2/2s because of the festivities. Also interesting here too is the wanting to get Coven to flip the farmhand, so into a 4/4 lifelinker, which is a pretty big game, honestly.
That is pretty big game, and it looks like that's what they will opt to go with here. Almost putting the +1/+1 counter pre-combat, but deciding to do it after combat, after a token has been made, to make sure nothing goes awry. So we now have a 5 power, a 3 power, and a 2 power creature in play on the side of Forester, and it looks like Legion Angel is going to be the follow-up, as the rest of Forester's hand is Lance.
Yeah, I mean, could have flipped over the farmhand,
yes.
But I think casting the Angel here makes a lot more sense. So, and again, there aren't really a lot of ways to push through in Toxman's deck. It's mostly just like, I play big things and run you over.
Right.
So, we got a Ren here, and Besage is pretty cool to pick up the festivity, but like still a lot to get through.
Yeah, is it the festivity or is it the Meat Hook Massacre even? Like,
it could even be the Architect, honestly. So there are plenty of targets.
There are many targets here. That 8/8 gonna come in, but it's gonna crew up that Chariot right away. Wanting to get in, just kind of giving up the Chariot to make another 8/8 token.
Yeah, so this might induce the Besage to hit the Architect here, so the Chariot will at least trade with something.
Right.
We'll see. We could also see, honestly, a post-block removal spell. So Architect blocks Chariot, then you just Besage the Architect. So now the Chariot lives, make another 8/8 next turn. So I was a Bomat Courier a lot, because you want to keep your creature alive, but you don't want to let your opponent know that the creature's not going to die.
Yes.
So you have to often have to overblock against Bomat Courier to play around that. So we didn't see that here. So Chariot's going to live. That's another 8/8, and now that's a pretty big swing, because the Chariot can make another 8/8 next turn.
Right, and we'll see Ambitious Farmhand being activated on the end step here, flipping over, and with that counter, it has become a 5/5 lifelinker. Wandering Emperor going to start by plussing, and looks like going to plus on to the Seasoned Cathar. Unfortunately, still does not size up well against an 8/8.
Yeah, we could have seen the Emperor thrown away here, just to exile one of the 8/8, just kind of keep the board under control, but wants to keep it in play. And I mean, like, double Angel here is great. 2 more Angels, put them in play. That's good and all, but I mean, it's a numbers game. 8/8s are bigger than 5/4s. And maybe another one available next turn. The Cathar can eat the Chariot, but throwing away a Chariot for another 8/8 or possibly even 9/9 makes sense. It seems reasonable. So we're going to see Ren plus next turn to find some more lands for sure. So they're only getting bigger.
Right. And part of the thing is also a Legion Angel, if they want to double block onto these 8/8s, a 5/4 would be able to take out both of the Legion Angels that would be blocked on the 8/8 as well. So, oh my goodness gracious.
Was that a whiff?
That was a whiff. But Lair of the Hydra had been drawn for turn, so it still grows these Tree Folks to 9/9s. Forester at 7 life. Now, they had built back up from 2 life earlier on in this game, but we'll see if that buffer is going to be long for this world as the 9/9s are staring them down. Toxman also does have to be careful for the swingbacks.
Yeah, for sure. 10 life is not a lot. There's some big stuff going on here. We're going to just decline to make the token with Chariot, and Hagar Mauling's a big draw, because now it's not going to be a thing anymore.
Right. Hagar Mauling, huge draw here. Another Legion Angel to present another attacker in the air. And now there's only 1 reach blocker left. Yeah. And actually, that is just lethal.
This is lethal? Yeah.
This is just lethal. Because crewing up that Chariot to kind of replace the 1 reach token, but that is 15 power in the air with Toxman at 10.
Wow.
So don't hit the wrong button, Forester, and I think you got this wrapped up.
Yeah, this has been a crazy game, an absolutely wild turnaround for Forrester. Toxman's draw seemed really, really good. They're off to a great start. Had that one kind of tough turn, and it all vanished, as we said.
Yes, and so we'll have Forrester, our Orzhov player, take down game number 1 in the finals here of the Community Gaming 1K. And we're going to head on to game number 2. But first, take a look at these sideboards. We see Ray of Enfeeblement coming in on the side of our black-white player. Some Duresses, Go Blanks, Farewells, Meathook Massacre, and obviously the Legion Angel package in the sideboard. What else will they be interested in? Looks like Luminarch Aspirant again getting a shave. Probably not so good on the draw.
I think just a classification of like the matchup, which I think the black-white deck is firmly the control deck in the matchup, with the wrath effects and so on and so forth. So trying to get into a slugfest creature-wise, Aspirant probably not a good idea. A lot of good tools here though. Duresses look good. The extra massacres look good. Farewell looks good. The Rays look pretty good, but again, I don't think the 1-for-1 removal is particularly incredible against the screen deck. I'm surprised to see no Duresses though.
Yes. As of right now, no Duresses in the main. Looks like shaving a wedding announcement, shaving some welcoming vampires. Going to kind of like pick and choose around, leaving one Luminarch Aspirant in the deck, as well as one Meathook Massacre. And the single Redain is in. The farmhands stay in, and it looks like Forrester says, I'm good to go. Up a game. Let's do this. So game number 2 between Toxman on Celestia tokens and Forrester on Orzhov mid-range. And another kind of ugly opener for our Celestia player. A little bit better here on the 7. Not great, but one of those Tangle Florahedrons going to hit the bottom of the library and still able to cast some spells on 2. So happy to keep this 6. Our Orzhov player playing almost mostly mono white.
Yeah,
to keep their 7.
Not a great hand. Not a lot of early interaction. Restoration, of course, can find a plains, which is a land, but no black lands. So a bit of a stumbly hand here, and the curve for Toxman's pretty good.
Yeah, Luminarch Aspirant into Welcoming Vampire, and then if things haven't been answered, being able to hold up a Guardian of Faith to protect their board seems pretty good.
Yeah, and I mean, farewell, not exactly the draws you're looking for when your hand is kind of slow and clunky, so...
That sounds like a terrible song. And also, as of right now, missing black for the removal in Vanishing Verse or the bigger removal in Kaya the Inexorable. And a Plains is gotten by the Restoration of Iganjo as well.
Yeah, no Godless Shrines here.
No mana fixing for you. So we'll see Welcoming Vampire and Luminarch Aspirant good to go on the battlefield here. Getting the green light from Forrester, being tapped out, nothing to do. And it looks like shocking in the land. Luminarch Aspirant going to pump up that Welcoming Vampire. So both creatures at 3 power. This is an attack for 6. Down to 11 goes Forrester. And a Wandering Emperor, not even a bot, not on your turn. I'm just casting it right now.
Love it. Love it. This is a very smart play. So you're guaranteeing the draw off of the Vampire. Can't really get punished here off plains. But if we see a black source come up in the Vanishing Verse kill the Vampire response, could not draw a card. So good job prioritizing the card draws.
And it looks like Hive of the Eye Tyrant will be hit off of the Restoration of Iganjo as it was drawn to hand and then discarded, comes in tapped anyway, so why the heck not, and able to play the Plains. So their own Wandering Emperor on their own turn again. Something I feel like you don't see that often. Wandering Emperor going to minus on that Welcoming Vampire. So gaining 2 life, back up to 13 goes Forrester, and taking care of one of the more formidable threats on Toxman's side.
Yeah, Forrester's just saying, I'm very happy to kill your thing, gain 4 life. Right. I don't want to risk you having Guardian of Faith or, whatever else it might be to stop this from going off. I want your thing dead. Yes. I don't want you drawing any cards off of it, so...
And we see Luminarch Aspirant going to get in, going face, while the 2/2 Samurai, safe to just attack by itself, the Wandering Emperor, to take care of that on Forrester's side. A land here, drawn for turn, opens up Farewell. There is a Guardian of Faith waiting in Toxman's hand. Do you just have to slam this for Farewell here?
It's tough, because you can't Emperor and Verse, and have a good blocker in play now, too. So you see Verse you can see Verse in the Aspirant, Emperor to mop things up. This is a spot, though, where I would not want to play... the Verse in the main phase. I guess if you're gonna hit Planeswalker, it's fine. But as far as playing your own Guardian of Faith, when you make him use it on their turn. Right. But Architect is a really good blocker. You know, we do see the Boseiju in hand for Toxman, as well as the Seat of the Empires. Two good land spells, which can kill the Architect.
Yeah, and it looks like that will be the play here. Boseiju to take care of the Architect. And Forrester, not much of an option. Kind of just needs to let that happen. Grabbing another Swamp. So 5 mana in play. Only hope here is the Wandering Emperor. I'm going to wait until Toxman's turn to cast it.
Yeah, so gonna spread it out here. Getting for 5. Emperor exiles Aspirant and gains 2. The Guardian's still up. Now we'll see here if Toxin wants to save this Aspirant out with the Guardian, or is going to keep holding it up for the inevitable Wrath effect, which there are a lot of.
It'll be interesting to see if this is enough to bait out that protection spell.
It's important to also note that they wouldn't gain 2 life either.
Right.
So there is some value here in Guardian Faithing, but the risk is very high.
Yes, they are considering it, but it looks like maybe more valuable things to do, like Ren and 7 post this and being happy with Forrester taking 5 after gaining 2 and dropping down to 6. And following up with a Ren and 7 that can make a 5/5 token feels pretty good.
This is risky, though. Now shields are down. Now Farewell's ready to rock and roll. And you're leaving your opponent with a creature land and an Emperor in play. The Ren's still in play, too. You know, but can't do anything just yet. And the Guardian of Faith, you know, once the Wrath has already been cast, is not nearly as good. So, aggressive line here for Toxman. We'll see how it pays off.
Yes, and we will see Farewell being cast here. Modes, exile all enchantments, all creatures, and all artifacts. Not going to touch the graveyards. We know that there's a Takenuma Abandoned Mire in Forrester's 75. So being able to bring back things from the graveyard may be beneficial later on. As while Toxman, I do not believe, has any sort of interaction with their own graveyard. We'll see Ren and 7 going digging for some lands, and 1 hit. There was also a flip land there, but that doesn't count.
Not quite.
Not quite. Amaria's Call will join the other non-lands in the bin. And Ray of Enfeeblement to answer that Luminarch Aspirant.
That's a pretty good draw, honestly. I mean, we can see... Ooh, oh no.
Uh-oh.
Oh no. So, Kai can take out the Ren here. However, the Hive of the Eye Tower can kill the Ren for free.
Right.
However, the single copy of Seat of the Empire is in hand as well. Now, there is 4 mana, so it could be Wandering Emperor also. It's not like it's like the case card. Oh,
right.
No. Oh, no. Seconds before disaster here.
The thing is, getting with this Hive of the Eye Tyrant, if they decide to Iganjo this Hive of the Eye Tyrant, then at least the path is clear to Ray of Enfeeblement, the Luminarch Aspirant, on the way back.
Yeah, but I think killing the Ren is just such an important thing this turn.
Right.
That now the Ren can make a token. They get plus again too, I guess, but...
I don't know that there was a productive way to kill the Ren this turn.
Let's play Kaya, right?
Yeah.
I think play Kaya and then Ray the Aspirant, so Kaya can stick around. Seems pretty good.
Yeah, it doesn't seem too bad. Wandering Emperor going to make a 2/2 here. Ray of Enfeeblement still on the menu, but looks like Forrester going to decline to cast that at the moment. A second copy of Ren and 7 going to be the draw. So, more inclined to cash in this first one?
The problem is now you can't cash it in and play the other one and leave a Guardian Faith. So I would not be happy playing Ren, cashing it, playing Ren, cashing it, and being exposed to Wrath again. So, and not enough lands to play Ren either way here. So this is a pretty awkward one. You know, Guardian is a little awkward to keep up. 3 mana is a lot.
Yes, we see in lieu of casting the Guardian, going to let that Ray of Enfeeblement eat the Luminarch Aspirant because Toxman wanted to get this Ren and 7, the second copy, on the battlefield, leaving up 1 mana. And being able to make a 6/6 here feels pretty good, but it looks like they're going to dig for some more lands.
Love the play.
Double Wandering Emperor Wedding Announcement hit the bin, but able to find a Plains and grow that Tree Folk to a 7/7. Down comes Kaya now.
Yeah, so obviously, unfortunately for Toxin, there's a Kaya here to answer the Ren, but I like the idea a lot. Make some more land drops, keep the Ren safe against both creatures, and make a Wrath not that bad for you. But Kaya's gonna take care of the Ren. Still a 7/7 in play, but now things are obviously a little more awkward.
Yeah, we'll see Kaya eat that Ren and 7 into exile. It goes. Wandering Emperor going to put a counter on what? This ambitious farmhand will keep it if it's, if it flips. But taking a look at that 2/2 Samurai, neither of these creatures very big.
Yeah, it's still a 7/7 in play. Still pretty big.
Yes. And Forrester is at 6. So it looks like you're going to just ignore the Planeswalkers entirely. Go face, say, listen, you got to block this. You have to give up some sort of resource to block it. And it looks like the Samurai is going to bite the dust.
Yeah, I mean, Farewell is hanging out. Second Emperor is hanging out. We can see the first Emperor's exile of his tree folk. There is Guardian of Faith, though. It's been hanging out this whole game. Yeah, and, if it goes for the minus on the target, the tree folk, the Emperor won't gain the 2 life if Guardian of Faith phases it out. So...
Right, and now we see Kaya plussing up on that ambitious farmhand. Going to get in here. Are we going to see a follow-up Farewell to take care of the announcement and the creatures?
This is the classic kind of counterspell where you attack first, but then you get countered and you needed the blocker. Yeah. This is it. This is just the game.
Yes, we'll see artifacts, enchantments, and creatures all getting exiled. Again, leaving those graveyards alone. But here it comes.
Yeah, so now the Guardian can come down, save both things, and there are no blockers.
There's a one...
The Emperor can make 1 blocker.
The farm hand...
Oh, I guess the Guardian itself dies
leaves
too.
behind a 1/1.
Oh, right. I'm sorry. Kaya's a weird card. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, Kaya leaves behind a 1/1 and bounces the ambitious farmhand back to hand, but...
So that wasn't as bad as I thought it was. I missed like 4 things there.
It's okay. Kaya has a lot of words on it, as do so many Magic cards nowadays. So that's 7/7, getting in, again, threatening Forrester's life, totally ignoring these Planeswalkers. And a Lair of the Hydra, which can also be very big next turn, is going to be played as a land is drawn on Forrester's side. Ambitious farmhand, given the old college try once again and back onto the battlefield, fetching up another plane. There are 2 more left.
Just love basic planes.
Just love basic planes. Already 4 on the battlefield, playing 6 total, so still 1 left in the deck. So if they'd like to play another farmhand, they can still go find another one. Luminarch Aspirin going to come down, pump something up a little bit. Not ready to cash in this Kaya quite yet, because why bother? You just keep bouncing, have eternal blockers here.
Yeah, this is a pretty good spot, honestly. There's just a lot of blockers available for this Orzhov deck. And now we see the farmhand, another Wandering Emperor's in hand just for a little safety as well. The farmhands that start growing and eventually end up being, a 4/4 5/5 lifelinker. This is Coven now, too.
Yep. So farmhand can flip.
Yep. You can see the cheeky little vigilance attack here. Totally free attack.
Yep. Getting in. If you want to block with your 1/1, go for it. But Toxman still at 15 life. So saying, it's fine. I'm dropping down to 13. Want to leave my creatures in play. And Esika's Chariot the draw from Toxman's side. So able to go a little wider here.
Yeah. The problem is that I just don't think this is enough. A lot is riding on this 8/8, and it's dead to literally everything right now. Kaya can kill it. Wandering Emperor can kill it from hand. Even if it were to go to crew and try to be copied, if you kill it in response, it's tapped. No more second 8/8. The farmhand's right now going to be a 5/5 lifelinker. It could be a 6/6 next turn. A 7/7 next turn.
Yeah.
So the farmhand's ready to outsize the 8/8 at this point and get that Baneslayer life going. And there aren't a lot of ways to remove it in this Selesnya deck.
Yes, there are not. As we see the Chariot come down, Lair of the Hydra is still kind of chilling there. It can only be a 2/2 at this moment, but probably not quite enough on the side of Toxman with 0 cards in hand. We see Forrester with a land and a second copy of Wandering Emperor. Toxman, we've seen them still attacking face, and Forrester being able to continuously chump block with these creatures. And there's that Takenuma Abandoned Mire, the reason for not exiling the graveyards with each of the farewells that we've seen so far. Kaya, comfortable enough to tick down, able to exile that tree folk and stay alive.
Yeah, this is pretty huge. Now we see the Emperor go up on the Cathar, probably. I don't recall exactly what's in the graveyard for the Abandoned Mire, but no, just gonna make a token here. Not gonna fire up the plus in the Cathar. So valuing the blockers. Just keep the blockers, keep it wide, stay alive.
And honestly, having a Wandering Emperor in hand as an insurance policy feels pretty good too, as the Seasoned Cathar is going to get in for 6 damage lifelink. So if Toxman wants to trade, for their Chariot and anything, then actually they couldn't. They couldn't even. They would have to activate their lair.
Yes.
And crew up and just
And
a lot of resources.
Very risky, regardless. Yeah. So, this is looking pretty good for Forrester. It's been a very impressive match.
Yes. This has looked really good as we see the Essex Chariot crewing up. Whether or not this is out of desperation, we see Luminarch Aspirant also coming down here. Pre-combat main phase. Luminarch Aspirant going to pump up that Essex Chariot. And looks like ready to get in. At this point, do you even let this happen? Do you Wandering Emperor and say, I don't even want you to have your chariot anymore?
It's tough. You already have one in play, so you don't necessarily need to play it. It's a nice insurance policy also. I wouldn't mind abandoning miring here first just to see what's up. Although maybe the plan is to just sacrifice this. I'm sorry. That's what I had the counter on it. I thought there was a plus counter, so that's even better. Yeah, so Kaya, this is the best I've ever seen Kaya be in the history. It's been legal. I've never seen Kaya be so good.
Kaya has been doing some work. It is only a one of in this list as well.
Yeah, and the reality is that it's just so hard for this green white deck to get through these blockers.
All right, let's see what Takenuma shows us. I saw a Redain, an Ambitious Farmhand, and there was already a Wandering Emperor in the graveyard as well. Redain seems pretty good, as the green-white deck seems pretty vulnerable in the air at the moment.
Yeah, it's funny, the text on Redain not that important, but the flying body, super reasonable.
You just want a 2/3 for 3 flying.
Yep.
That's all you want.
Yep.
And we see this Wandering Emperor pumping up the 1/1 flying token to get more of that value. We see Kaya going up, going to target the Season Cathar. Luminarch Aspirant coming down as well. Looks like that's going to pump something up as well. Here we see concentrating on that Spirit. As we know, the Redain, everyone knows the Redain in hand. So this is threatening lethal next turn.
Yeah, and this is great. Doing a good job buffering the life total, protecting the creatures that are important. It's ready to rock and roll. Gets the cast Redain here with Emperor up as well as a insurance policy. I see no way out here for Toxman. This has been a clinic from Forrester in his finals.
Right. And honestly, even earlier when Forrester was playing against the Esper deck, we have seen Forrester do an amazing job navigating these matchups, knowing what's important and what's not, and which way, how to approach things. Starnheim Unleashed?
Just a little late. We've seen this once before today, where the Starnheim is just a little bit late. If we have one more turn to crank it up and cast it,
yeah, they can only make one token. They can just cast it for 6 because of Redain, but
right. So yeah, I guess Redain also taxes it a bit too. But yeah, so just a 4/4. If it could have been 2 or 3 4/4s, maybe there's a path here because obviously Chariot can copy, which is pretty great. But I don't think it's enough. I don't know. We're gonna see it. That was pretty good. 2 4/4s is pretty nice.
Yeah. I mean the 5/5. But the thing is that also I think Toxman pressured into attacking here. So making the 4/4s that are back on defense, there's still a 6/6. And there are still things that can give counters in the Wandering Emperor and a Luminarch Aspirant on the side of Forrester.
For sure, yeah. A good draw to stabilize a bit, but the problem is it a stabilization or a path to victory for Toxman? And I'm not sure what it is.
Yes, as we see Essex Chariot going after the Kaya, finally Toxman deciding to attack one of the Planeswalkers. Forrester at 18 life, so pretty healthy life total. And looks like Forrester just wants to get this second Wandering Emperor out onto the battlefield and get it to work.
Yeah, just going to say goodbye to this Seeker's Chariot, which I think is a reasonable thing to do. Now that there's an Angel in play, you can't have an Angel every turn. And you can't really block it super well here. Just get rid of it.
Yes.
Just get rid of it, gain some life. Up to 20, in no fear of dying.
It's like the game just started.
Yeah, basically. And we got the Hive of the Eye Tyrant here. Also, Toxman's at 4.
Yes. So there are 4 blockers on the side of Toxman. We have 1 Menace attacker and 6 attackers besides.
Yeah, that's just lethal.
I think that is just too much for Toxman to overcome here. We're going to see Forrester plussing on the Wandering Emperor, giving that Hive of the Eye Tyrant a +1/+1 counter. Kaya's going to go up and target their Redain because why not? No need to even pump the Redain here. We'll see Aspirant going up, pumping itself just to make it a little bigger. So there is no attacker here with less than 2 power.
Yeah, as long as the Hive is lethal by itself.
Right.
Yeah, I just can't block by 2 things. And this has been a very impressive match by Forrester 15. A well well-earned victory here in the Community Gaming $1,000 standard monthly open tournament. I'm impressed. I'm very, very impressed with a very unorthodox build of Orzhov here, honestly. And when I first saw the list, I was sort of like, this is a little weird, no disputes. But it's played out very, very well. Some of the more obscure card choices here, like Kaya, showing their worth. Restoration of whatever it's called. Iganjo. Very, very good. And that's awesome.
So that'll do it. We have a champion. Forrester 15. It takes it all down with Orzhov mid-range. Unorthodox Orzhov mid-range. Yeah,
we'll take one more look at the deck list over here. I'm impressed. I'm definitely impressed. It's cool to see a deck list that looks a bit different than you expect it to look. It's a pretty established archetype at this point.
Right.
But usually it's Deadly Dispute, Shambling Ghast, Eye Twitch, yada, yada, yada. So different take, breaking the mold a little bit here and being paid off with a victory. Forrester, congratulations for taking down the Community Gaming Tournament with this awesome deck list and great plays too.
Yeah, ambitious farmhand MVP.
Right? We saw the flip side of farmhand a numerous amount of times there, and there's so much stuff in the deck to size it up. It was like a 6/6 lifelinker very, very often.
It was very well played, very well navigated by Forrester. Again, good games to both of our players, though. Toxman played quite well as well. I mean, and going 6-1, that's pretty good. So.
Yeah, for sure. Toxman had a great tournament as well. It stinks that, you go 6-0 in a tournament and you lose that last match. It's still a great day, and we'll get $200 for the trouble, of course, in this no entry fee $1,000 tournament, which is awesome.
It's pretty good.
So congrats to our finalists, congrats to all of our players. A lot of players who were, top 8, went 5-5-0, took a loss. A single limb, it's, if you're deep in the tournament, you're crushing. And you just took one loss and you're out, because that's the nature of single limb. But it makes for a nice, quick tournament where all the matches are very, very exciting. So, want to extend a huge thank you to Community Gaming for inviting me and Nicole on to do coverage for this event, helping run things behind the scenes. We got Pop-Tart, Kyle,
Nikki and Becky for organizing and meeting us with us earlier in the month to make sure all of this was going to run smoothly, and for providing us with a lot of the overlays
graphics and everything.
Fancy.
Ooh. Yes. So. Great tournament, a lot of fun. They hold these monthlies. Make sure you follow Community Gaming on Twitter, @Community Gaming. Go to their website, which is communitygaming.io, correct?
Right.
What else do they do on Community Gaming?
They do a lot more than just Magic. They run tournaments for games, Smash Brothers, Valorant, Hearthstone. I saw a Mario Kart there in the little reel they got going on. Don't get too excited. Listen. It's not Mario Kart on Super Nintendo. It's like the new
64 is my jam. Thank you. Don't date me too much.
Okay. But... I actually like the one on Super Nintendo. Yeah, this is they're on Mario Kart 8. Now.
Yeah,
you have no chance.
I don't even know for sure. So. But lots of great stuff and great community programs, super cool. Check them out. Before check out Nicole, follow her on Twitter @Lady of the Crease. Nicole does commentary for the VML, the Vincent Mercury League, and of course check out myself right on this channel. Of course, streaming most days, doing whether it's Arena or Magic Online, Limited or Constructed. I do content for CoolStuffInc.com. Check them out. I do also do content on YouTube as well. So follow us on everything. Thanks so much for spending your Saturday with us, and congrats once again to our winner.
Yes, Forrester, you did great, MVP, and we hope to see you all again soon.
All right, folks. Have a good one. Thanks for watching. Make sure you follow the stream and download Dark Nemesis. And I'll see you fine folks next time. Have a good one, folks.